Preface of the Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon. Translated by Elizabeth Kite. Introduction. Preliminaries. Diplôme d'instruction primaire supérieure Paris, 23 Juliet, 1905. Member of the staff of the Vineland Research Laboratory. Copyright 1916 by Henry H. Goddard. Introduction. It is with peculiar pleasure that the Vineland Research Department presents to the public Miss Kite's translation of Binet and Simon's work entitled The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded. Nowhere does Binet's genius show more brilliantly than in his work. That he, in the midst of his busy life, and in addition to all his other works, could have acquired so great a knowledge of mental defectives is amazing, the more so when we realize that it was first-hand knowledge gained from observation backed by keen perception, that perception that enabled him to see the truth with a quickness that makes the rest of us, still groping in the dark, question if it was truth Binet saw. But that it was truth we are learning every day. After 10 years in the Vineland Laboratory, it is surprising to find how little we have found that Binet had not already discovered. It is true we have found it independently, and so it is confirmatory evidence. It is because our own experience has led us to the same conclusions, whether we have studied the same points, that we have come to have such a profound regard for Binet, that we feel like pronouncing this the most important and enlightening work on the real nature of the mental defective that has ever appeared. The study of the language of the feeble-minded will also be found most illuminating in a region usually characterized by darkness. Finally, the discussion of feeble-mindedness and dementia is quite as timely and enlightening as the rest. We have included these various articles in this volume for two reasons. First, because they will contribute to our knowledge of the feeble-minded, and second, they will give us further illustration by the way Binet used his own measuring scale. A word might be said in reference to the title. Binet and Simon's title for the first and longest section is L'Intelligence des Imbéciles, literally, the intelligence of the imbeciles, but they definitely state, page 10, that they refer to the entire group of subnormals. Hence, while imbeciles is still the legal word, we have preferred to use a more popular generic term, feeble-minded, as on the whole better expressing the meaning of the authors and conveying a clearer idea of the scope of the work. It was originally intended to publish this volume and the development of the intelligence in children as one. Hence, all that was said there of the faithful work of the various members of the research department should be repeated here. Miss Kite's translation will speak for itself. Biographical note. No one will read these volumes without desiring to know something of the distinguished authors. Alfred Binet was born in Nice, July 11, 1857. His mother was an artist, his father a physician. Binet went early to Paris and studied first law, then medicine. He worked in the biological laboratory of the noted Balbiani, but he was strongly drawn toward experimental psychology. In 1889 he created at the Sorbonne the first psychological laboratory in France. He was remarkably versatile and worked and wrote in many fields. He was an indefatigable worker, but he worked easily and always with that keen insight which enabled him to see quickly the significance of his facts, so that little energy was wasted on useless hypotheses. He died in Paris, October 18, 1911, from an acute attack of cerebral apoplexy. Dr. Théodore Simon was born at Dijon, July 10, 1873. He took his degree in medicine in Paris. His thesis received honourable mention. Since 1908, he has been physician at the Hospital for the Insane at Saint-Yon. After the death of Binet, Dr. Simon was made the president of the Society for the Psychological Study of the Child. Henry H. Goddard, editor. Part 1. The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded. The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded, Preliminaries. Numerous investigations, especially in France, directed toward pathological psychology, have exercised such an influence upon philosophers that some of them have come to consider mental pathology as the best means of psychological analysis, which is true, but they have even gone so far as to believe that it is by pathology alone that the normal can be understood, something infinitely less probable. We need nothing further as proof of this prejudice than the fortune which has attended that expression. Mental synthesis, the synthesis mentale, which is today so widespread that it has come to be the centre of the explanation of all mental states, and which evidently originated in the observation of patients deprived of this synthesis. It results from this that the notion of coordination and that of hierarchy, which are the analysed elements of the idea of synthesis, have entered the plan of all the theories. We have not the slightest intention of objecting to the truth of these conclusions, but only to their exaggeration. They seem to us very limited, and cannot, in our opinion, embrace the immense domain of the pathology of mind, and the studies which serve as a basis for them have neglected a great number of malades mentaux, who, we believe, do not suffer at all from a lack of mental synthesis. In a word, we think that mental pathology contains, as subjects worthy of study, not simply hysterics, neurasthenics, psychasthenics, etc., these examples typical of disintegration, but types wholly different, for example those of backward intelligence and the diverse categories of dementia. If we add the two latter cases to that of the disintegrated, we shall certainly arrive at a very much broader view of mental pathology. This is precisely the work which we have undertaken, and let us say at once, in order to clear our path in advance, we have come to the conclusion that the particular psychological modification which constitutes un alien has, at least, three fundamental causes, without prejudice to other mechanisms, which are unknown to us, or rather of which we have only a presentiment. 1. An alteration of mental synthesis. We shall not speak of this. 2. A defect, an arrest, or an insufficiency of intellectual development. 3. A defect, an arrest, or an insufficiency of intellectual functioning. To the study of these last two mechanisms, two distinct articles will be devoted, one upon imbeciles, the other upon dements. This article will deal only with the intelligence of imbeciles, or rather, taking our title, the species for the genus, we shall set forth what is peculiar to the intelligence of all types of defectives. There is, in particular, as everyone knows, a lack of development, and apropos of this we shall present a new method of psychology which may be called Psychogenetics, for it will suffice for us to put into a series, in the order of the development of their intelligence, a certain number of these backward subjects, and to study throughout this series a particular phenomenon. For example, the sense of pain, or the attention to see what are the necessary stages of development which this phenomenon presents, and how it evolves. Looked at from this psychological point of view, the study of the imbecile approaches that of the normal child and even of animals. We find here a means of renewing, developing, and perfecting our former investigations upon children. This comparing of a backward intelligence to that of a child of a certain age might have passed 10 years ago as simple literary comparison, but since today we have acquired the power to fix within a few months at least the age of the intelligence of defectives, since we can, with good reason, consider a certain idiot of 30 years as the equivalent of a child of 1, or an imbecile of 20 as the equivalent of a child of 6, and since these defectives are so many children arrested in a certain phase of their development, we have only to arrange these defectives in an ascending series of evolution, in order to make with it, and because of it, the psychogenesis of a function. The critics of tomorrow, who surely will not fail to appear, will teach us what must be corrected and gone over in our plan of studies, for the sources of error, little by little, will have been disclosed. That is a secondary work, but first it must be demonstrated, and this is what we are going to attempt, that the new method to which we are calling attention really exists, and that to make this demonstration, nothing is simpler than to put it in operation. We shall therefore trace, by means of a study of imbeciles, the mental evolution of the following phenomena: character, attention, effort, motor ability and writing, the intelligence of perception, the sense of pain, association of ideas, intellectual activity, the arithmetical faculty, reasoning, suggestibility and docility, and how an imbecile may have l'esprit faux. Afterwards, leaving the details, or rather by synthesizing them, we shall try to discover exactly in what mental development consists, by what mechanism it is produced, and how a superior intelligence differs from an inferior one. Apropos of this, we shall be led to describe a new scheme of thought in order to understand thoroughly the manner in which it develops. End of preface. Section 1 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 1. Character, the Rebellious and the Docile. A question very little studied, vague and difficult to state, is that of the relation which exists between character and intellectual development. This relation has been the subject of some thought and has been examined from various points of view. Thus it has been asked if character changes with age, or if, on the contrary, the adult is not altogether in the child. It is very possible that the instinctive part of the child is conserved in the adult, but better directed by reason, and especially better suppressed in the presence of others. It has been asked if among individuals of superior intelligence the character, like the rest, does not undergo an ascending evolution, and if men of genius are not also geniuses in character. But in whatever fashion this vague proposition be understood, it is very doubtful if it be true. Too many examples have demonstrated to us that the most splendid geniuses can be the sorriest characters. In short, the relation between character and intelligence, in spite of the attention it has received, remains very little known, and very poorly formulated. We shall not here treat this subject fully. Certain material conditions have hindered us. It is not the imbecile in a hospital, it is the imbecile in his family, or in a family colony, that one must know. We have seen our subjects only in the unnatural surroundings of a hospital, or worst in the narrow limits of our office, where we called them, seated near a table, replying to questions, talking, or submitting to different tests. They would somewhat like students at an examination. A professor would form a very narrow view of the youth of his time if he saw them only during an examination. We resemble somewhat such a professor. It is therefore essential to commence by limiting our subject of study in remarking that we have not in view the sum total of phenomena which constitutes character, but the manifestations of character which were brought out by our personality. Let us say more simply that our attention has been directed towards the docile or hostile dispositions which imbeciles have assumed in relation to us, and we have tried to discover if their dispositions bear any relation to their intellectual levels. Are the rebellious ones the idiots and the docile ones the imbeciles? Or again, are there more rebellious ones among the idiots and more docile ones among the imbeciles? We do not think so. We shall show by some very clear examples that both these forms of character are to be found in all the degrees of deficiency. Figure 1 is displayed on the page. Fusin, idiot, 20 years old, mute from lack of intelligence. He is below the level of a child 2 years. The character of idiots. Let us start at once with illustrations, or let us sketch a portrait. Fusin is a young man of 27 years, whose external appearance is not marred by any apparent physical stigmata. He is small, his face is beardless, childlike, without a wrinkle. The expression is sweet, and at first sight does not seem abnormal. The portrait which we give of him, Figure 1, is made from a snapshot. The wrinkles of his forehead are due to blinking caused by the direct light of the sun. This must be taken into account. The portrait is of value only as it represents the regularity of his features. On the other hand, Fusin has a number of ties, which are like so many stigmata added to a normal anatomy. He almost constantly emits guttural sounds. He moves a quantity of saliva about in his mouth. When seated, he sways his body backwards and forwards. Frequently he looks at the ends of his fingers with flittering attention. All these ties seem to us explainable, in part in the same way as those of certain blind persons. They are motor tendencies which might arise under very exceptional conditions among normals, but normals arrest and suppress them. The blind do not succeed in suppressing them because they do not see them and are therefore unconscious of their existence. Thus a blind musician shows an expression of suffering when he is executing a difficult passage. The idiot does not suppress these ties for various reasons. In the first place, although being able to perceive them, he has not enough intelligence to realize that such actions are not proper. Again, certain ties are probably uncontrollable. Finally, the number of ties and their peculiarities are the expression of a particular condition of the nervous system. We photographed Voisin in an enclosure surrounded by a wooden paneling. This had for us almost a symbolic value, our idiot being confined like an animal in the zoological garden. Almost in spite of ourselves, we compare him to an animal whose training has just commenced. If you call him, he comes. If he is in the house, he runs whenever a door is opened. He presents himself at the door to see who is entering, showing us the naive curiosity of an animal. If one says good day to him, holding out the hand, he does not reply verbally, for he does not know how to speak, but he understands the significance of the extended hand. He gives you a finger, only one, which would be, in another, a lack of culture or intended disdain, but is only awkwardness in him. If an object is presented to him, sometimes he does not take it. Sometimes, on the contrary, he seizes it with an awkward gesture. He holds his hand flat with the fingers close together. One would say that he is expecting to receive a penny in the palm of his hand. At other times he does not use his hands or arms, which he allows to hang awkwardly at his side. If food is offered, he thrusts his mouth forward to seize it, reminding one of an animal. Figure 2 represents him in one of these attitudes. Voisin did not take this pose in response to a command, but spontaneously. Furthermore, he does not understand a verbal order so complicated as this. His prehension is extremely defective. If an object is presented to him, he holds it in his hand. If a second is offered, he takes it without letting go the first. A third object is received in the same way, and so on, without his ever having the idea of ridding himself of them by depositing the objects on a table. Figure 2 is displayed on the page. One presents a biscuit to the idiot Voisin, who, instead of taking it with his hand, puts it forward his mouth and takes it animal fashion. Voisin is obedient. If an order is given him by gestures, he can execute it. When he is seated, he understands a gesture which orders him to stand up. When he is standing, if we show him a chair and invite him to be seated, he understands and seats himself abruptly, folding his legs under the chair with an awkward movement. If Voisin's cap is taken off his head and he is told to go and hunt, he does so without remonstrance, finds his cap and puts it on his head. We repeat the same play a dozen times. In the end, Voisin shows a timid resistance. He leans his head away from us to save his cap, but he does not defend himself with his hands, nor does he get up to go away from us. Figure 3 is displayed on the page. Cretin, young imbecile of middle grade, of 17 years. She can tell her name, sex, point to her nose, but cannot compare two weights, copy a square, nor count 4 sous. Character rebellious, intellectual level 4 years. If his cap is hidden before his eyes under a pile of books, he will go and get it. We place his cap upon the horizontal bar of a measuring rod. He refused to go and take it and shook his head as a sign of negation. Was he afraid? It is possible. In any case, at last he rebelled. But he is far from rebellious in the same way as little M, a turbulent young idiot, 6 years of age, whom a skin disease has left completely bald. She enters our office without looking at us and walks up and down grinding her teeth. We draw near to her and hand her a biscuit. She takes it with a quick movement and throws it on the ground. Many other objects offered to her have the same fate. They are taken, then thrown forcibly to the ground. The child in doing this does not express any anger. Furthermore, her face remains totally inexpressive. She spends her time putting her hands in her mouth and grinding her teeth. We try to waken some feeling in her, but we put our fist under her nose. But she does not seem to understand this mimicry. At all events, she remains impassive. We follow her into the room. She goes haphazard, seats herself in a corner and fixes upon us a voluntary gaze. Then, seeing a chair in front of her, she turns it over without saying a word. A little farther on, she encounters an apron placed upon a chair. She takes the apron and throws it on the ground. She next finds a basket containing a biscuit. She takes a biscuit and throws it away. One is obliged to watch her to prevent her from destroying fragile objects. Thus here are two idiots, one of whom is gentle enough, while the other is a disagreeable example of a rebellious subject. Characters of imbeciles and morons. There are the same distinctions in imbeciles and morons. There are imbeciles who are docile, who execute the orders given to them, and from whom we obtain their best in the diverse experiments to which we subject them. And there are others who submit to nothing, who are rebellious, and do not wish to execute any of our orders, and who, out of ill will, reply, "I do not know," to all our questions. One must be aware of the existence of these two types of character and their psychological significance. Let us cite several examples which will show the greatest variety of characters that may be included under the same term. Among the rebellious we note Cretin, an imbecile of 20 who has the fierce air of an untamed animal, who is always on the defensive, distrusts us, is afraid of us, and at every moment wishes to get away. When she rises, it is almost impossible to make her sit down again. Beau-visage, another imbecile of 20, but of a somewhat higher degree than the other, middle grade imbecile, shows very much the same savage, timid character. She is nevertheless rather less surly, and is more easily made to weep. When the measurement of her head was to be taken, she became alarmed, refused to come, beginning to cry. It finally required 2 sous to make her decide to submit to this harmless operation. Figure 4 is displayed on the page. Beau-visage, young imbecile of high grade, aged 20 years. She can count 4 sous, compare 2 weights, do 3 errands, etc. Intellectual level of 6 years. Dugat, another imbecile woman of the same mental level as Beau-visage, and older than she, evinced no emotion that could properly be called fear. She smiled constantly, a simpering sort of smile, and when she asked to do the easiest test, invariably replied, "Don't know," then began to laugh, plunging her head into her arms. Nevertheless, she would generally be able to reply if she made the slightest effort. Another example is Gaillard, a moron who suffers from attacks of epilepsy, and who, after one of these attacks, completely changed her attitude towards us. In the beginning she seemed eager and full of interest in spite of a little intellectual apathy. But after her attacks her character changed. She is taciturn, disagreeable, scarcely replying to my questions, and then only in monosyllables, and when we insisted, she pretends to be looking elsewhere. Figure 5 is displayed on the page. Clarice, young girl of 14, normal intelligence, but unstable. Here is still another example, but of a very different sort. Clarice, a young girl of 14 who is almost normal as regards intelligence, but who has been confined because of perversion des instincts. She is a singular person, with no apparent intellectual deficiency. She is quick of speech, makes sensible replies in marked contrast with the mute stupidity of our habitual defectives. She responds to all our little attempts. She is therefore not rebellious in the proper sense of the word. Nevertheless, she is of a peculiar character, as we can see from her history outside of the institution. She has been in 36 places, leaving each time, impulsively, and finally she was imprisoned at F for an escapade, about which she does not care to talk. In the institution she is noisy and in the way. With us she is far too familiar, and says anything that passes through her head. Figure 6 is displayed on the page. Profile of Clarice. One day when we had made her believe that she could so quickly get away, she became overexcited. "I'm going to write to Judge M.X. Let me have my liberty, and if he doesn't give it to me, I will do him harm, or I will kill myself, and I'll harm him first. Rather than live in misery like they make me live here, I'll break everything. I'll pick up anything I can lay hands on, to strike him in the mouth. Give me paper so I can write to him." It required the greatest effort to calm her, and to prove to her that saying such stupid things to the judge would be a very poor way to obtain her freedom. She seems, at such moments, incapable of reasoning. It is an intelligence which does not resist emotional stress. She is like a compass which the storm has turned so that it no longer points true. It is here in these disorders of intelligence produced by frequent emotions that we must look for a definition of the state known under the name of mental instability. It can thus be seen from this simple enumeration through how many shades the rebellious character passes. In regard to this, it is curious and even important to remark that the resistance of subjects to the tests does not show itself with the same violence for all. There are certain ones which they always refuse to do, and others to which they submit more willingly. In this they resemble normals. A normal, ordinarily very unwilling, submits to any test which appeals to his vanity. There are many who consent to read out loud, but who are not willing to sing, etc. With imbeciles, we have noticed the following facts. The most rebellious do not in general refuse to do the tests which require no effort, like naming a colour or a piece of money. They do not refuse to judge weights or lines. They do not refuse to copy a figure with a pencil. But tests which require an effort, for example, to repeat figures, are better still. Those which require an effort of invention, as finding the most words possible in 3 or 5 minutes, are repugnant to them. But since the tests requiring the most effort and containing the most serious difficulties belong to the higher degrees of our scale of intelligence, an important consequence for the measure of intelligence results, which is that the rebellious are likely to respond only to the lower tests and are therefore judged less intelligent than they really are. The character which is rebellious, sulky, sullen, in a word, who is unwilling to submit to our psychological tests, produces the effect of an apparent abasement of intellectual level and causes us to underestimate such individuals. Let us now pass to the docile group. They are perhaps less varied than the rebellious. First notice Denise, a low-grade imbecile, a short little woman of 25 years with small black eyes, brilliant and mobile, who is extremely pleasant. The moment she enters the office, she holds out her hand and begins to laugh, showing her beautiful white teeth. She laughs at everything and nothing. She is very docile, even affectionate. The first time she saw us, she was less exuberant, more respectful, wished to kiss the hand that we held out to her. Little by little she began to feel at home, got up and sat down as it pleased her, laughed continually with an air of mockery, and on one occasion became so familiar as to attempt to tickle us under the chin. Figure 7 is displayed on the page. Denise, imbecile of low grade, aged 26 years. She understands language but does not speak more than 3 or 4 words. Intellectual level 2 1/2 years. But if strange visitors enter the room where we are, she immediately collects herself, remains in her chair without saying anything, watches them seriously, even with some distrust, and does not abandon herself to her habitual foolish laughter before them even when encouraged to do so. Figure 8 is displayed on the page. Denise mimicking, she imitates while laughing, all the gestures that one makes in front of her. Victor, a middle-grade imbecile of 50, has more gravity, especially in the beginning, but is equally docile. Little by little he grew familiar with us, to the point of losing his sense of propriety. At the end of the second interview, seeing that one of us asked him difficult questions, he addressed his questioner in these terms: "Toi facile." And seeing that we laughed, he acquired the habit of this familiarity. Another time we asked him to notice and afterwards to recount all that we had done before him. This game amused him. On seeing us take from the table an object which we ostentatiously put in our pocket, he sprang forward, seizing our arm and crying, "Tiens vous facile, tout est haut clos," and similar expressions. In spite of these transient familiarities, he remains always respectful and perfectly willing to try our experiments. The difference of Albert is still more marked, and he is one of the most brilliant imbeciles. We have never found a more docile schoolboy, nor one more submissive. Never a movement of impatience, an expression of weariness nor fatigue. Albert would be a model laboratory subject, such as foreign psychological laboratories made a speciality of some time ago. Figure 9 is displayed on the page. Victor, imbecile of 53 years, who has the intellectual level of a child of 5 years. Finally, a moron, Griffin, carries his willingness to the point of servility. It must not be thought that the difference is necessarily a sign of goodwill or of altruism. We are informed that Griffin, so docile with us, is a frank egotist in his family. When one of his relatives comes to see him at the institution, he immediately holds out his hand to the new arrival to take what has been bought for him. Docility and rebelliousness take on an abnormal character only when they are in excess. Docility and rebelliousness are primarily social qualities, because they manifest themselves when an individual enters into relation with this kind, and they have someone outside themselves their principal object. The equivalents of these qualities are found among the majority of people. They are qualities which should be considered normal. Among ordinary individuals, they may often be the result of calculation or afterthought, or they may manifest themselves chiefly in response to certain persons or certain events. Our observation of defectives shows us that, although these qualities may vary somewhat according to the individuals and the occasions which are the exciting causes, they correspond to the general disposition, giving the tone to all the reactions of the individual. They have therefore a deep source and a fundamental character. In a word, it is not toward a certain person that the idiot M is snappish and ugly. She is that toward all, and in a perfectly constant way. Albert, on the contrary, is charming toward everybody, although he may have a particular fondness for certain persons. We notice that these social feelings are distinctive among defectives only on account of their strength, and it is this which marks them subnormal. There are docile and restive persons among those with whom we rub elbows every day of our lives, but they hold their feelings in better control than do the imbeciles. We cite a short time ago the young idiot who did not even look at us but broke everything that came in her way. This degree of disturbancy has in itself something abnormal. A school child who acted thus with his master, who never obeyed nor listened, who laughed at authority, who was ugly with his comrades, would be looked upon as an abnormal, incorrigible child. At this moment the public schools are trying to rid themselves of such children by sending them to special classes. In the same way, the extreme docility of certain subjects is characteristic of the typical defectives. One must be an imbecile to carry amiability beyond certain limits, but since success in this line does not annoy others, it is not so often noticed. Thus in the school no one ever complains that a child is too docile, and probably this excess of docility is often taken for application to work, and is favourably judged as a sign of attention. Here again the study of the defective brings each thing to a focus, and permits us to see the excess of the quality a sign of abnormality. As a conclusion to all these observations, we must admit that there is no relation between these different types of character and any certain mental level. We find rebellious and also docile beings at every degree of defectiveness. This proposition is contrary to an idea which is actually very widespread. A contemporary has defined idiot as an extra-social being and imbecile as an antisocial being. These are curious and suggestive definitions which have been so successful that they have passed from the medical domain to the domain of philosophy. One finds them today reproduced in some classics manual of philosophy, which gives them indeed supreme sensity. In our opinion, the truth is less simple than this. An extra-social being is one who lives on the margin of society, because he is incapable of adapting himself to it. It is clear that idiots are more extra-social than imbeciles, because their intellectual level is lower. But social adaptation is not in any sense a faculty. It is a result, and the result depends upon many factors besides that of intellectual level. These factors are the surroundings, the family, the financial condition, etc. We have met a low-grade imbecile who was nearly capable of adapting himself, for he earned a franc a day blowing the bellows of a forge, while some imbeciles of higher grade are consequently much more intelligent, and cannot gain a livelihood for themselves. In that which concerns the quality antisocial, we shall make not only some reservations, but some criticisms upon the application of this term to the imbecile alone. This is a quality which depends upon a character. It consists in being rebellious and even harmful, but we believe, and we have demonstrated, that among imbeciles there are quite as many docile as rebellious ones, and that these individuals do not deserve therefore to be classed as a whole, and without distinction, among the antisocial. The character has no relation to the intellectual level. One day there was a discussion in regard to a piece of decoration to be placed in a public square. No agreement could be reached. An architect came upon the scene and said, "Nothing is sometimes a good thing in architecture." This is equally true in psychiatry. In the place of these beautiful expressions of extra-societal and anti-social, we shall put nothing. There is nothing to put. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Attention considered from the point of view of its concentration. Many erroneous statements have been made in regard to the attention of defectives. Some have claimed that the idiot is absolutely lacking in attention, that he is an imbecile without attention, in a word, that he is the failure of attention which produces the idiot. Other authors have objected to this. The attention of idiots, they say, is not reduced to zero. There exists a very little to be sure, but there is more in the imbecile and still more in the moron. We shall treat this question of attention by a very different method. We do not like these distinctions of little and much, and we cannot see what advantages would be gained by proving that the attention is better among morons than among imbeciles. This distinction is not false, but the idea is so vague that it is scarcely worthy of the attendant in a hospital. We shall endeavour to analyse the state of attention in idiots, imbeciles, and morons, and we hope to be able to show the precise characteristics by which the attention of an idiot, because he undeniably has attention, differs from that of an imbecile. The characteristic to which we shall attach the most important is that of the concentration of the attention. We shall ask ourselves, 1. Can the attention of this subject be excited, awakened, and fixed upon a particular point? 2. Can this attention, once attracted, be held for a certain time? 3. If a cause of distraction occurs and the attention is diverted, can it spontaneously return to the first object which it quitted? 4. Can it even resist the cause of distraction and remain fixed upon the same object, in spite of all influences which would turn it aside? These are the 4 degrees which we shall study, and which correspond to an ever higher and higher organization of the attention. Let us begin with idiots. We shall again mention VIII, the young idiot of 20 years, in whom we have especially studied the phenomena of attention during a whole sitting. We have said before that his character is docile. Except on very rare occasions, he shows no resistance to the orders given him. But what can he do in the way of attention? Let us consider him as he is seated by our side. He is not at all attentive. He does not look at us. His glance wanders from one object to another without fixing itself upon any. VIII resembles a person who is waiting for his turn in the reception room of a doctor or dentist, and it remains in almost absolute idleness, the attention relaxed, the look wandering. From time to time there is produced in him a brief act of attention without our intervention. For example, we turn before him the handle of a music box, which produces a strong grinding sound. Greatly perplexed by the sound, VIII seizes the music box and turns the handle, as he has seen us do in order to produce the same sound, but very soon abandons this. When we wish to again attract his attention, we have considerable trouble. He does not look at us when we call. We are obliged to shout, to make violent gestures in order to attract his attention, which is extremely fleeting. His look rests upon us for a moment, then we continue to call and gesticulate in vain. VIII looks over our shoulder into the depths of the court, where absolutely nothing is going on. Another example. We give VIII a biscuit and let him eat a part of it. Then we take it away, and holding the end of the biscuit in our hand under his nose, we walk backwards. Quite naturally, VIII looks at the biscuit and follows it, taking a few steps and making a little guttural cry, but very soon his look wanders. He fixes it elsewhere and acts as though he has forgotten the biscuit. It is not even a passing distraction. He goes elsewhere and bothers himself no more about us, nor does he return to us. On the contrary, we are obliged to go and hunt him, to put the biscuit again under his nose, to make him consent to look at it. If he were normal, this falling off of attention might be explained by preoccupation or distractions, or by a particular attitude. Show a biscuit to a schoolboy and then move away, and it's not likely that he would follow you. Even a normal boy of the primary school would be a little less ashamed to follow you, thus showing that he was obeying a gluttonous desire. But it is evident that VIII is not held back by any complex motive. This is the advantage of these inferior brains, that all secondary and disturbing factors are suppressed in them. For this reason, the psychology of the idiot would be so profitable if one could fathom it. It is evident that VIII shows no sustained attention, even for that which is of most interest for him, food. He acts in a more senseless manner than a dog to whom one shows a lump of sugar. The dog, if he is fond of sugar, stops and looks at it. It does not hold his attention indefinitely. Now and then he turns his head, looks elsewhere, as though he had a moment of distraction, or need of rest, but soon his look comes back spontaneously to the lump of sugar. With the animal there is a particular orientation of the attention which persists in spite of its temporary lapses. It is this persistence that VIII lacks. Strictly speaking, it is not a fault of memory, that is to say a fault of reproduction, after an interval of forgetfulness. It is a more elementary process, consisting in the persistence of direction. It is a question of always returning to the same state, of following the same direction, and VIII cannot do it. We find in therefore a weakness of the power of attention, which manifests itself by the following signs. It is difficult to arouse his attention, and more difficult still to hold it. We may say that he attains the first degree of concentration of the attention with very little fixation. A means of reinforcing the attention of an idiot. Nevertheless, quite by chance we encountered a situation where VIII gave us quite prolonged attention instead of forgetting us. This is true when we give him orders to execute. We have said before that he executed the order to sit down when shown a chair with an imperious gesture. We complicate the orders by putting 5 or 6 chairs in a circle. Then, standing like an animal tamer, we give our orders with a gesture of the hand, and VIII seats himself successively in all the chairs. He shows no desire to resist, and goes the round of the circle of chairs 3 or 4 times, which makes him repeat the act of sitting some 15 times. But we are obliged to give him an order before each act. If we do not renew the gesture, he remains seated and does not get the idea of taking the next chair. We remark again how much his docility depends upon the intensity of the gesture. If we are 2 meters from him, or if we are seated, circumstances which obviously diminish the energy of our order, VIII does not execute it. In this connection, we recall having proved some time back that when a suggestion to a hysteria patient is given in a soft voice, with only a slightly imperative word, the order is only partially executed. It can thus be seen that the mental relation established between VIII and ourselves is prolonged when we cause him to execute successive acts in a series. This is a means of exerting a power over his intelligence. This resembles a pedagogical procedure of L'Armatinier, who keeps a pupil moving in order to make him attentive. It is undeniable that the imbecile and the moron are more attentive to us, to our gestures, and above all to our words than the idiot is, and this is easily explained. They understand our words, while an idiot does not. The principal indication, wholly external, of this difference in the power of attention is that the imbecile is capable of assuming the attitude of a well-behaved pupil in school. He listens when we speak to him, remains seated, often looks at us with deference, remains at our disposal, and does what we ask of him. With this condition, it must be understood that in character he belongs to the docile type. This external difference between the idiot and the imbecile does not strikingly manifest itself unless one is taking pains to isolate the subject in a room where the causes of distraction are not numerous. Let us say first of all that the attention of the imbecile is more easily aroused and sustained than that of the idiot. This is the translation to psychological language of the observation which we have just made upon the attitude of a well-behaved pupil. Let us suppose now that a cause of distraction is produced. A door opens while we are talking with our imbecile, and a person enters the room. Or perhaps the tenant passes in the court before us. What becomes the attention of our imbecile? The result depends upon his intellectual level. Denise is a low-grade imbecile. She understands well enough what we say, although she scarcely knows how to talk. She is very attentive in general to all that we say to her, but her attention is of short duration. For instance, the window offers an attraction to her. She never fails to turn her head as soon as the door of the office opens. She wishes to see who enters, and in that case she forgets us, because after having looked at the door her attention does not return to us. This is a lack of good manners of which she is wholly unaware. It is for the same reason that she vigorously scratches her head, and puts all the fingers possible in her nose, even in our presence. Does she belong to the idiot class? No, not altogether, because even though her attention is fleeting and without spontaneous return, one can easily enough govern this attention and make it return to its point of departure. Denise passes quite easily the first 2 degrees of attention. Nothing is more variable than the adaptation which attention presupposes. But we believe in a general way that the 4 degrees which we have just distinguished are a measure of intellectual level. Thus we have distinctive characteristics with a definite meaning upon which it is possible to agree, while such expressions as little attention, much attention, which we wish to abolish, have, so to speak, no precise sense at all. Finally, the species of attention which we have just studied might be called social attention. It is this which we try to arouse, and which has for its object ourselves our personality. We have not spoken of attention to food, nor of a host of other species of attention, because we have made our observation and experiment only in our office, and because we have studied other species of attention would require a larger field of observation. It will suffice here to note the difference between the two questions. We have established a hierarchy in the concentration of attention. We can establish similarly a hierarchy among the objects which provoke and retain the attention, according as the acts which result are more or less useful to the individual or to the species. It is from this last point of view that in general one must judge if a person has or has not attention. When the object of his attention is frivolous, one says that he is not attentive. A schoolboy who passes his time catching flies is very justly called inattentive. He is attentive to the flies, but not attentive to the lesson which would be infinitely more profitable to him if he listened to it. One judges also of the attention of a person according to the difficulty of the acts of attention of which he is capable. Attention to ideas, or more probably speaking reflection, is more difficult than attention to external objects, and consequently the mathematician, attentive to his problem of calculation, appears to us to exercise greater attention than the booby who, with open mouth, looks at what is going on in the street. We have made a special point of recalling these distinctions and phenomena, to show that the appreciation of the degrees of attention and a hierarchy of these degrees is not a simple thing, but that in this work of defectives we have only had in view a single one of the numerous distinctions which might be made. This one which we have proposed on the different degrees of concentration of attention seems to us one of the most convenient to follow in a rapid study made upon the intelligence of defectives. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. Voluntary Effort. The thing which dominates the whole question is that defectives are incapable of voluntary effort in every domain. Imbeciles can remain attentive, but it is an attention which is not acute nor very active. When it requires more than an attitude of attention, one sees that they cannot succeed. Their faces, moreover, never express effort, and their brows have no vertical wrinkles. Among the tests which put in clear light this incapacity for strong attention, we shall study 1. The time of reaction, where the voluntary effort consists in replying as quick as possible to a signal. This is a voluntary psychomotor effort. 2. The tests of quickness of movements, with the voluntary effort of moving as quickly as possible. 3. Tests consisting in calling up the greatest possible number of words. Tests where the voluntary effort bears upon the power of calling up ideas. 4. The immediate repetition of figures, where one makes a voluntary effort to retain in the memory elements which are fleeting. One could devise many other tests where the effort of attention would be shown. For example, the operation with money, calculation, or the simple act of counting backwards. But we have eliminated these tests because they presuppose a certain degree of instruction, and one could not make them with all defectives. Those which we have chosen have the advantage of being suitable for the most ignorant of ignoramuses. Every voluntary effort sets two factors at work. For the pressure of the dynamometer, there is the force of contraction of the muscles, and there is the effort of will. In the same way, for calling up words, the number of words found depends at the same time upon the extent of the vocabulary, and the effort put forth. One could say the same of the repetition of figures. The memory of figures works with the effort of attention. The result from this is the total result does not depend solely upon the factor of voluntary effort. If, for example, a person has a good memory for figures, he could repeat a great number without being obliged to make an effort. Thus, an isolated experiment of a single kind would be difficult to interpret, and one could be in doubt as to what part each of the two factors played. To guide this interpretation, it is necessary to explore the voluntary effort in several different fields: muscles, speech, memory. It is thus that one arrives at the realization that a defective is incapable of an intense and continued voluntary effort. Posing for a photograph. Let us begin by citing a very simple observation. We wish to photograph most of our subjects in order to have more examples, and we attempted to pose them. A person that can be posed for a photograph must be capable of some slight effort, since it is necessary to keep the body motionless during several seconds. Not all of our imbeciles are capable of remaining motionless, and we were obliged to make snapshots for the lowest grade cases. As for the idiots, it was of no avail to tell them to keep quiet, nor to stir. They did not obey the command. Middle-grade imbeciles like Victor and Cretin, and the high-grade imbecile Albert, could keep a remarkable immobility of body. They showed only a slight tendency to move the eyes. The glance wandered from right to left, as though that was part of the body most difficult to render immovable. This little observation of a photographer only shows the difficulty which our defectives have in making an effort. Now we give more demonstrative and particularly more analytical examples. The quickness of movement. Quickness is a motor quality in which the effect of attention is best seen. It is for this reason that we have chosen it as a means of measuring the attention. The instrument which we use is simply a music box which one plays by turning a handle. 50 turns are necessary to produce the complete melody. One listens, watch in hand, and the time divided by 50 gives the necessary time for one revolution. It is very convenient and quite inexpensive. Slight preliminary exercises proved to us that one can, with little effort, turn the 50 revolutions of the handle in 10 seconds, which makes the time for one revolution 2/10 of a second. With our defectives, we are obliged to encourage them continually. We repeat a great number of times, faster, faster. The duration is constantly longer than among normals, being from 15 to 30 seconds. They have never reached the record of 10 seconds. Besides, if the handle is turned so fast that the same air is repeated several times, they do not gain in speed. Thus Cavusel gives the following succession of periods: 17, 20, 23, 20. Even if we admit that for the duration of 23 was produced accidentally by an awkward movement, it is none the less true that he loses in speed instead of gaining. The same observation holds good for Denise, 14, 14, 18, and is moreover easy to explain. It is not likely that the cause is fatigue so much as it is lack of emulation. It does not interest them to turn the handle. They do not put into it any armor prepared, as a normal would willingly do. Never have we heard an imbecile make a joyous exclamation, nor utter a word which indicated in him the desire to succeed. In this indifferent attitude, one sees in strong relief their inability to give themselves wholly to an experiment. Imbeciles are not sports. Time of reaction. When one wishes to make rapid reactions, in from 10 to 12 hundredths of a second, it does not suffice to remain sitting passively awaiting a signal. One must picture to oneself the signal before it is given. One must also prepare one's muscle and put it in a state of tension. All this preparation, at once the ideational and motor, thanks to which one is like a charged cannon on the point of exploding, demands a great effort, and this effort is painful. One cannot maintain it long. There are successive oscillations in the attention thus overstimulated. Now it is fixed, now it relaxes. Let us see how our defectives behave. Albert has great difficulty in understanding that he must close his eyes, wait for the signal and make his movement in response to the signal as quickly as possible. It was necessary to repeat to him each time, "Raise your hand," so that he would be ready to respond. "Close your eyes, pay attention." He held the lever waiting for the response with the greatest awkwardness, and many reactions had to be discarded because he did not succeed in shutting off the current. The most striking feature in this series of reactions is that they are extremely long. They attain an average of 50 hundredths of a second, while the reaction of a normal adult requires only from 15 to 20 hundredths. We did our best to excite Albert, scolding him and ordering him to go faster. All our attempts were useless, and failed to obtain any appreciable increase of speed. His attention has therefore much less strength than one would have believed. He has the physical attitude of voluntary attention, and external appearance he resembles an attentive pupil. But a school child has a more rapid reaction time. So what characterizes the attention of an imbecile is that it has the outward semblance, and a certain duration, since it may continue during several hours. What is lacking is depth. With the moron Griffin, we encountered in the beginning of the same difficulties of explanation. In the first experiments, sometimes he would react before the signal. Again, when it was given, he would not attempt to react unless a considerable time had elapsed. And every time the same orders had to be given: raise the hand, close the eyes, attention. But after a time he adapted himself and made more rapid reactions than Albert. Here is a series. The table is displayed on the page. These last figures tend to approach those of normal subjects. We remark in passing that Griffin is able, when required, to make an effort of acceleration. If one says faster, the following reaction is always shorter. Albert does not succeed in this. Supplementary to the experiments made with Albert and Griffin, let us give that which we made with the young beau of his age. She had in her hands the same apparatus. The same means were taken to prepare her. We gave her the same explanations, repeating them a great number of times. Here is the series of reactions that we obtained. A table is displayed on the page. These singular results have but one point of interest, which is to show how the rebellious type of imbecile behaves. One would commit a singular error in supposing that beau of his age gives here all the attention of which she is capable, and in accounting for her slow reaction by her intellectual level. The comparison with Albert prevents this error. These are the reactions of a silent girl and not of an imbecile mentality. Furthermore, we have been able to assure ourselves of this by the following means. The experimenter who has taken the series of reactions cited above was replaced by another whose age and familiarity with the technique gave him greater advantage. The times of reaction obtained by him were better, and this proves, let it be said in passing, that in certain cases the personality of the experimenter influences the rapidity of the reaction of a subject. Here are some of these new reactions. They are about a half-minute, while the preceding ones generally exceed 2 minutes. The table is displayed on the page. There are no more cases of neglect, and the time is very much reduced. We cite these facts first because they show curiously the influence of an attitude, and more than this, they prove that in spite of the precision of figures, the times of reaction, like all other psychological measurements, have only a relative value. On the whole, the times of simple reactions are longer with defectives than with normals, even when they thoroughly understand the experiment and know what is wanted of them. This proves that the times of reaction remains, in grave cases, a good measure of the attention. Calling up of the maximum number of words in a given time. You are going to say the greatest number of words possible. You can say any words, the first that come to your mind, words like hat, house, etc. I'm going to give you the signal now. After this explanation, which one repeats several times in order to impress it, the normal subject can find in 3 minutes 100 words. The number varies as can be easily understood according to a number of conditions. The principal of these are, first, a general condition, goodwill, emulation, zeal, courage, etc. Second, a more special condition, the extent of the vocabulary. This we learned from extended investigation among normals. On the whole, this test is as good as a dynamometer, or the chronometer. It measures the effort, but an effort being upon a special object, the awakening of ideas. This is a sort of dynamometer of verbal ideation. How do our defectives behave? However lacking they may be in intelligence, they possess in their heads more than 2,000 words, at least high-grade imbeciles and morons do. It might therefore be expected that they would easily pass this test, which does not require great intelligence. Far from it, however. They show the greatest possible signs of distress, and thus demonstrate their inability to make the effort of ideation. The effort which they cannot make with their muscles, they cannot make any better with their verbal imagination. Note first beau of his age, high-grade imbecile, but rebellious in character, who do not like this test at all. She could not bring herself to hunt for words. She cited after us picture and then added table. That was the end. She declared that she could find none. It was impossible to obtain another word even at the end of 3 minutes. It is evident that this was a case of ill will and had nothing to do with the intellectual level. Albert, high-grade imbecile, who is full of goodwill, did all in his power to please us, but was unable to find more than 20 words in 3 minutes. He often repeated, "I don't know any more," and yet this was not because he was short of words, for if we carried on the experiment for 6 minutes more he found 41, we interpret this small number of 20 words as proof of the weakness of his voluntary power. Denise, middle grade imbecile, cited 18 words. She often repeated the same ones, of which we kept no account. Gilliard, low grade moron, who was also very willing, but who was intellectually apathetic, succeeded less well. In 3 minutes she gives only 17 words. Let us cite also Griffin, another moron, whose vocabulary is well developed. We were not able to obtain from him more than 22 words. On the whole, the number of words cited by our defectives is inferior to that of normals. They are, however, exceptions. One of these is Cabusel, a high-grade imbecile of some 30 years. Cabusel is microcephalic. He is like the greater number of microcephalics, interesting on account of the vivacity of his manners, and above all by his loquacity. Whatever question is put to him, he enters immediately, almost without reflection, into endless details, which generally are for the purpose of boasting of his own ability. We had supposed that in spite of this abundant verbosity, Cabusel would be incapable of calling up voluntarily a great number of words. We were mistaken. He willingly accepted our invitation, and said to us with his habitual harmless vanity, "Ah, that's what I know, words." And in fact he cited 30 in 3 minutes, which is a great number for an imbecile. We interpret this result in the following manner. This test of calling up words requires, as we have said, 2 factors: the extent of the vocabulary and the voluntary effort. Cabusel probably exercised no more effort than the other imbeciles, but having a larger vocabulary he easily found more words. His case, once interpreted, comes under the general rule. Outside the small number of words cited, there are other facts which show that our defectives are incapable of an effort of ideation. For example, they give only names of ordinary objects. They often repeat the same word, and again, a very characteristic circumstance, they search for their words by looking about them and often name the objects they see, which is a sign of poverty of ideation. Memory for figures. This is the last of the tests which we use to measure the capacity for effort. It will be remembered what this consists. A person repeats a series of figures without intonation or rhythm at a rate of 2 figures a second. Immediately after having been heard, they are to be repeated in the order given. One must go quickly, for the memory of figures which have no meaning is very fleeting. A normal subject, according to the pains he takes, can repeat from 6 to 9 figures or even more. Probably 7 is about the average number. To this test defectives adapt themselves easily enough. They understand that they must repeat the figures, and they do so as soon as they are pronounced. Certain ones, nevertheless, find difficulty in grasping the order. Thus Cabusel begins to repeat each figure as soon as it is pronounced. If we explain laboriously to him that this is wrong, that he must wait until we have finished giving the series, before commencing the repetition, he responds by a prolonged silence. He allows precious time to pass before beginning to repeat the figures. He often cannot reproduce a single one. But Cabusel is an exception. In general, imbeciles listen to us in silence and commence to repeat the moment that we have finished. What is the number of figures which they are capable of repeating? Although this test seems to demand but a slight degree of intelligence, yet our defectives succeed very poorly with it. According to our notes, we find the results are very far from brilliant. Denise, low-grade imbecile; Victor, middle-grade imbecile; Visage, high-grade imbecile; Cretin, middle-grade imbecile, repeated in general only 1 figure, sometimes 2. Albert and Lannery, high-grade imbeciles, repeat 4. Gilliard, Griffin, Byrne, morons, repeat 5 or 6. Therefore, all without exception are below normal. There almost seems to be a relation between the intellectual level of a subject and the number of figures he can repeat. Victor, middle-grade imbecile, repeats fewer than Albert, high-grade imbecile, and he in turn fewer than Griffin, who is a moron. More need not be said. All the results confirm those given above and show again the incapacity for effort which exists among defectives. As in other cases, this incapacity betrays itself not only in the weakness of the numerical results. It manifests itself by incidental phenomena. Here are some of them. First, the automatism of some repetitions. It is a common occurrence among normals that when they forget a figure, they have a tendency to replace it by a figure of their invention, which is a continuation of the preceding. In repeating 3, 8, 2, 7, 5, If they hesitate after 2, they have a tendency to cite a figure which will be 3 or 4, consequently 1 nearer than 7, and betray a tendency to evoke the figures in their natural order. Zelise, one of our students, who was the first to remark this tendency among normals, resorted to complicated calculations and numerous documents in order to make this clear. He would not have taken so much pains with defectives, because with the latter the tendency to follow the natural order is very much more marked, or rather, without being stronger, is not corrected by the critical sense. One often meets those who, after hearing a series like 382 594, say to you, with a naive seriousness, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and they insist, when questioned, that they have repeated what was just said to them. Do you believe it? Probably not. But all this must be very vague in their minds. Another kind of error which frequently occurs among them consists in forgetting the first figures of a series. They repeat only the last like echoes. With normal subjects, the distribution of errors is slightly different. It is the middle of the series which shows the signs of weakness. The beginning and the end are better retained. It is seen to us that this difference is significant and deserves an attempt at interpretation. Here is ours. To recall the last words of a series heard is natural for the reason that one word heard disperses those heard previously and the last word covers all the rest. In order to remember the end figures, it is necessary only to remain passive. On the other hand, if one wishes to recall the first figures, one must struggle against forgetfulness and repeat the figures energetically to oneself while the experimenter is saying others. This is a very active exercise, which a zealous normal subject readily performs. Thanks to these supplementary repetitions, he succeeds in reviving the memory of the first figures. As to those in the middle, he has not the time to revive them and cannot give them this secondary help. Naturally, an imbecile who has less activity and especially less ingenuity than a normal does not even dream of employing this reinforcement of his first memories, and consequently he loses them along the middle of the series, retaining only the last, like an echo, because he does not actively intervene to preserve them. One may be astonished that some imbeciles, however incapable of effort one supposes them, should be reduced to repeating a single figure. Is this then a measure of their field of consciousness for verbal repetitions? We disregard Beauvisage, who is rebellious and could do better probably if she applied herself, but Victor and Denise are docile subjects. How does it happen that when we recite 3 figures and they understand very well what they ought to do, they recite only one, the last, like an echo? Evidently, one does not need to be a psychologist to realize that this monosyllabic repetition is a very small return. It is all the more surprising because imbeciles are capable of spontaneously making sentences of many more than one syllable. Victor can make sentences from 8 to 12 syllables, and as for Denise, when questioned about her home, she replied thus: Question: For what country are you? Answer: From the plain of St. Denis. Question: Where do you live now? A. In the plain St. Denis. Question: What street? Answer: By the Red Bull, near the wine merchant. There is a great door, and then it is there. Here is a collection of little sentences which contain at least 24 syllables, and it is difficult to understand how a subject who is capable of constructing a sentence of such length should be reduced to a monosyllabic repetition. This same Denise, who repeats only one figure, can repeat a number of syllables when they make sense. Here is a fragment of attempts made upon her, as well for the memory of figures as for that of sentences. A small table is displayed on the page, comparing the words of the experimenter to the replies of the subject. These little attempts show us that our imbecile can repeat sentences longer than 2 syllables. She even repeated 7 syllables. In this case, the sense of the words aided their retention, but the figures have no meaning. They do not speak to the imagination. They are absolutely forbidding. To retain them, one must struggle against their uninteresting character. In a word, one must make an effort, and this is always the point to which we return. The defective is incapable of effort. Conclusion. The results which we have just cited are almost a confirmation of the experiments upon the effort of attention. The utility of all this chronometry, which the psychological laboratory has so much abused, has often and with reason been contested. But nevertheless it remains well demonstrated that with pathological cases of the nature of defectives, These experiments upon intensive and forced attention are of incontestable value because they show the weakness of attention in a place where it might have been least suspected. Our imbecile Albert, as we have said, is the image of a perfect pupil who listens motionless in his seat and might be taken as a model for restless children. At first sight he seems to be extremely attentive, but this is only in appearance and quite superficial. The test upon the time of reaction, among others, shows this clearly. The time of reaction of a good pupil is from 12 to 15 hundredths of a second, while that of our imbecile is 50 hundredths, which is an enormous difference. That is not, by the way, peculiar to Albert, whom we take as an example. Griffin, a moron, has longer times than a normal, although more rapid than Albert. This is easily understood. His times of reaction are better because he is more intelligent. These tests also showed us that there is a certain quality in the intelligence which is distinct from those which we have described above, such as excitation, fixation, resistance to distractions, and spontaneous returns. These are qualities of the concentration of attention. There exists besides a more intimate quality, more effective, which may be called the intensity or the depth of attention. It is indeed by the depth of attention that our defectives differ the most from normals. This is the decisive point, the thing which we have simply supposed up to the present, which our tests first clearly bring to light. What seems singular, when one thinks a little, is that all these tests of effort of attention are difficult or even painful, but they do not demand a particularly great intelligence. They are easy to understand, and in any case, if one takes a little pains, one can make them understand by imbeciles. Besides, they do not demand a great expenditure of judgment nor intervention. Does it require these, for instance, to turn a handle? Evidently not. One might have supposed that the capacity for effort is distinct, independent of the intellectual level, and that the most stupid, the most limited being is therefore capable of effort. This would be an error, as we have just seen. Without attempting to explain anything, without even having the right to explain anything. Since we have not made a study of the intimate nature of effort, we shall simply say that effort depends upon intellectual level, and that for this reason it is denied to defectives. It is probable that in other pathological states, where the subjects are recognized as incapable of effort, the genesis of phenomena would be entirely different. A state of fatigue, for instance, may render the effort impossible or ineffectual. Recent descriptions have strongly insisted upon the relation of fatigue to the absence of effort. Let us admit it. But remember that these same facts may be explained in other cases in a quite different manner, and that the impossibility of effort may be a direct consequence of the lowering of the intellectual level. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Movements, Writing. After the psychogenesis of attention and of effort, let us attempt to enter into that of movement, or rather into one particular act, the very complicated act of writing. We may roughly conjecture that this act, in proportion as it is executed by persons more and more intelligent, will become more delicate, more precise, more comfortable to the end proposed. It is curious to find that, in working with a graded series of defectives, we obtain a series of handwritings more and more complex, which very much resemble those which can be obtained from a series of normal children of different ages. This is curious, and in practice it might be convenient for a diagnosis. If one is on doubt as to the intellectual level of an imbecile, if one supposes, for instance, that he could reply to questions, but that he does not reply because of a rebellious character, it would often be sufficient to slip a pencil into his hand and let him write, in order to judge. Someone, perhaps Requelio, said, "With 2 lines of a man's writing one could have him hung." We willingly add, with a line of writing we can establish the intellectual level even among those who do not know how to write. We will begin with the idiot, Voisin, who cannot pronounce a single word. We give him a sheet of white paper and a sharpened pencil. He takes the pencil, which he holds awkwardly in his right hand, but he has no hesitation in recognizing the sharpened end of the pencil, and he uses only that end. He immediately begins to scribble. He traces on the paper with an incredible activity, great curvilinear movements, employing not only his fingers, but his hand and even his forearm. As soon as he has finished, we give him another sheet of paper. He commences his work with the same animation and seems to take the greatest pleasure in it. A specimen of his scribbling is reproduced in our figure 10, which represents about 1/4 of the page scribbled over. At first sight there appears to be no plan, no directing idea in the scribbling, and one might attribute it to a blind play of some physical phenomenon. But by looking closely one can see a trace of adaptation. The movement, in spite of its extent, remains within the border furnished by the dimensions of the paper, and though occasionally the line crossed the border, Voisin never attempted to make lines on the table upon which the paper rested. Figure 10 is displayed on the page. Scribbling of the idiot Voisin on a large sheet of paper. Passing next to Low Grade Imbeciles, we place a pen in the hands of Denise, and we ask her to write upon the white paper. She traces no letter, no design, nothing but strokes all in the same direction, but without order. When her ink is exhausted, which soon happens, she finds the ink well, but dips her pen with so little attention that it frequently passes outside without her perceiving it. Figure 10 reproduces this elementary calligraphy. It is not the simplest that could be imagined. We have seen the scribbling of Voisin, which is still simpler, and besides, Voisin probably could not have used a pen. The lines of Denise are better organized. They more nearly resemble writing. Notice also that Denise does not cover one of her strokes by another as Voisin does. Note in passing that Denise can copy nothing. A circle had been traced on her paper which she had been asked to imitate, but, spite of a long insistence, nothing was obtained but little strokes, which she put like feet to the circle. Gentile, a low-grade imbecile, slightly superior to Denise, in that he pronounces more words, has also very rudimentary writing. With a great deal of satisfaction, he traces zigzag lines with a pencil, the point of which he had first put in his mouth. If a pen is given him, he makes the same design, holding the pen backwards and pushing upon the point, without ever taking more ink when the pen becomes dry. He continues thus his zigzag during a long time, although his pen traces no visible line. One might imagine that his zigzags are of the same rudimentary character as the sweeping lines of Voisin, but they differ by at least 2 characteristics. First, they are formed with short strokes, which are quite regular, and in the second place, they do not cover one another. The lines are made in any direction, but they do not cross each other. Figure 11 is displayed on the page, handwriting of Denise, low grade imbecile. With imbeciles, the middle grade, we obtain scribblings which more nearly resemble writing. Victor constantly carries about with him a solid notebook of 130 pages, which are methodically covered by horizontal lines of small zigzags, carefully made from left to right. Each page has at least some 30 of these little lines. They are in order, fairly parallel, and none overlapping. Figure 12 is displayed on the page, handwriting of Gentile, low-grade imbecile. He keeps within the edges of his paper. They are made with a pencil which is kept between the pages of the book. Every page bears in addition a circle traced by following the outline of a saw. We have begged and implored Victor to make us a present of his notebook, or of at least one page. He has refused with continued persistency. All that he has consented to do, in order to be agreeable to us, has been to make a copy of one of the pages upon a sheet of paper which we have furnished him. He traced the lines with the gravity of a minister of state. Figure 13 is displayed on the page, a page from the notebook of Victor, middle grade imbecile. His writing is much superior to that of Gentile, to which one should compare it, for the two are somewhat similar. In the first place, the lines traced by Victor are constantly parallel, like the lines of a manuscript, while those of Gentile are divergent and go in every direction. Besides, Victor is not limited to rudimentary zigzags. His seam-like letters, more or less well traced. E, U, and P can even be recognized. Figure 14 is displayed on the page, writing of Albert, a high-grade imbecile. He wished to write his name and a series of figures. Cretin is a young girl who belongs to the same degree of imbecility as Victor. She does not take to writing like Victor, but she consented to do something for us. Her writing is not unlike his, although it is more elegant and neater, and is also shaded. One can almost recognize the shapes of certain letters. As can be seen, we approach constantly nearer to writing. Denise, a high-grade imbecile, when asked to write, traces one after another the letters A, U, and N that can be easily recognized. One would say it was a page belonging to a school child learning to write. In the same way Albert traces figures or letters, here ends the history of illiterate writing. 1 degree more and we have specimens of normal writing. We have considered it worthwhile to publish with brief comments these graphisms of defectives, because they clearly show the evolution of the writing movement, which, as it becomes more and more organized, approaches the normal movement. But what is most remarkable in this series of graphisms is that it reveals to us a law of evolution which governs not only the movements, but still more the ideas. We are not yet able to fully understand that law, but we shall return to it later and formulate it as clearly as possible. When we treat of ideation, for the moment it is sufficient to say that it constitutes a transition from the vague to the definite. End of section 4. Section 5. The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. Intelligence and Perception. It is worth noting that idiots, who are not helpless, and who can walk, move about without colliding with the furniture, which proves that they are capable of perceiving distances and the direction of nearby objects. A psychologist may be astonished that processes so complex, so difficult to define as those of spatial perceptions, should be capable of organization in the nervous system of an idiot. This organization presupposes associations, sensations, comparisons, fine perceptions of differences and of resemblances. Think for a moment of the complicated physiology of the eye alone that is necessary to the perception of distance. There exists, therefore, a perceptive intelligence, which upon analysis is found to be very complicated, but which nevertheless may be developed among the lowest defectives, so low indeed that they do not understand the meaning of the simplest words. From all this we may draw a first conclusion. Since the intelligence of language is not developed in idiots, but only in imbeciles, we have here the proof that the acquisition of language is something very much more difficult than the intelligence of perception. This is not surprising, however, if one recalls that even animals have extremely fine perceptions. Dogs, for example, and carrier pigeons know so well the way to their home that a special sense of direction is often attributed to them. We are going to study this intelligence of perception among imbeciles, availing ourselves of their ability to speak. We shall employ a convenient and usual method, the investigation of the sensibility, although we realize that, in spite of its classic character, this method has serious faults. It transposes and alters the phenomena to be studied. In reality, we ask the subject to explain what he feels, and we force him to translate his state of sensibility into words. But this verbal translation cannot give us a faithful image of what that sensibility really is. In order to know what it is, one must let it live. We must, in other words, see what a subject does in the presence of a stimulus, and study the acts of adaptation which he executes in response to this stimulus. This is quite another thing. It may happen that a person plainly perceives some very slight stimulus, and that he is incapable of explaining it or even of giving an account of it. If the distinction which we have made seems subtle to those whose study has been limited to normal subjects, the study of the imbecile will quickly prove to them that this is a well-founded distinction. In the first place, some of these defectives are so low in intelligence that they understand nothing of what is asked of them. How can we explain to Denise that she must speak when we prick her, and must remain silent when we do not? She is anxious to please, but will reply at random, anything to be agreeable, even though a state of sensibility may be normal, which is by no means certain. Even high-grade imbeciles do not adapt themselves easily to investigations about their sensitivity. Let us recall the case of Albert, who is the gentlest, most differential, most docile imbecile that can be imagined. We begin by asking him to close his eyes. He obeys immediately, closing them with such energy that his face is all wrinkled. We graze the back of his hand with a penholder and ask if he feels our touch. He replies that he feels nothing. We continue increasing the force of the contacts, and Albert still continues to affirm that he feels nothing. Question: Do I touch you? Answer: Not at all. Question. What am I doing to you? Answer. Nothing. Is this insensibility? One might think so. It is, however, simply a misunderstanding, easy to produce with imbeciles. It is sufficient to open Albert's eyes and to let him see that we touch him to make his language change. Question. Well now. Answer. You are only using the head of a pin. Question. Do you feel it? Answer. A little. Now, his eyes once more closed, he responds exactly as the sensation is produced. He says, "You touch me," and adds when we ask it, the localization of the contact, and it is nearly correct. Question. But a little while ago, we touched you. Why did you say you felt nothing? Answer. I felt nothing. It is impossible to obtain from him any other explanation. We do not affirm that the difficulty is insurmountable, but it exists nevertheless, and it is well to be on one's guard so that errors may be avoided. Before every sensorial experiment, one must become master of the intelligence of his subject. Not only does an imbecile have trouble in understanding, but again, being very open to suggestion, he will often reply out of desire to please. One must therefore find experiments easy to understand and free from all suggestion. If successful, one perceives a very remarkable fact. This is a contrast between the weakness of the intelligence, which we call verbal and social, and the delicacy of perception. Albert, who knows his letters a little, easily lends himself to an examination of vision by means of optometrical scale. He indicates clearly at 5 meters, in the open air, 3 letters out of 7 presented, having the height of 7 millimeters. Below we give several quite characteristic cases. Take the experiment of weights and let us see what is the slightest perceptible difference. We use boxes weighing 10 grams, 11 grams, 12 grams, 13 grams, 14 grams, 15 grams. These boxes are alike and measure 24 millimeters. They do not rattle when they are shaken. We present the boxes in the following order. First series, 10 to 15, 10 to 14, 10 to 13, 10 to 12, 10 to 11. Second series, 15 to 10, 15 to 11, 15 to 12, 15 to 13, and 15 to 14. The two series present increasing difficulties, the second being the more difficult. For though the absolute differences of the boxes are equal, the relative differences are smaller. Each time the two boxes are presented in such a way that the subject does not perceive that one of them remains the same for all the presentations. For the perception of lengths of lines, there are pairs of lines placed end to end, traced in ink, that must be compared. These absolute length varies from 5 to 35 centimeters, and the difference varies from 0.5 to 0.1 centimeters. What is the difficulty of appreciation with the comparison of these lines and weights supposes? We shall take as a type a normal subject of 23 years, a cook whose social condition is consequently analogous to that of our hospital defectives. This young girl compares all the lines without an error, but finds certain pairs extremely difficult, and often repeats, "They certainly are alike, those lines." She goes over the series twice. In the test of the weights, she runs over both series twice also. She commits no error, but in one case she refuses to pass judgment, finding the difference too small to be perceived. She repeats the test is very difficult. The difference, 14 to 15 grams, seems to be her limit, because we presented to her 5 succeeding times, and out of 5 attempts she made 1 error and 1 refusal to pass judgment. During the whole operation, her attention was very good. We can therefore conclude from this experiment, which has been confirmed by many others, that a normal subject of moderate social condition, if not hurried, can, by a great effort of attention, succeed in making all these comparisons correctly, but only by paying strict attention and by not going beyond a certain limit, 15 to 14 grams, which causes her doubt, suspension of judgment, and even error. What do our defectives do? The manner in which they generally undertake the comparison of weights does not prepossess us in their favour. They show an awkwardness of judgment in handling and in comparing them which is very amusing. When the two boxes are handed them and they are asked which is the heavier, certain of them without weighing either put a finger upon one and say expressly, "This is the one that is heavier." Then naturally we explain that they must weigh the boxes before judging them. They obey, but let us examine their manner of weighing. In the first place, there are those who seem to notice the weight less than the form. Denise, middle grade imbecile, looks curiously at the boxes, turns them over, and has more the appearance of measuring their size and seeing which is the heavier. Others often raise only one box, and that suffices them for deciding that it is heavier than the other. Albert has a manner all his own for weighing, which is to put the boxes side by side in the same hand extended flat. It is not impossible, we have ourselves verified it, to appreciate thus a difference of weight, and this manoeuvre does not facilitate the comparison. Far from it. One might therefore conclude that our defectives have a very poor perception of weight. This is an error. We shall see that nothing is so curious as the contrast between the awkwardness in adapting themselves to a new experiment and the cleverness that certain ones of them show for the perception of very fine differences. Let us note the imbecile Docile. He has truly remarkable skill in discovering slight differences. We bade him go twice over the first and second series described above. In 23 comparisons he made but 6 errors, of which 3 were spontaneously corrected by him and should be eliminated. There remain 3 errors, made on the couples 10-11, 10-14, and 10-15, 2 of which are among the easier series, which proves that his was an error of pure inattention, since it was not dependent upon the smallness of the difference to be perceived. This subject, by the way, is very inattentive, and we should not have expected much delicacy in perception in him. This delicacy is equal to that of a normal subject. This is an unexpected, almost unbelievable fact. Is it unique? No. The same observation applies to Albert. He was not submitted to exactly the same procedure as Docile. We contented ourselves with making some tests with the weights 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, presented in pairs so that the absolute difference was 1, 2, 3, or 4 grams. We took no account of the relative difference. Below we sum up the results given by Albert. A small table is displayed on the page, with 2 columns, difference of weights, and the number of true perceptions in 10 trials. Each time Albert gave the weight, putting his finger decisively and unhesitatingly on the box which seems to him the heavier. It can be seen that he was able to perceive a difference of 2 grams when the weights varied between 10 and 15. This is a little below normal, but considering his intellectual level, the result is altogether remarkable. Let us now pass to the comparison of lines, remembering that they are traced in the continuation one of the other, and that they occupy in consequence the right and the left of a white page, and that all are contained in a copybook. Albert, after explanation, acted as though he perceived no differences, even the greatest. He was successively shown the 10 pairs. First he indicated the line on the right as the longer, then for the 9 other pairs he indicated constantly the line on the left. It is evident that his attention is not awakened, and that he responds mechanically. We explain to him his error. We tell him that he must not always point to the same side, that sometimes the longer line is on the one side and sometimes on the other. He must look every time. After this explanation, he solemnly points 10 times in succession to the lines on the right. New explanations are given. We urge him sharply to compare. Again Albert shows constantly the line on the right, and he is seized with automatism. Nothing can be done. We were more fortunate with Beauvisage, who is an imbecile of the same grade as Albert. Out of 21 presentations, she made only 3 errors. This implies a truly remarkable accuracy of perception. Later, when we wished to repeat the experiment, some obstacle had intervened. Was it that Beauvisage was fatigued, or indisposed or distracted by some circumstance which escaped us? We do not know. Whatever the cause, she was the victim of the same automatism on the right side as that we had observed with Albert. During 20 presentations of pairs of lines, she indicated constantly those to the right. It is curious to see such stupidity mingled with such fineness of perception. Imbecility never abdicates. In proportion as we take subjects of higher mentality, so much nearer do we approach normality. Griffin, a moron, shows a certain delicacy in the perception of slight differences of weights. He does each of our 2 series twice, and fails only on the single difference 14 of 15, exactly like our normal subject. All this goes to show that in the experiments made upon the perceptions of defectives, in order to estimate truly, one must recognize two sorts of phenomena which manifest themselves at the same time and complicate the situation on the other hand, the perceptions, and, on the other, inattention and automatism. We must make a distinction between the perception and the disturbing element, as one separates the precious almond from the bitter shell. If one succeeds in doing this, he perceives that, in all grades of defectiveness, the fineness of perception equals, or nearly equals, that of the normal individual. Why is the intelligence of perception among defectives almost equal to that of normals? This is a question easily asked but not easily answered. Darwin's theory furnishes something of a solution. The necessities of adaptation and the struggle for existence have produced this useful result. For all to live, it was necessary that every being should know the surroundings to which he tried to adapt himself. Otherwise he would succumb and disappear. But this solution is a very vague explanation and certainly cannot satisfy a psychologist who is amazed at the striking contrast between the intellectual level of the defective and the acuteness of his perceptions. We have ourselves proved, as anyone may prove for himself, how difficult it is to distinguish between 13 grams and 15 grams, and especially 14 grams and 15 grams. One is perplexed and lacks confidence in the accuracy of his own judgment. One cannot help asking how this imbecile, who cannot even count the number of his fingers, masters the difficult operation of comparison of weights. We reply with this hypothesis. The perception of a difference of 1 at 15 between two weights is a difficult operation, but it is also a simple operation. It consists, properly speaking, in feeling and recognizing a slight elementary sensation. There is no need of superior processes, of critical sense, or of judgment. It requires only that one be attentive for a moment, and that every other idea be dropped and the attention centered on the sensation, which one seizes as it passes. The proof of this is that our normal subjects oftentimes say, "I dare not keep on testing the weights or I become bewildered." In other words, intelligence is not necessary, and one who is limited to sensation and attention does better. This is why an imbecile who does not reflect nor try the weights succeeds so well. In any case, whether our interpretation be true or false, there still remains this important fact observed years ago by us among children, that the intelligence of perception does not undergo any evolution comparable to that of the attention, of effort, or of language. It is much more precocious. One is surprised to learn that an imbecile, so inferior in swiftness of action, in repetition of figures, in holding himself motionless, in squeezing a dynamometer, in short, in all experiments requiring effort, succeeds in the exact comparison of lines and weights which seems to us normals very difficult. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6. The Sense of Pain. The study of the sensibility to pain is still more difficult than that of general or special sensibility. Pain is more closely related to the personality than all other sensibilities. The individual is not indifferent to it, as to weak sensations of sight and touch. Pain provokes more vivid feelings of apprehension, fear, anger, or even courage, or bravado, through vanity, and all this contributes to form a special attitude to the subject in regard to suffering. There is therefore a distinction to be made between pain and the personal attitude. When we study normals, they reply to our questions, and can more or less give us an idea of their feelings, but this is not the case with idiots or imbeciles. Let us first speak of what we have observed among idiots. If one suddenly pinches the skin of the arm, he quickly draws it back, often uttering a little cry, and draws back again if we attempt to repeat the experiment. This is a natural reaction, like that of an animal whose tail has been stepped upon. This reaction in the idiot is not hidden by a peculiar mentality, determining him to take an attitude of bravado. In this respect, the reaction is very instructive in its brevity. Let us go farther, replacing this mild excitation of pinching by an extremely painful one, that of burning. If we bring a lighted match near to the nose or the hand of most idiots, what happens? Either they allow themselves to be burned without doing anything, or they scarcely react to the pain. In any case, their reactions compared to those of a normal whose nose one attempts to burn are extremely moderate. What is the cause of this difference? We see several possible causes. 1. The brain of the idiot is a diseased brain. It presents lesions in keeping with the symptoms of paralysis and contraction which one encounters in the limbs. It is possible that the idiot presents zones of analgesia, and that we have stumbled unintentionally upon one of these zones. The analgesia would explain the weakness of their reaction. Evidently this is possible, but scarcely probable, because in our multitude of experiments upon different subjects, we always obtain similar results without a single exception. It is not probable that we always by chance encounter a zone of analgesia. 2. The idiot assumes the attitude of courage. He does not react because he controls himself. This interpretation seems to us still more improbable. An idiot is not sufficiently intelligent, we think, to assume such a complicated attitude. This is not even worthy of discussion. 3. Pain is not simply a physical sensation. It is reinforced by moral reverberation. Physical pain calls up fear, disquietude, the image of great danger, and it is all this contribution of the imagination and of the feelings which gave to a painful sensation its enormous volume. Suppose, as an hypothesis, that the mental reinforcement of pain be suppressed in an individual. Would not such an individual be rendered almost insensible to pain? And would this not be the case with idiots, who are intellectually inert, incapable of anxiety, or of an active imagination which exaggerates the pain? This last hypothesis seems to us good as far as it goes, and it must have its part in the total explanation. The pain felt by an idiot must evidently be insignificant. But let us not exaggerate. There are cases where, without psychic reinforcement, a pain is intolerable. Let one attempt to burn the end of his nose with a lighted match, and he will be quickly convinced. Animals react with great force to pain of this kind without needing the aid of imagination. We believe certainly that idiots are less sensitive than animals. They feel pain, but the weakness of their reactions indicates slight development of the sense of pain. They show at the same time poverty of imagination and poverty of the sense of pain. Let us pass on to imbeciles. We have tested 4 of these: Denise, Cretin, Albert, Griffin. If one were satisfied with the first results, one would be led to conclude that the sensibility to pain in Denise and Albert is extremely weak, or that of Cretin is on the contrary exaggerated. The facts, however, require a closer study, by which it will be seen that the solution is much more complex. The present study has no other purpose than to show the difficulty of investigation and to analyze certain attitudes of our subjects. Let us take first Denise, a low-grade imbecile. We turn back her sleeve, to which she makes no resistance, and even aids us in so doing. We then roughly pinch her skin. She cries out, evidently a cry of pain, jerks her arm away, and moves away from us. Immediately we call her back. She comes running and again aids us with much interest to lift her sleeve, and allows herself to be pinched. She utters a cry of pain and moves away. Has she then forgotten the first experience, since she is so willing for the second? We begin again. She comes running to our call, showing the same interest. She laughs and repeats comically with her mimicry the gesture which we had made in calling her to us. For the third time she lifts her sleeve, with the same willingness, not offering to protect herself, seemingly not to suspect the least in the world that she is going to receive a painful sensation. The pinching takes place. She cries out and moves away. This is very curious, we admit, very obscure. What is it that happens in that little brain? We have made the test as many as 10 times, and Denise always comes back eagerly, with the same laugh, offering her arm to the slight pain of pinching. A mystic would not march more bravely to martyrdom, but here there can be no question of courage or of vanity put forth to brave suffering. Denise is too gay, too laughing when she comes running, for one to suppose for an instant that she is using any voluntary effort of control. In that case, she would have a different expression. Can one say she is analgesic? It is possible, at least in part, because we have plunged her hand in very hot water, and we ourselves were forced to draw it out to prevent serious burning. Moreover, she has so little fear of flame that she scarcely draws back when a lighted match comes in contact with her nose, and even allows herself to be burned without a word. On the other hand, her little cry of being pinched shows us that she has a certain amount of sensibility to pain. One can also suppose that her lack of apprehension comes from her inability to imagine in advance the pain of pinching which is to be inflicted upon her. She foresees the pinching but not the pain. It must be the memory of the pain that is lacking. All these explanations are possible, and we even believe that all of them contain a part of the truth. One must also take into account the childish character of Denise. She attaches importance to nothing. She allows herself to be easily distracted. Her joyous nature has the same result as an attitude of bravery. It covers the perception of pain and prevents its realization. To resume, our conclusion is here almost the same as with the idiot. Weakness of the sense of pain, weakness of the mental reverberation. There is also a third influencing circumstance, the gay and careless character of Denise. Cretin, middle grade imbecile, behaved altogether differently. In order to learn her sensibility to pain, we raised her sleeve, slightly pinching her arm. At first she seemed amused and smiled, and indeed it was her first smile that day. Then when we attempted a second time to pinch her, she defended herself, drawing back her arm vigorously. We seized her wrist without, however, causing her pain. It was nevertheless the beginning of the contest. The child began to cry loudly and to sob, hiding her face behind her sleeve. At the end of several seconds the sobs stopped of themselves. We gave her a sou, which she eagerly took and pocketed, but in spite of the gift her sullen attitude only increased. She stood up and insisted upon leaving us, repeating several times, "Me go." Question, where? Answer, eat. Question, eat what? Answer, they are eating. Question, you are going to eat? Answer, yes, it is time. Question, but stay just a minute. Are you afraid of us? Answer, I go eat. While giving these pretexts, she was gradually nearing the door, undoubtedly desiring to open it, but not daring to put her hand on the knob. Finally, we opened it ourselves, and she left eagerly, almost running. The explanation must differ from that which she gave for Denise. The sensibility to pain undoubtedly exists, but there is added to it a mental reverberation that is lacking in Denise. That is fear. Cretin was really afraid of us. Note also the element of aversion. Not only was she afraid of us, but she disliked us. Let us conclude with Albert, the most intelligent of our imbeciles. Raising his sleeve without giving him much warning, we pinch him sharply or prick him with a pin in a way to produce what would be a real pain to a normal person. We ask him, question, what was done to you? Answer, you pricked me. Question, tell us when it pains you. Fresh pricking, very pronounced. Answer, in a quiet voice, I feel that. Question, but does it pain you? Answer, yes. Albert is so little annoyed that he holds out his arm for us to continue. Our prickings which bleed do not even call out a cry. We make him plunge his index finger in water so hot as to be intolerable. He does not even wink. He holds his finger plunged a full minute in boiling water. For fear of serious results, we are obliged to intervene, drawing out his finger, which is a vivid red. His countenance is unmoved. The smile is still there upon his thick lips. Question, is it hot? Answer, I feel nothing. Bade to try again, he does so without hesitation, plunging his finger once more into the water. Again we are obliged to draw it out. Taking our turn, we plunge our own finger before him in the boiling water, making gestures of pain to influence him. But this mimicry scarcely moves him, and does not act well as a suggestion. Invited to begin again, he shows no hesitation, leaving his finger in the water until we draw it out. If a lighted match is brought close to his nose or eyes, he draws back a little, but very slowly, although he feels the pain. We could easily burn him seriously if we were not more careful than he. How can we interpret this? It is complicated. We cannot ask for an explanation from Albert, because he would always agree with us. We suppose that he really feels the pain, although doubtless not so much as a normal person. He does not, however, possess great fear, no quivering ideas of apprehension. Consequently, we believe he assumes an attitude of bravery, which is quite possible, since it dominates a sensibility which is not at all exaggerated. A last example, it is the Moron, Griffin, upon whom we now experiment. He is seated before us, both elbows on the table, and we begin to speak in indifferent things. Without warning, we reach out and pinch him severely. He utters a slight cry and tries to draw back his arm. Since he is very docile, however, and since he sees that we have a very serious attitude, he replaces his arm, and seeing us take a pin to prick him, he voluntarily submits to this attempt, enduring without winking the pain of scratching him with the pin. It is evident that which Griffin, the same as Albert, this is the result of an attitude of bravery, because he first gave a cry and now remains impassive. Two conclusions result from this. First, that an attitude of fear or bravery, depending upon the character of the subject, always cooperates more or less with an experiment upon pain, and may completely disguise the reactions to such sensibility. This is an undeniable conclusion, which our imbeciles have clearly demonstrated. As to the state of the sensibility to pain, it is much more difficult to fix with precision, but we willingly admit that imbeciles have generally a certain obtuseness. This second conclusion has been verified by many different experiments upon school children. We have proved conclusively, according to different authors, that the threshold of sensibility to pain in the most intelligent pupils is lower than in the least intelligent. In other words, to provoke in them a minimum of pain requires a slighter pressure. This finding, compared with that which we have made upon our imbeciles, clearly shows that the sensibility to pain develops with the intelligence. By pain we must here understand not only a sensation localized and appreciated in its intensity, but also all the psychic reverberations of this pain, the ideas and emotions it provokes, which increase it like an avalanche. In truth, the highest intelligences have more merit of being courageous than grosser natures. They are, in fact, braver, though not by absence of fear, but by obtuseness of the sensibilities, but by domination over a delicate sensibility, as in the case, for instance, of Turin. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7. The Association of Ideas Among the Feeble-Minded. Our object is to discover how association of ideas among defectives is formed, and if the mechanism of the production of ideas presents in them any particular traits worthy of psychological consideration. The procedure to be followed has been described by several authors who have made only slight changes, which, however, were quite necessary. Here is the ordinary instruction given to our subjects. We are going to say a word, and for every word you hear, you are to say one, but the word that you say must not be the same as ours. Ordinarily, the directions are more precise. The word is required to be in relation with the word of the experimenter, but we cannot make this recommendation. Our imbeciles would not understand it. The young cook of 23, whom we have taken as a normal subject for comparison, is very much embarrassed by the vagueness of the instructions. The young woman was constantly annoyed and dissatisfied with her replies, asking us what she ought to say, and if her words ought to relate to those given by us or not. And certainly she was quite right in asking. Her distress showed clearly the ambiguous character of the test. Of course, we did not reply to any of her questions. We made the experiment without explaining anything, and we give below the results. The times are extremely variable, between a minimum of 2 seconds and a maximum of 18. The median value, which is here much better than the average, is 5.5 seconds. The words that she gives are in the most diverse relation to the stimulus words, but all obeyed the fundamental law of completing the sense. Sometimes it might be a definition: serpent, a creature that stings, or an effect: shoe, for walking; water, refreshment; sun, warmth; garden, pleasure; paper, to write; or the whole suggested by the part: nose, face; hair, woman; or supplementary connection: hat, coquetry. Sometimes a familiar association: knife, bread. This logical evocation, which was in no way demanded of her, however, proves that logic is easier to follow than chance, just as a worn path is easier to follow than a direct course over the fields. We consider it worthwhile to give this series of replies as a standard, although necessarily it bears a stamp of individuality and does not present so general a bearing as one could desire. A table is displayed on the page, with stimulus words, time, and reaction. Singer, 14 seconds. Actor, after a moment of embarrassment. I run, 18 seconds. The beautiful path. Revolt, 5 seconds. War. Hat, 4 seconds. Coquetry. Bottle, 7 seconds. Liquid. Picture, 6 seconds. Landscape. Moustache, 7 seconds. Chinaman. Knife, 6 seconds. Bread. Paper, 6 seconds. Right. Hair, 9 seconds. Woman. Red, 4 seconds. Flag. Dog, 2 seconds. 4 feet. Rain, 8 seconds. Bad weather. Water, 4 seconds. Refreshment. Garden, 3 seconds. Pleasure. Omelette, 3.5 seconds. Food. Shoe, 4 seconds. For walking. Syrup, 4 seconds. Sweetened liquids. Tobacco, 5 seconds. It is dried leaves. The nose, 2.5 seconds. Face. Sausage, 9 seconds. Food. The sun, 4 seconds. Warmth. Soldier, 4 seconds. Army. Newspaper, 2 seconds. Reading. Serpent, 7 seconds. A creature that stings. Misery, 5 seconds. The opposite of luxury. Justice, 17 seconds. To give what is right. Virtue, 11 seconds. It is equality. Snow, 5 seconds. Rain. Handkerchief, 7 seconds. Cloth. Maximum time, 18 seconds. Minimum time, 2 seconds. Median time, 5.5 seconds. Our defectives are distinguished from normals by many characteristics. First of all, by their general attitude. We have said that our normal subject was troubled and felt quite embarrassed. This embarrassment, so characteristic of a normal person who is a novice, was not in the least shared by our imbeciles, who showed the greatest serenity and evident satisfaction in all their replies. All began by simply repeating the stimulus word. If no observation had been made to them, they would have continued the repetition, which has no interest whatsoever. It is curious, but it is not peculiar to defectives. We have sometimes encountered normals in previous experiments who with good faith repeated the stimulus word without adding anything, and who did not perceive the absurdity of this repetition. We intervene after a certain time and urge our defectives to use a different word from the one pronounced by us. Sometimes it is necessary to insist quite a little in order to break up this habit. Some are embarrassed. They do not know what to say. For a time they are satisfied to repeat the words which they have already used at the beginning of the experiment, but this stock is soon exhausted, and they must draw new words from their imagination. The words they find vary greatly and depend upon their mental level. Let us first mention a high-grade imbecile girl, Duguette, who resorted to a singular expedient. After having passed the preliminary period of repetition, which we have just described, she recites words which have no relation with ours, and which probably she prepared beforehand. It can easily be seen because she always chooses from the same category of objects, either the names of garments or the names of objects present before her. She seems to have hesitated a little before following this direction, but it becomes evident towards the last, and the reaction times are very short, which is proof that she has prepared the words of reply. Singer, 3 seconds. Singer. I run, 1 second. I run. Revolt, 2 seconds. Revolt. Hat, 8 seconds. Hat. New explanations are given so that the subject may lose the habit of repeating. Bottle, 35 seconds. Don't know, the table. Picture, 4 seconds. Chair. Moustache, 4 seconds. Bottle. Knife, 4 seconds. Plate. Paper, 4 seconds. Fork. Hair, 3 seconds. Knife. Red, 5 seconds. Spoon. Dog, 5 seconds. Carafe. Rain, 4 seconds. Umbrella. Water, 4 seconds. A boat. Garden, 5 seconds. Dress. Omelette, 8 seconds. Light. Shoe, 3 seconds. Carpet. Syrup, 4 seconds. On the floor. Tobacco, 1.5 seconds. Hat. Sausage, 1 second. A bed. Sun, 16 seconds. Hat. Soldier, 2 seconds. Dress. Newspaper, 2 seconds. Apron. Serpent, 6 seconds. Bootmaker. Misery, 1 second. Stockings. Justice, 2 seconds. Slipper. Virtue, 1 second. Carpet. The snow, 2 seconds. The door. Handkerchief, 3 seconds. Square. Maximum time, 35 seconds. Minimum time, 1 second. Medium time, 3.5 seconds. From time to time, e.g., rain and water, a slight associative influence let itself be felt, but more often there is no connection, as is seen with such couples as Misery. Stockings, Justice, Slipper. This absence of relation is quite characteristic. A normal would never think of replying thus, for he would realize that it rendered the experiment quite useless. At least, he would not unless as a result of an attitude of mockery. In the case of Duguet, the result proves the weakness of the association of the words. The word pronounced by us does not stand out because she is looking for another. The times are shorter than those of a normal, but we have explained the reason. A middle grade imbecile, Victor, shows a formal transition. He commences like Duguet, by giving words without bearing upon them pronounced. Then, beginning with the word tobacco, he changes his tactics. The associative influence of the words makes itself felt. Singer, 3 seconds, singer. I run, 3 seconds, I run. Revolt, 3 seconds, revolt. Hat, 0 seconds, hat, a cap. We urge him not to repeat the word that we have said, but to find another. A table is displayed on the page. Stimulus words, time and reaction. Bottle, 7 seconds. Belt to put around the body. Picture, 6 seconds. Table, girdle, cravat. Moustache, 4 seconds. Mouse, a watch. Knife, 5 seconds. Knife put in the post. Paper, 5 seconds. Socks. Hair, 7 seconds. Cravat. Red, 4 seconds. Shirt. Dog, 5 seconds. Socks, nightshirt. Rain, 5 seconds. Nightshirt. Water, 5 seconds. Drawers. Garden, 4 seconds. A spade. Omelette, 5 seconds. A wheelbarrow to gather dirt. Shoe, 5 seconds. Spade to dig. Syrup, 4 seconds. Rake to gather dirt. Tobacco, 4 seconds. Tobacco to smoke in a pipe. The nose, 4 seconds. To put tobacco in his pipe. Sausage, 0 seconds. Sausage to light the pipe and tinder to light the pipe. The sun, 4 seconds. The sun to set up there. Soldier, 4 seconds. I was never a soldier. Newspaper, 4 seconds. Newspaper to read the newspaper in bed. Serpent, 4 seconds. Siphon. Misery, 2 seconds. Misery, yes. Make sorrowful countenance. Justice, 4 seconds. Just for saving, he means for the saving bank. Virtue, 8 seconds. To put on ground, to eat in summer. Understood, lettuce, similar to sound in French. Virtue latir. Snow, 4 seconds. The snow, to fall on the world. Handkerchief, 4 seconds. To blow, gesture. Maximum time, 8 seconds. Minimum time, 2 seconds. Median time, 4 seconds. Victor's times are shorter than those of our normal, 4 seconds instead of 5.5 seconds. One might remark that the nature of his associations does not consist in grouping beside the spoken word, a word having an entirely different sense. For instance, red, black, sun, moon, etc. Victor rather tends to develop the idea given to him, but he naturally employs very elementary processes. With Albert, a high-grade imbecile, after the preliminary period of repetition, all at once there is produced the association of ideas. There are here veritable associations, with heterogeneity of the elements. Let the reader judge. A table is displayed on the page with stimulus words, time and reaction. Singer, singer. I run, revolt, revolt. Hat, hat. Bottle, hat. Picture, bottle. Moustache, 12 seconds. Cravat. Knife, 5 seconds. Fork. Paper, 10 seconds. Picture. Hair, 9 seconds. The head. Red, 9 seconds. White. Dog, 5 seconds. Cat. Rain, Ricien. Water, 13 seconds. The Cien. Garden, 30 seconds. There are flowers. Omelette, 5 seconds. Some eggs. Shoe, 5 seconds. Eggs. Syrup, 5 seconds. Cod liver oil. Tobacco, 5 seconds. Cigarette. The nose, needles. Probably understood. Thimble. Le nez l'été. Sausage, 8 seconds. Pudding. The sun, 5 seconds. The moon. Soldier, 5 seconds. Military. Newspaper, 35 seconds. Magazine. Serpent, 5 seconds. Serp, pruning hook. Misery, 50 seconds. Anger. Justice, the justice. Virtue, don't know what to say. The snow it falls, the snow. Handkerchief, 20 seconds. To blow one's nose. Maximum time, 50 seconds. Minimum time, 5 seconds. Median time, 8 seconds. Albert's times are longer. The associations of such ordinary character are rather so elementary that one might have foreseen many of them. We have here results that do not seem to us clearly subnormal. An experimenter who was not forewarned might have attributed them to a normal. We will finish with the association ideas of Griffin, a moron. These seem to us to be of an absolutely normal level, except for one or two in properties, or term, or of thought. The table is displayed on the page, stimulus words, time, and reaction. Singer, 3 seconds, singer. I run, 5 seconds, to walk. Revolt, 6 seconds, someone who jostles. Hat, 7 seconds, hatter. Bottle, 7 seconds, broken glass. Picture, 3 seconds, images which represent landscapes. Moustache, 6 seconds, a man who has a moustache. Knife, 12 seconds, which is made with a wooden handle. Paper, 7 seconds, it is made with rags from the factory. Hair, 7 seconds, which is on the head of a man. Red, 13 seconds, a cloth that is red. Dog, 6 seconds, an animal that is cross. Rain, 3 seconds, that falls on the earth. Water, 7 seconds, which is found in springs. Garden, which is found in the fields. Omelette, 3 seconds, which is made of eggs. Shoe, 7 seconds, which is made of leather. Syrup, 5 seconds, which is made in factories. Tobacco, 7 seconds, which is made with tobacco from the Caroline Islands. The nose, 7 seconds, which is above the chin. Sausage, 7 seconds, which is made with fat of pork. The sun, 10 seconds, which makes the earth go. Soldier, 10 seconds, represents the earth. Newspaper, 5 seconds, which is made in the printing shop. Serpent, 6 seconds, which is found in the fields. Misery, 2 seconds, a man who is unhappy. Virtue, 8 seconds, a man who is good. The snow, 3 seconds, that falls on the earth. Handkerchief, 6 seconds, which is made with rags. Maximum time, 13 seconds, minimum time, 2 seconds, median time, 7 seconds. The replies of Griffin have the form of appreciations, of judgment, of definitions, much more than true associations. The times are quite long. Let us sum up now what these experiments upon the association of ideas have taught us. The difference between the defective and the normal is seen constantly in the attitude taken, particularly in the beginning of the experiment. While the normal subject is embarrassed and protests that he does not know what is required of him, the imbecile and the moron adapt themselves at once to the instructions of the new experiment. There is in this uneasiness at the beginning a mental state of higher order, which unfortunately cannot be written down with the replies of the subject, and which, so to speak, evaporates. It is a pity, for it forms the most characteristic difference. The length of the reaction times is also very significant. If we take the median times, we can see they are very much shorter with the defectives who are of low level, or who give reactions of an inferior quality. Let us put these median times into a series. We have 3.5 seconds to 4 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. This series is too short for us to be able to interpret it safely. We venture, however, to conclude from it that the time depends upon the more or less elementary character of the reaction, and that, considered separately, the reaction time signifies nothing more than the time required to do a certain problem, when we are not told in what the problem consists. Let us add that similar studies upon 8 normal school children, aged from 10 to 12 years, have furnished us with the following median times, which represent each about 30 association experiments. 4 seconds, 5.3 seconds, 5.7 seconds, 6.7 seconds, 7.3 seconds, 7.5 seconds, 12.1 seconds, 19 seconds, of which the median would be 7. This is a new argument to demonstrate that the association times are longer with normals than with imbeciles, without doubt because the former have more ideas to choose from. From this we can draw the following important conclusion in regard to the ideation of the imbecile. When a normal reflects upon something, he does not content himself with evoking an image, but he has an end towards which he tends, and he tries to adjust his images to this end. And for this adjustment he chooses among his images, he seeks for, he rejects, and he retains. This work of selection is one in which the intelligence of the agent manifests itself. When asked to say a word after the word pronounced, he seeks more or less to find a suitable word. This causes frequent embarrassment and often rather long times before replying. With imbeciles, the work of ideation seems to be much more simple. The imbecile probably says the first word that comes to his mind. At all events, if he rejects certain words as inappropriate, this work of selection is very short, very restricted. He does not possess much choice of words. He is not embarrassed, and consequently the work is more elementary, more rapid. If one gave a prize for rapidity, it is the imbeciles who would win. As to the nature of the associations, it is evident that it can serve to distinguish only extremely low defectives like Victor and Duguet. We have seen that with them that which we have called the associative action of words does not take place for some time, but with Albert and with Griffin the associations formed present nothing peculiar, that is to have no fixed relation to deficiency. One can conclude from this that it is not by the word of the inner language that the defective is differentiated from the normal. It is by the sentence rather than by the word, by the thought rather than by the image, by the organization rather than by the nature of the elements which are to be organized. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. The Activity of the Intelligence Distinguished from the Level of the Intelligence. The purpose of this short chapter is to point out an error, or rather to note a necessary distinction which is often unrecognized, the distinction between the intellectual activity and the intellectual level. Ordinarily, the two are confounded. One imagines that the activity and the level are on a par, and that a being who has an active intelligence, one who talks much and who has many ideas, is an intelligent being. Observations made upon defectives will throw light upon this point. In general, imbeciles have a sluggish intelligence, and the conversation which one can hold with them is extremely flat. They have nothing to say, nothing to relate. They can imagine nothing, and hence are very brief. For instance, there is Albert, a high-grade imbecile, of whom we have already spoken. Let us converse with him and examine his remarks, which show an extreme poverty of ideas. The first time we saw him, the following dialogue took place between us. Question. What is your name? Answer. Albert Ernest. How old are you? 26 years old. Why were you sent to this institution? You see, my sister had a dispute with my brother-in-law. She preferred to put me away. Why did your sister dispute thus with your brother-in-law? Because he is a man who drinks. Ah, and then? He did not want me with him. Truly? And yet I did all the work. What did he say to make you leave? Dreadful words. He even went and said at the prefecture I was full of lice. Information obtained showed us that the brother-in-law drank and had several times been locked up as an alcoholic. Albert's sister is now getting a divorce from her husband. It is easy to understand how it happened. Albert up to that time had been kept by his family. Dissension had arisen. Pecuniary difficulties followed, and the imbecile could no longer remain in their charge. Figure 15 is displayed on the page. Albert, high-grade imbecile, 26 years old, mental level of child of 7. What was your trade? My trade was to work in the market in the morning. I loaded the wagons. Were you strong? Very strong. How much did you make at the market? 20 sous a day, and the customers gave me tips. How much money did you get for tips? 14 sous. Altogether, how much did you make? In all, 29 sous. What did you do with the money? I gave it to my sister. Why did you give it to her? With some emphasis. Because it was my duty. But everyone does not give his money to his sister. Not everybody. What persons do it? It's those who get married, those who drink too much, who spend their money. You were getting married? No. We learned that Albert willingly got up early in the morning to go to the market. He was very fond of his work. He quarrelled with no one unless it was with his brother-in-law, whom he could not endure. He took long trips through the streets and found his way easily enough. He could go out alone without casting any trouble, because he did not take up with people whom he did not know. In a word, a very good subject, very affectionate, very gentle. He wept at the death of his mother, who had recently occurred. But his sorrow did not last long. He was careful of his person, even foppish, for he liked to be well dressed. He often carried flowers to the women living in the same house as himself. We said to him jokingly that he ought to marry. The idea pleased him. He had chosen many women, to whom he made love platonically, with flowers and bouquets. From what country are you? From the Batignolles, a quarter of Paris. Is that a city, Batignolles? Yes. In which city? It is a city of Marseilles. Yes, but When one is in Batignolles, one can say, I am English. I am Parisian. I am not English. What is the date of your birth? Ah, I do not know. When did you come here? Yesterday. Correct. What day is today? Wednesday. Correct. And what was yesterday? Tuesday. And tomorrow? Thursday. How many days in a week? 5 days. Is it morning or afternoon? Afternoon. Correct. Why? Because it is afternoon. What year is it? The month of April. But the year? I do not know. What is the name of the President of the Republic? Ah, I do not know. You have been to school? Yes, in the street the Arbre Sec. And what does your father do? My father had a butcher shop in Paris, Rue de Jouer. Who has his shop now? A man who used to work in the shop. And your mother? She was a tradeswoman. It is my sister who had the medal. You have brothers? Ah, my brothers are dead. But you're not dead, even if you have come into the world. Ah, no, monsieur. Does everyone die? Yes. How is one when he is dead? One never comes back. And God, where is he? He is in heaven. Does he concern himself about us? It is on him that we call. How is that? It is our soul that calls us. Ah, where is our soul? Our souls, that is where our heart is. It is our soul that speaks. He replies neither rapidly nor slowly, and we would not have noted the quickness of his responses if we had not needed to take it as a basis for comparison with other subjects. Let us examine his verbal spontaneity. It is weak. He can only find a few words by himself. After a long absence on our part, we saw him again. What have you done, my friend, in this long time since I have had the pleasure of seeing you? I have swept. And then? And then I cleaned the tiles in the hall. And then? And then I began again after breakfast. And then? I don't know. And yesterday? What did you do yesterday? Tell me about it. Give me the details. Yesterday I swept too. And then? And then when I had finished sweeping, they sent me to the garden. Jardin. He meant the intendant, gardien. And then? Ah, I don't know. It is impossible to obtain any other explanation. If this imbecile had been the only witness of a complicated scene, and one wished to know what had happened, it would have been terribly difficult to find out. One day Albert came to us with a blue kitchen apron knotted around his waist. We feigned amazement. Why have you that apron around your waist? With a stupid smile. I'm a plunger. You bathe, do you? Is there a basin of water that you plunge into? No, I wash the dishes. He is very proud of this new duty, and we assured that since he has filled it, he carries his head differently. But it is impossible to make him express this feeling or anything analogous to it. You like to wash the dishes? Yes. Well, tell us about it. Say something. I don't know what to say. Another time we succeeded in making him tell a story of his own invention. It was the first time that we had ever done it, and we suppose that we owe the story to his extreme docility. Here it is, literally reproduced. A dog, a white dog, that I took to walk in the woods, that ran after the rabbits. The dog got away from my hands and I lost him in the woods. The rabbit came and found me and asked me how it happened that I had the rabbit. It was my dog that caught it. I go home with the rabbit. My relatives ask me how I came by it. I tell them that my dog caught it, and I was almost arrested by a policeman. My relatives told me that I ought not to have done it. Is that a made-up story? Yes. Someone told it to you, or have you told it before? No, nobody, because I saw it in a picture. It is evident from the turn of the sentences, the foundation of the story, and the final conclusion, that this is the story of a child. Contrast this with a loquacious imbecile, Cabusel, a big jovial fellow, 1.685 meters, 76.4 inches in height, with the little head of a child of 7 years. He has very brilliant black eyes and a great black moustache, which he smooths and combs from time to time with the greatest care. The moment he is spoken to, one is struck by his loquacity. He talks so rapidly that we, who wish to record verbatim the replies of our imbeciles, were unable to follow him, and for the first time were obliged to employ a stenographer. Let us give a sample of his abundant conversation. What is your age? Me, monsieur? 28, the month of April. I belong to 79. You know how to read? Yes, monsieur. I can read and count money and everything, and I can do errands and everything. What is your business? Me, tailor. I work with my father. I know how to make overcoats, dress coats, jackets. I also carry the coal. I know politics too. When I go to get the paper, I see what is going on. He praises himself. He is a great braggart. Where are you at school? Rue Domet. Have you a certificate? Yes, monsieur. Absolutely false. Can you count? Yes, monsieur. I can do problems, subtractions, divisions. Right. One of us dictates. The pretty little girls have studied the flowers. He takes the pen, but does not write. I have 50 of them. Me. 50 what? 50 women. I had one 20 years old. Several rather loose remarks follow. A figure is displayed on the page. Figure 16. Docile, high grade imbecile of 28 years, very loquacious, level mental of a child of 7. Very well, but write what I dictate. The pretty little, with a smile. I don't know very well how to write. I haven't been in school much. You can at least write your name. I know how to write, me. He commenced to print some letters. I begin with a C. He writes his name. Write Papin, with a roguish air. That begins with a P. He tries but cannot write Papa, with a roguish air. That begins with a P. He tries but cannot write Papa. Paris, I can write that very well. He prints the word Paris. I know how to count. I wish I can count up to 100. Well, go ahead. Making a show, I begin with 1. He counts correctly up to 65. Then he says 65, 67, 68, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 100. He is well satisfied. And read? Can you read? He takes the newspaper that we hand him and follows the lines with his finger without saying anything. No, read out loud. How do you expect me to hear? With a coaxing smile, that is a little difficult. Spell out the letters. I learned the ABCs. Very well, spell. He spells and commits numerous errors. Besides, he skips the letters he does not know. Who is President of the Republic? Feeble-Minded, and before him was Loubet. And they say that when the one who is deputy at Javel is worth nothing at all, he had more than 1,000 firemen killed. He is an assassin, that man. It was like Casimir-Pierre. He did not stay long. He gave in his demision. Philosopher Felix Ferrer was poisoned, he was. He poisoned like that his friends. He made a good dinner with poison in it. How do you know that? It was in the Petit Journal. Note that he cannot read. You read it? Yes, yes. Who was Gambetta? He was a great man. Went in a balloon. Field of battle. And then Savoro died with a mechanican. He fell upon a place from 25 meters high. And then Santo Dumont took a bath in the sea. He was saved, he was. He is a good fellow. When he goes out, he gives pieces of 100 sous. He gets the clothes that are at the Mont-de-Pied, sheets, handkerchiefs, housekeeping things. It is he who does that. How did you know that? It is in the paper. That is well known. And Monsieur Thiers? Thiers? He was good for nothing, he was. He had everybody killed with paving stones in his carriage. He put them to the edge of the sword. How do you know that? I heard them talk at home. And Napoleon I. He was a good fellow, he was. He died at Cetelina in 1840. The defeat of Waterloo. I knew him, I did. I was in the Invalides as guard. As guard at the Invalides? What did you do there? I answered everybody's questions. What else? I said, don't touch, I'll hit your face. It is highly improbable that he was ever a guard at the Invalides. And Louis XIV? Louis XIV. He reigned a lot, he did. And Louis XV too. Louis XIV, a bad type he was. He passed to the guillotine by Deblier, Rue de la Roquette. The guillotine, it was Dr. Guillotine who invented that to cut the neck. Figure 17 is displayed on the page. Cabosso trying to write from dictation. And before, what did they do? It was like it was in America. They hung them with a big rope, and then they flung them into a hole. It was like Rochefort. They sent him away, and he was for politics. They wouldn't let him talk, and they shut him up where I am. Then from there, they exiled him to Numia. And Charlemagne, do you know him? No, it was Louis XIV. Charlemagne and Charles the Bold and Louis the XVII, and Alphonse XIII. They are the new kings. This dialogue shows the loquacity of Docile. Once started, he scarcely stops. With him there is no need of constant urging, as there is with the other imbeciles who speak only when one keeps saying, "and then?" His loquacity is not, however, verbal excitation, analogous to that of maniacs. Docile does not speak unless he knows or thinks he knows. His naive vanity and boastfulness are quite apparent, but too unconscious to be harshly criticized. He knows many things, but he knows them badly, and he distorts them in the reproduction. One wonders how he could learn all that. We should not have supposed that he knew the names of Thiers, Rochefort, and still less who were Louis XIV and Dr. Guillotin. "At home," he said one day, "they call me orator, and then every Sunday I go to the deputy chamber. The minister receives me. Taking advantage of the occasion, we ask him to deliver a discourse. He willingly consents." A. I will talk to you about war. He rises, adjusts his coat, twists his moustache, crosses his arms. Then he delivers the discourse, which we give below. He speaks slowly and pauses constantly to find words and ideas. One should read this discourse carefully. It is a choice expression of vanity in an imbecile. Once upon a time, the war, to die, on the field of battle. It's my idea. Him, much squabbling. In case of war, much squabbling. Ah, the one who will be with me. Him, like a good boy, I'll know how to defend him. Plead his cause for him. I will plead to his God for myself. Perhaps in 2 weeks I will be no more in Paris. I will be perhaps in exile in prison. I shall not be able to get away from it. I shall be able to get away in chains. I shall not be able to get out of them in prison. They will give me black bread and water, on a board. If I go out again I shall be very miserable, and then when I am among the chiefs, I shall be decorated. I shall pass as Minister of War. I shall pass as Minister of the Interior, of Finance, and when there is money, it is I who shall dabble in it. I shall gain money. I shall be Admiral. After that I can marry a pretty, beautiful woman. I shall have children. I shall rest in a beautiful castle, coast of France. And it will be a beautiful castle. There will be kings and lords and the soldiers about me to regard me. And then I shall have servants and carriages and horses. And then one could go to the country, to the watering place. Especially it's cake that I want, at least 15,000 francs. After that I shall be happy. I shall live to be 80 years old, even 102 years old, 55 years, 56 years, 58, 59, 57, 58, 59, 60, 100. Up to 1,000 years I shall live. I shall do like Jesus Christ. And then? He was baptized, 35 years, Jesus Christ. It was in a Protestant temple. He wasn't French. They made him Catholic and Roman. The priest, he said, eat my flesh and drink my blood. Do this in memory of Jesus Christ. Amen. This discourse is a precious morsel of eloquence which cannot easily be obtained from an imbecile. It is precious because it reveals to us, better than any test of association of ideas, how the ideation of Docile develops. This ideation, on the whole very poor, is dominated by a single thought which makes unity of the fragment, that is the glorification of his own personality. Docile truly speaks only of himself, thinks only of himself. It is a vanity at once naive and enormous. Notice carefully in passing that this vanity is neither pride nor self-respect. It produces no emulation, no generous effort. The vanity of Docile gives him at times a sentiment of pity for himself, as when he sees himself in prison. Mercy, however, another sentiment dominates, that of expansion, grandeur. There is no delirium, for a Docile affirms nothing. He only wishes, imagines, dreams, but he lives in his dreams. The sentences which he employs have often a precise and clear significance. Sometimes he alters them, and involuntarily gives them a comic sense, as when he says the soldiers would regard him. Doubtless he intended to say, guard him. He does not hesitate to use set formula, as plead his cause for him. Plead to his God for me. He is so completely controlled by automatic associations, and having commenced by speaking of war, he ends by entertaining us about Jesus Christ. In spite of his desire to be grandiloquent, he is obliged to make so many pauses, waiting for ideas which do not come, that the effect of his discourse is spoiled. Even before a great crowd he would make but a mediocre impression because of the slowness of his delivery. What we have just said of Docile proves that he has an intellectual activity which is very great. The question now is, what does he owe to this intellectual activity, and what are the results which come from it? Is he more attentive? No, and it is interesting to note this. Docile has no more voluntary attention than other imbeciles at the same level, rather he has less. Thus in the experimental repetition of figures, which is one of the measures of the voluntary effort of attention, he repeats only 2 figures. Albert, who is about the same level, repeats 4. Docile is not more successful in the repetition of sentences, and does not go beyond 6 words, which is little for this level. It seems probable that the force of attention is not in proportion to the intellectual activity. Perhaps it may even be that a very great activity is detrimental to the attention, which is a power of coordination. It is more difficult to drive 6 mail coach horses together than 1 cab horse. So it seems to us more difficult to coordinate a strong activity than a weak one. The differentiation of thought, which constitutes the essence of all adaptation, is, in our subject, wholly independent of his activity because it remains very weak. If a picture is placed before him, he speaks with his habitual volubility, but his comments are childish, and do not go beyond a monotonous naming of the sexes. Exactly like Albert, he repeats, "That is a man, that is a woman, there are some men," while we are showing him in succession 16 different pictures. He has barely the beginning of description for 1 or 2 of them, as, "There they are just sitting down to the table." His definitions of objects present the same monotonous character. Like Albert and so many others, he defines only by use. On the whole, in spite of his activity, his thought does not develop. It does not differentiate itself in view of a better adaptation. Here is the conclusion which we wish to reach. The conclusion has been already anticipated in studying the normal state, where one often has the opportunity to make a distinction between the quantity and the quality of psychological phenomena. Who has not encountered persons who busy themselves with a host of questions, have a great deal of information, speak of everything with warmth and an inexhaustible supply of words, are fertile in views, hypotheses, distinctions, neologisms? Very often they deceive as to their true value. They are thought very intelligent, while in reality they possess only intellectual activity. In mental alienation we encounter certain cases where the intellectual activity may be great, but the level remains very low. This is often the case in maniacal excitation. This is characterized by enormous expenditure of gestures and of words, which constitutes indeed intellectual activity, but the words have scarcely any sense, and follow one another only according to the caprice of the phonetic organs, or an association of ideas scarcely thought out. The contrast is sometimes enormous between the verbal exuberance of such patients and the weakness of their minds. These facts are known by alienists, but the distinction which we make between intellectual activity and the intellectual level has not always been recognized. In fact, the error of confounding them has sometimes been committed. One must remember that the faculty of adapting oneself is a property of the intelligence, and that the power of adaptation is a measure of it. It is evident that from this point of view, any confusion between the activity and the level is impossible. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9. Number Sense and the Arithmetical Faculty. According to the general opinion current among competent authors, imbeciles have no notion of number. To use this statement seems too absolute to be exact. When one talks with imbeciles, he notices that even small numbers give them no exact ideas. Certain ones, like Victor, who have an extended vocabulary, cannot even count their fingers. We ask Victor, "How many fingers have you?" Opening his hand, 3. On the other hand, 7. Victor, by the way, replies in the most imperturbable manner to any question asked him, even if it be hopelessly beyond his intelligence or degree of instruction. 6 from 19 leaves how many? 2. 2 and 1, how many is that? 2. 5 sous and 1 sou, how many sous does that make? 1 sou. He is never embarrassed. Albert is equally absurd, although he knows more. How many fingers have you on your right hand? 5. Altogether on the 2 hands? 6. How many eyes have you? 2. And how many ears? 2. 2 eyes and 2 ears. How many ears does that make? 3. To Victor, who does not know how to tell time, we say showing the clock which points to 5:30. What time is it? It is exactly 4. That last reply is a little gem. In the same way they give us the most extravagant figures concerning their age, and by pressing them a little, they can be made to make enormous errors. Victor willingly admits that he is 100, and Albert assents to our affirmation that Dr. Simon is 1800 years old. Such observations have given the idea that imbeciles have no notion of number. Nevertheless, the errors which they commit can be easily explained in 2 ways, which are quite distinct from the development of the arithmetical faculty. In the first place, they do not understand the precise meaning of the names and the numbers. These names will not waken in them any but the vaguest ideas, and consequently the crying absurdity of certain replies exists much less for their intelligence than for ours. They are like ignorant persons who say rude things. By using haphazard words from an unknown language, their only error is that of employing words whose meaning they do not know. In the second place, their defective manner of replying is aroused, and should be excused, because of their desire to please us. Imbeciles of the rebellious type, when asked something of which they are ignorant, as for example the number of fingers in the 2 hands, reply readily, "I do not know." Our studies have led us to propose the following distinction. In the arithmetical faculty there are 2 operations, the one sensorial, consisting in the perception of pluralities in concrete form, that is the number represented by the objects. The other, verbal, consists in applying the names of numbers to these polarities, in counting them, and in making numbers undergo various arithmetical modifications. These 2 operations are distinct one from the other. The first is animal, in the sense that it is found in a rudimentary form among creatures deprived of language. The second is more especially human, because it presupposes the intervention of language for naming the polarities, from whence has come the whole development of the ideas and operations which constitute mathematics. From not having made this distinction, naturalists have committed a grave error. They have supposed that the higher animals have no notion of number, or at least cannot count beyond 3 or 4, while man can count numbers indefinitely great. This is not correct, and the contrast here presented gives rise to confusion. If man with a certain development possesses the conception of number, he owes it very largely to language. Deprived of the service which the word renders, it is probable that he would be unable to count even small numbers. Let us make use of this distinction in order to study among defectives the state of their number sense. We shall begin by considering the animal, sensorial faculty, that which dispenses with language. Some time ago, one of us experimented with children of from 3 to 5 years, before they had learned the names of the figures, to see if they could nevertheless recall a number of similar objects. We put upon the table sous or beans in a group side by side without forming any figure, when we said to the child, "Look and see how many there are." Sometimes we put 3 or 4, sometimes 5. Then taking all these objects in our hands, we deposited one on the table, saying, "Are there any still in my hand?" Same question for the second, third, for all. After several tests made, with many precautions, we learned how many objects the child could hold in mind. It is evident, for instance, that if we had shown 20 at first, he could not, when we placed the 20th, say that was the last. We found that a normal child of 5, without the help of language, could retain a number represented by 5 similar objects. These experiments on animal memory were given to Victor, whom they amused very much, with the following results. We placed 4 single sous in the form of a square, then taking them in our hand, made the move indicated, demanding a reply for each piece. When the 4th sou was placed, Victor declared there were no more. We tried again with 5 coins, placed on a curve so as not to form a characteristic figure. The same success. When the 5th coin is placed, Victor declares, "There are no more." We took 6 coins, failure. The 6th placed, Victor declares, "There are more." Same game with 7 coins, success. At the 7th, Victor declares, "There are no more." Repetition with 7 coins, same success. Same game with 8 coins, failure. Repetition with 8 coins, failure. Thus Victor can retain a number represented by 7 objects. Albert cannot go beyond 5 under exactly the same circumstances. We do not suppose, after having been informed of such experiments, one could still say with W. Ireland that an imbecile has no notion of number. Let us now pass to the verbal intelligence of number, something which is strictly human, and see in what state this is to be found among these same imbeciles. It is indeed in a miserable state, and nothing is more curious than the contrast between it and the animal faculty which we have just seen in operation. Recitation of figures and counting. Albert can recite the figures to 10 and a little beyond. Victor cannot go quite so far and commit errors. It is not difficult to recite figures. It is like reciting a fable or a prayer. It requires principally memory and but little intelligence. But they cannot recite the series of figures backward, either from inability to make the voluntary effort which would be necessary for this inversion, or through lack of facility in the associations connecting the names with the different figures. Furthermore, it is a curious fact that they are unable to count as many objects as they can recite figures. Thus, if they can recite to 10, it does not follow that they can count to 10. Let us see what they do. Already the simple idea that they are to count is difficult for them to grasp. We say to Victor, showing him a bowl full of pins, "Count me 8 pins." He gives us what he can take with his thumb and finger without counting. Let us admit that he does so through carelessness. We continue. Then we ourselves take 10 pins from the bowl and spread them upon the table and ask him how many there are. Without counting, he replies 5. We repeat, "How many pins?" He answers 4. At another time, Albert, in his turn, asked to tell the number. Replied 26. Did they get the idea that they were to guess? No, we rather believe that they did not suppose anything at all. A number is asked, and they say any one that occurs to them. The number is suggested to them by the question and the appearance of the things, and they do not try in any way to verify it. But let us oblige them to really count one after the other, the pins spread out on the table before them in a row. They commit a host of improbable, unexpected errors of such a nature that it seems as if they did it on purpose. Thus Victor often puts his finger on 2 pins at once, and counts only 1, or again he neglects certain ones and does not count them, or again there is a whole group to which he returns, and which, consequently, he counts twice without noticing. Denise, middle grade imbecile, proceeds in the following manner. The pins are in a pile before her. She takes them one at a time and forms a new pile, and with every pin that she takes, she says a number. The result would be correct if she followed this program to the letter, but she forgets from time to time to count one of the pins which she puts in the new pile, so that the total sum is not correct. More than this, she does not give the last number which she counts, but any number haphazard. For example, after having counted 15 pins, she will say 14. Another time she counted only 5 pins and committed the following error. Having reached 5, she continued to count 5, 6, 7, probably because she allowed herself to follow the suggestion by the continuation of a known series. It is easy to understand the cause of most of these errors, the necessity of designating the objects as they are being counted, and at the same time reciting the series of figures may disturb the memory of the order of the figures because there is a division of attention. Albert has furnished us a curious example of this. We put before him 6 pins, well separated one from the other. He counts them with his finger while reciting the following series. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Having finished, he perceived there was one more. At the same moment, he also perceived that he had omitted to count 5. There was an instant of hesitation, and then he decided, and touching the remaining pin, he said, 5, there are 5 of them. The error is so complicated that it would have been difficult to explain it, and still more difficult to make him comprehend it. It can thus be seen that to count objects represents a much more complex operation than reciting figures. Let us go further and see what our imbeciles and morons do with money. Money. Money gives rise to much more difficult operations than pins do because pins are unities, while money is composed of tens, of units, of 20s, of hundreds, which give rise, as we shall see, of operations requiring considerable training. Are imbeciles familiar with, we do not say the value, but the names of the pieces of money? We know them, at least those who are older and have had time to learn them. They know them even better than children of the same mental level, and this is natural because they profit from a longer experience. But their mentality betrays itself especially in this, that they constantly make mistakes in naming the pieces and give the correct name only once or twice out of 3 times. Here are the names given by Victor. No francs, 0.50. 10 sous, correct. 1 franc, 20 sous, correct. 2 francs, 20 sous, incorrect. 5 francs, 3 francs, incorrect. A new sou, 10 francs, incorrect. 1 sou, 2 sous, incorrect. 1 sou, correct. 20 francs, gold. 1 franc, incorrect. Immediately the pieces are again shown to him in the same order, and the difference in the replies is very apparent. 0 francs, 50, 10 sous to buy tobacco. 1 franc, 20 sous. 2 francs, 2 sous. 5 francs, 1 franc. 20 francs, 3 francs. 1 sou, 1 sou. 5 francs, 1 franc. 20 francs, 3 francs. 1 sou, 1 sou. 5 francs, 1 franc. 1 franc, 20 sous. 0 francs, 50. That is to buy a package of tobacco. 10 sous, correct. 2 centimes. I don't know, centimes. You play me a trick. What must we think of these designations? In the beginning, one is supposed to take them seriously, all the more because the imbecile gives them without hesitation, and with profound assurance. He seems wholly convinced of what he is saying. One supposes, therefore, that he has learned incorrectly. That sometimes happens, but it's not what most frequently happens. The general rule is that the imbecile gives any name haphazard to what he does not know, and he does not even suspect this. He has no intention whatever of guessing, nor has he the trick of wishing to hide his ignorance under an air of assurance. He has not perceived that he often contradicts himself. He has not realized that he does not know. He seems even to be convinced that he does know. If it can be that in a mental state so rudimentary as his, one can be convinced of anything. Let us push our investigation still farther, and ask the value of the pieces of money. How many sous, for instance, it requires to make a franc? Neither Victor nor Albert can reply, or rather the answers which they give are extravagant, and as though spoken at random. On the contrary, Griffin, a moron, gives the correct reply every time. Between these two groups of defectives, is it possible to imagine an intermediate state? We do not suppose so. We simply think that we might find an imbecile X, who would give nearly the correct value of certain pieces, exactly the correct value of others, and fail utterly on still others. Observation has furnished us a very unexpected type of transition. It is Beauvisage, our young, high-grade imbecile. She belongs to a family engaged in the business of selling crusts of bread for dogs. Her services have certainly been utilized, and she must have received money and learned not to make mistakes. In effect, she knows the names of all the pieces of money, and besides she has some relative idea of their value. She cannot say that the 5-franc piece is worth 100 times 1 sou, or that the 2-franc piece is worth 40 times 1 sou, but if we put them side by side, she knows positively which is worth more. Thus she knows that 2 francs is worth more than 1 franc, and she knows that 1 franc is worth more than 10 sous, and also that 10 sous is worth more than a nickel 5-sou piece. More than this, if we make a pile of 8 sous on one side, and at the other side place a 10-sou piece, she selects the 10-sou piece as more valuable than the pile of 8 sous. Here is a curious appreciation of the value of money. We have thought it interesting to note this fact in passing. Let us come now to the act of counting money. It involves a great complication, of which we have already spoken. Certain pieces are worth more than others. This is sufficient to bewilder the imbeciles. Thus Albert can generally count correctly a line of a dozen pins spread out before him. This same subject knows the value of a 2-sou piece. Give him sous to count in which there are single and double sous. He makes mistakes because he counts each double sou as a single sou. 5 single sous and 1 double sou are counted exactly as though they made 6 sous. The nature of the error is curious. It evidently consists in a simplification. It is easier to pass from 5 to 6 than from 5 to 7. Moreover, little children make the same mistake. The symptoms complicate the operation still more. We have remarked in the case of Cabousel, high-grade imbecile and microcephalic, how dangerous it is to give to these beings any instruction which is not in accord with that degree of intelligence. It is a question of high pedagogical importance, which would need a lengthy explanation. Perhaps we shall return to it later. Here it will suffice to indicate a particular application of it. Cabousel is capable of counting correctly 10 pins, or even 15 pins. If he sometimes makes an error, it is slight and caused by a moment of distraction. When he is given a mixture of double and single sous to count, he becomes at once very much embarrassed, grows confused, and ends by giving a result ridiculously wrong. This is because he knows the value of the money not only in sous but also in centimes. This is very unfortunate for him. If he knew only the sous, he could, we believe, make the count correctly. But, he adds, now sous, now centimes, for which comes an inextricable confusion. A sum of 11 sous, composed of 5 double and 1 single sous, is counted as making 36 sous. A sum of 15 sous, made with double and single sous, is counted as making 51 sous, or another time 53 sous. It is difficult to give the details of this operation, because Cabousel goes so fast that one can scarcely follow him, and if you beg him to begin again, he never follows the same operation. Schematically, one might represent the work which he executes by employing the following terms. He counts 1 sou, 2 sous, 3 sous, 4 sous, 5 sous. So far it is correct. Then he encounters 2 sous, which he counts for 10 centimes. He has 10 centimes and 5 sous, which make for him 15 sous, and so on. Arrived at the highest figure, he says one time that they are sous, at another time centimes. In truth, it is a pity that anyone took the pains to teach this imbecile the value of money in centimes. What trouble, what effort it must have cost. And with what results? He counts very much worse than if he had remained ignorant. Many more observations might be made. We shall stop with this one, which was suggested to us by Langauge, a high-grade imbecile. She can count quite well a mixture of single and double sous, or at least when she is wrong, her error is slight. Thus there are 4 double sous and 2 single sous. She counts 10 sous correctly. Nevertheless, if one asks her a question of abstract addition, for instance, how many are 3 and 2? She shows herself incapable of adding 2. She succeeds in adding 1, but not 2. Out of 6 questions of this nature, she made 4 mistakes. It results, therefore, that it is more difficult to make abstract additions of 2 than additions of double sous. In the latter case, the attention is doubtless better fixed and more affected by the concrete character of the experiment. It can be easily seen that our imbeciles are not brilliant calculators. All the examples that we have cited are full of curious errors which they commit, and what completely proves that their arithmetical faculty is but little developed is that subnormal children whom we have brought together in the special classes are all weak in number work, much weaker than in spelling or reading. There exists, therefore, a remarkable contrast between the animal and the verbal intelligence of number. Victor, who cannot correctly count 4 sous placed on the table, shows a surprising ability in the little game with the hand which consists of counting them without counting them, so to speak, having only a simple sensorial idea of their number. This ability resembles that which they show in comparing lines, weights, and even perceiving the distance and the position of objects. They have without any doubt some of our sensorial faculties. These are as acute with them as with us. That which is specially lacking is the word, the key to abstract ideas and general conceptions. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10. Reasoning. The Intellectual Acts in General. We shall now study how our defectives perform certain intellectual acts. These intellectual acts consist in understanding, judging, explaining, defining, developing, inventing, imagining, deducing, demonstrating, and in accomplishing a host of other operations which have for their object directly or indirectly the solving of problems, because real life proposes to us questions without ceasing which are like barriers opposing themselves to our activity. Our intelligence spends itself in finding a solution to these problems. If it cannot solve them more or less well, we cannot adapt ourselves. It is clear that in preceding pages we have also been studying intellectual acts. To find the longer of 2 lines or the heavier of 2 weights is to compare, to judge, to comprehend. There is some intelligence in all our acts, only the proportions of the difficulty vary. We have created up to this point very slight difficulties, we shall now consider greater ones. All these difficulties may be reduced to the following formula. Given one element, A, the problem consists in finding another element, B, which completes it. This can be explained by several different examples, of which we shall cite only 3. A question is put: what is a horse? This question is the element A. In finding the suitable definition of a horse, the element B is furnished. In the same way, we present to someone a picture representing persons seated around a table upon which are glasses. The picture represents the element A. In giving the subject of the picture, in saying it represents a drinking scene, the element B is furnished. Last example, game of patience. Pieces of a card are shown with the instruction to reconstruct the card by putting the pieces together in the proper manner. The reconstruction is the end, the element to be found, element B. The data of the problem form the element A. Pictures. For the perception of pictures, defectives behave almost exactly like very young normal children. We fear we shall repeat what we have elsewhere said of the latter. If we report in detail all that we have found true with imbeciles, but the study is so important for explaining the insufficiency of imbecile thought that we shall be pardoned if we go back to it. The defective is fond of pictures. The picture is an excellent test, which catches his attention and amuses him, and when necessary dissipates his ill humour. In general, the picture does not hold his attention long. He quickly exhausts it, and he wishes to see another. If he is asked to describe the picture presented to him, he does not reflect long. He finishes his description in a few words. The number of words that he uses might almost measure his intelligence. A middle-grade imbecile, Denise, to whom we show a collection of 16 pictures, gives on an average 2 words to a picture. A higher-grade imbecile, Albert, gives 8 words, on an average, while Griffin, a moron, employs an average of 20. It is nevertheless the same collection. All this proves that one interests himself in things only in the measure in which he himself is intelligent. In other words, our interest in things comes from what we put into them as much as from what they offer to us. As to the nature of the work done on the pictures by defectives, it shows the same stages as among normal children. The lowest intellectual type is that of the enumerators, those who content themselves with briefly naming the principal objects which they see. Nearly all imbeciles belong to this type, but with a well-remarked selective tendency. We have never encountered one who, like certain insane subjects mentioned elsewhere, described a picture from left to right. All our imbeciles go directly to persons, and what specially interests them is the sex of the persons. That is a man, there are men, that is a woman, those are women, etc. These are the replies that we most frequently receive for pictures which contain many other things, from time to time, but more rarely they designate animals, horses for instance, and dogs, but the subject of the picture is passed by in silence. The imbecile does not bother himself to know what that signifies. He concentrates upon the inventory of persons. This brevity does not, however, prevent him from making many errors. One of them, looking at a scene of insurgents where there were more than 30 persons, said, "That is a man." Another, looking at a picture of 2 men fighting, took one of the men for a horse and said, "There, that is a man who is on horseback," and so forth. It can be seen that even in limiting oneself to enumeration, one can make mistakes. A stage higher, the enumeration mingles with description. The position of the person is noted with the action. Then among the more intelligent, generally the morons, there are true descriptions expressed in complex sentences. This, we believe, is the limit. The moron does not go beyond descriptions. He never writes it to general interpretation. Interpretation is a matter for normal intelligence. What do these experiments upon pictures prove? 2 principal facts, as we believe. First, the astonishing resemblance between our imbeciles and normal children very much younger. Besides this, a certain lack of intelligence and of comprehension which results in our imbeciles not entering into the meaning of the picture as they should. They stop at the first and most elementary image that presents itself to their minds. They see in the picture only the most apparent objects, those which are the most striking to them, and they do not at all attempt to divine what is not seen, but which is only suggested. Theirs is an intelligence that lacks penetration. Definition of words. Here is another subject upon which we do not wish to expand because it is treated elsewhere in relation to normal children, and it turns out that our defectives give definitions that are absolutely analogous to those of children. Let us be brief. Recall the fact that normal children, according to age and intelligence, give 3 sorts of definitions. 1. Simple repetitions. A chair is a chair. 2. Definitions in terms of use. 3. Definitions in terms superior to use. A chair is an object, a piece of furniture, it is made of wood. Among our defectives we find especially an abundance of definitions in terms of use, and they are such that if one did not know the personality of those who gave them, they would be unhesitatingly attributed to normal children. Here are the replies of Victor, all by use. Victor, let us recall, is an imbecile 53 years old. What is a house? To sleep in. What is a fork? To eat with. What is a mama? To eat. What is a snail? Edible snail. To eat, monsieur. And paper? To write on. A paper cutter? To cut paper. A good trade? Don't know. A railroad? Imitates the whistle of a locomotive. Goodness? Don't know. Justice? For men. Virtue? It is salad. He understood lettuce. La laitue. Charity. To give bread. Eloquent simplicity which certainly was not conscious. Solidarity? To be a soldier. Was deceived by the similarity of sound. Work? To dig up the garden. Ambition? For soldiers. Hope? Hope is for men. Gluttony? To drink and get drunk. The point of view remains constantly the same, that of use. He sees things in the most ordinary manner, and one feels there is no reflection. The definitions of Albert belong to the same category. Definitions by use with a childish turn. What is a house? A house? Well, a house it is to rent. A fork? It is to eat with. A mama? She is to get ready things to eat. A table? It is to eat on. A chair? It is to sit on. A horse? It is to work. A snail? It is to eat. A flea? It is to kill. Charity? It is those who do good in the world. Justice? It is those who do evil. Goodness? Goodness is to get angry. Virtue? After thinking a long while, I don't know. The replies of Visage are identical. A house? It is to lodge in. A fork? It is to eat with. A mama? No reply. A carriage? A carriage is to roll. A horse? A horse it is to draw the carriage. A snail? That is to eat snails. A flea? A flea is on dogs. Charity? To beg for money. Justice? Afterthought? It supports the world. The only conclusion which can be drawn from these notes is identical with what we have presented apropos of the experiments upon pictures. It can be seen that they define exactly like a young child. One can also say that they conduct themselves in a very unintelligent manner, because in truth, to resemble a young child and to conduct oneself with but little intelligence are synonyms. The lack of intelligence consists here in a very limited vision. The use of things is evidently what strikes them the moment they think of things. It is what is obvious, what one sees without reflection, and this is why children and imbeciles accept the idea of use and are satisfied with it. Concerning their intelligence, let us repeat what we have already said about the interpretation of pictures. It lacks penetration. The game of patience. The last experiment which we shall cite, chosen from many others, is of a purely sensorial order. It is suitable for those who are not at all brilliant in the exercise of verbal intelligence. We cut a visiting card into 10 pieces of the most varied form, triangles and polygons of different sizes. The problem is to reconstruct a visiting card by putting together the fragments in the required order. We place an uncut card on the table and invite the subject to reconstruct a similar one from the pieces. The difficulty of this test is not measurable. It depends not only on the number of fragments, but upon their size and form. We have been able, by proceeding in different ways, to make easy combinations, and others very much more difficult. At first sight there seems no directing idea that can be followed as a guide in this game. One must attempt all sorts of mechanical combinations until what happens on the right one. This is not quite true. Notice first that the number of fragments is 10 that each presents on the average 3 sides. The number of sides then is 30, but the number of combinations which one could make with 30 elements is so great that it would take a whole lifetime to exhaust them. Nevertheless, we have seen persons of normal intelligence reconstruct the card in 2 or 3 minutes. It must therefore be that the intelligence enters unconsciously into these attempts which seem the most mechanical. But how does this intelligence work? It is difficult to discover. The subject performs a mental operation which in the main escapes us, because he does not speak. The study of defectives and their errors should permit us to analyze these mental operations. All that we can verify is the intellectual activity of the subject, the reflections that he makes, the number of his unsuccessful attempts, the manner in which he himself judges these attempts. All this is impalpable as mechanism, but proves a mental state of superior quality. This mental state is so important that when it is found it should have more weight than success, which might be lacking. It cannot be demonstrated that every normal person, without exception, must succeed in our game of patience. There is always chance in the game. One must be thrown only by a bad combination to which one adheres, or again one may repeatedly pass close to the solution without noticing it. Anyone may have his mind diverted. It would never occur to us to make this game a test of normal intelligence. Let us notice now our defectives. Denise, middle grade imbecile, after having received explicit directions, puts the pieces one after another in a line, like soldiers, and does not even dream of putting them together. One might question if she understood. In any case, the game consists in reconstruction. The reconstruction supposes a uniting of the different parts. She cannot form even a remote idea of all this. Albert does better because he puts the pieces together and attempts to form a figure, but he makes no serious effort. He puts them together haphazard, and the operation once accomplished, he does not change their position, and prevents all possibility of succeeding by allowing them to overlap. His figure presents 2 faults. The first is that in its exterior form, it in no way resembles an oblong. The second that in its interior it presents empty spaces. We point out to Albert the 2 defects of his construction, that we show him the card which ought to serve him for model. Is it like this? Showing the card? Oh no, because it is broken there. But could you not make it like that? With a convinced air? Oh no. This absence of continuation of effort is characteristic of such subjects. They do not make a series of trials and errors, as do so many normals. They dispose the pieces in the order that happens, and then sit motionless before their failure, making no further attempt. Griffin, Moron, is more clever. He brings the edges of the pieces together exactly, and is careful not to let them overlap. In his first attempt, he works completely at random, as though he had lost sight of the model card, and his construction leaves an empty space, without in any way forming an oblong as to exterior form. We point this out to him. He begins again. His second attempt is better than the first. He succeeds in eliminating the empty space, and thus his first error is corrected, but he cannot bring the whole to resemble an oblong. After many other equally fruitless attempts, we are convinced that Griffin cannot succeed because he does not improve. Finally, Bard, high-grade Moron, begins the work with more reflection. She compares the dimensions of the pieces with those of the model. She fills the spaces left by the large pieces, then she brings the large ones together, constantly keeping in mind the general form. I don't believe that is it, she says, and she begins again, turns and returns the pieces, and finally succeeds. Here is certainly a simple experiment, child play one would say, but it is on the contrary quite complicated. We shall find difficulty enough in completely analysing it. What we have established is that in presenting the card intact, we set a definite end to be attained, that end being to construct a figure having the form and size of the card. One must adapt oneself to that end, and this experiment has, like all the rest which are made in psychology, though on a more marked manner perhaps, the character of an act of adaptation. The different combinations which are made are the means employed to attain that end. During the test, the hand is continually directed. There is, as it were, an inner circle which counsels us, guides us, prevents us from committing an error, or warns us when one is committed. Therefore we make no combination which could create an empty space, or if we commit this error, we correct it immediately in the same way. We do not lose sight of the general form. And if some combination causes us to lose the outline, we abandon it at once. It is by this direction and this control that we bring our work to a good end, and it is by the absence of control that Albert and Griffin fail. Like us, the two defectors bring the pieces together and try combinations, but they have not as clear a view of the end to be attained. They do not judge as surely the means they employ. With them, chance takes all the ground which with us is occupied by logic. And since chance cannot alone bring the result, they fail. An analogous explanation answers for the tests of adjustment, of which we shall cite simply two. Find rhymes for a given word, construct a sentence containing 3 given words. Here again we furnish a frame to fill, an end to attain, and our defectives fail. Certain ones are incapable of finding any solution whatever. They cannot cite a single rhyme, or they cannot imagine a sentence containing the 3 words. Others, like Griffin, who have more activity of intelligence, find many solutions, but they are false, and the words they give do not rhyme, and the sentences they form have no sense. What conclusions can we draw from all this? We do not say absolutely that a defective cannot adapt himself, that he cannot represent to himself the end, and that he does not try to adjust his means to this end. What we do say is that he has not been able to adapt himself to the very special difficulty which we have empirically chosen for him, and that if we diminish the difficulty, he will adapt himself. Instead of cutting the card into 10 pieces, let us be satisfied by cutting it into 2 or 3, and certainly Albert will succeed in reconstructing it. There is therefore in all this only a question of degree. The work of an imbecile has this great fault of adopting the first combination which comes. Whoever crude it may be, it is chance which leads him to put one piece near another. He holds to this and does not change the combination, even when shown that it is wrong. In other words, he takes what is nearest him, making no effort to look beyond. His intelligence, let us say it once more, lacks penetration. Let us content ourselves for the moment with this expression. Later, at the end of the work, when we set forth the scheme of thought, we shall return to this analysis and push it farther. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Theodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11. Suggestibility through Docility. If according to our custom we attempt to divine the facts before investigating them, and consequently conjecture the influence that age and mental development might exercise upon suggestibility, we shall make 2 preliminary remarks. In the first place, it is incontestable that inferior beings have less judgment than superior ones, and we have seen by many examples how often imbeciles lack judgment. Since it is by the accuracy of his judgment, as much as by the quality of his character, that an individual combats the judgments of those around him, we shall expect to find that those who lack judgment are more credulous than others. Besides, everyone knows that the child is more credulous and more suggestible than the adult. The why of his curiosity is readily satisfied with the first because that comes along, and nothing is easier than to impress him, intimidate him, and render him obedient. However unaccustomed one is to the school children, one must recognize that the power of direction which is exercised over them is made possible by their age. All these considerations led to a provisional conclusion, which is this: it is probable that suggestibility, other things being equal, must decrease as the intellectual level rises. Is this true? Yes, certainly, but observation will give us some instructive details. It will show us first and above all that 2 forms of suggestibility exist, the one only apparent, the other very real. To appreciate the suggestibility of a person, one must be able to compare him to someone else taken as a type, which has been submitted to the same influence. It will not suffice to reproduce examples and incitements of suggestion accomplished. That might be amusing, but does not constitute a criterion. One must find out whether an imbecile placed under the sway of the same suggestion as a normal reacts in the same way, or with more intensity or with less. Several years ago, one of us published methods for submitting a waking adult to suggestion after measuring his suggestibility. Many of those methods are not applicable to an imbecile, because they require an amount of intelligence and of attention that he does not have. Thus, there is one method that consists in copying lines of increasing length presented separately. The subject is so impressed, after a time, by the regular increase, that when presented with lines equal in length to the longest, he believes them to be still increasing and draws them constantly longer and longer. Albert is not sensible of this increase in length, because he does not notice it. In fact, when the line is given him to copy, he pays no attention to its length, and if two unequal lines are shown him, the inequality does not show itself in his copy. One cannot be surprised, then, if he remains insensible to the increased length of the lines. In order to subject an imbecile to suggestion, one must place oneself at his level. Without this precaution, one would be in danger of believing that an imbecile is not suggestible, and that would be the very opposite of the truth. Another method which we have before indicated for the study of normals succeeds equally well with imbeciles. One shows them for a certain length of time a cardboard presenting a great number of objects and designs. Then one questions them upon their incomplete recollection, introducing into the questions numerous snares for suggestion. For instance, one makes use of an alternative question. The stamp that was shown was green, and one asks, was that stamp red or green? Or one asks the shape of the hat worn by a person who in reality was bareheaded. An adult submitting to these leading questions does not notice that he is being pushed gently in a definite direction, and that a hand is being laid upon his thoughts. His action remains unconscious or more often semi-conscious. He has a vague feeling of uncertainty, of uneasiness, almost of embarrassment, and from time to time he resists the suggestion completely, or else he escapes by an expression of doubt, analogous to this: I do not know, I cannot recall exactly. One can thus count the number of snares he has avoided and approximately measure his suggestibility. It is a measure because, on the one hand, all the questions are written in advance and the experimenter does not change a single word, and on the other hand, one knows the average number of snares avoided by the subjects. In general, they avoid a good half. Albert, our imbecile, fell promptly into all. His suggestibility is much greater than the average for adults, and what is more, he has none of those states of doubt and uneasiness so frequent among normals. He replies immediately, without hesitation, and with a perfect tranquillity. View of his age notwithstanding, a rebellious character, comes under the influence of the experiment, and falls into the snare many times, though rather less frequently than Albert. It is evident that these models, arranged for normals, are too delicate for imbeciles. They must have less delicate ones, and we are going to present a series of tests which we have devised for them, and which are for them like garments cut to measure. In order to have terms of comparison, we have repeated each test upon other patients in the asylum. Assent without motive. There is a first sign of suggestibility which is easy to arouse among imbeciles. It is giving assent to an obscure affirmation or simply to the interjection, "Isn't that so?" It is sufficient to look at them and remark with authority these few words, "Isn't that so?" even without saying anything else. Immediately they reply, "Yes," as though one had proclaimed a truth. It is a sign of suggestibility which can be brought out among school children, especially among those very young. From 7 to 8 years, toward 14 years, a pupil often remains unmoved, does not reply, or looks at one in an astonished way, or even demands an explanation. The refilling of a box. We have here the same compliance in following an order the repetition of which would give offence to a normal. If one overturns a box of pins before them and says, "Gather these up," they gather them with whatever skill and activity they may possess. When they have finished, we overturn the box again and scatter the pins on the table. One does not even need to renew the order. They understand what is expected of them, and they willingly gather the pins up again, without showing astonishment, without asking why they are given such an utterly useless task. They are profoundly serious, and one sometimes sees some choice examples of stupidity. Albert, for instance, gathers up the scattered pins with the greatest care, and is even so scrupulous that as he collects them, he arranges the heads to stand together, and holds them between his thumb and forefinger. Then, when a little bundle is collected, He throws them pell-mell into the box, which caused him to lose all the benefit of the arrangement. How far could one carry this experiment? Albert gathered them up 5 times in succession, and that took 9 minutes. At this point we stopped, not because his docility was exhausted, but our patience. Albert had not murmured in any way, nor made the least observation. Victor gathered up the pins 12 times in succession without any remark, showing the same docility. Is this a form of suggestibility peculiar to imbeciles? Yes and no. Many normals have obeyed us when the experiment was given under special conditions of seriousness and decorum, as when they were sick in a hospital or called in by a doctor, and when they imagined that there was the interest of study in the exercise, from which a benefit to their health would result. In fact, many dementia patients have obeyed us when we subjected them to this treatment, and have refilled the box a great number of times. Others have resisted, or have made a great many reflections aloud, showing that they sought for, but could not understand the purpose of our order. One subject, a victim of senile dementia, was remarkable for its resistance. In a word, it has seemed to us that one need not be clearly suggestible to refill the box. The chair is called a corkscrew. One must make the same commentaries upon the following experiment, which seem to realize one of the most daring suggestions. We rise, we take a chair, and show it to the imbecile. What is that? A chair. Serious mistake. It is not a chair, it is a corkscrew. A pause. Let us see, what is this? And we present again the chair. A corkscrew. Upon what are you sitting? Upon a corkscrew. This test succeeds invariably with all our imbeciles, even the most rebellious, and one can believe that it would require a very low mentality to thus consent to change the name of a familiar object. It is evident that in a company of friends, one who attempted to try this experiment would have very little success. But it is altogether different at the hospital and the atmosphere where we are working. We repeated the ceremony of this sort of renaming with very many dementia subjects who are in no way suggestible, and we have not yet encountered a single one who had the idea of not submitting to our wish. What did these dementia patients really think? Probably that it was a caprice on our part, a lack of seriousness. In any case, they obeyed like our imbeciles. Therefore, these first experiments of suggestion prove nothing, because they succeed upon a host of patients, and probably upon those in health as well. The suggestion of the dog. We arrive now at suggestions very much more profound, which shock good sense and cannot succeed except where persons are really suggestible. The suggestion of the dog is a very complicated scene which we do our best to act out. In the first place, we talk with our collaborator and ask him in a loud voice to bring the dog that is in the yard into the room. He consents. We open the door and call Follette, and allow the imaginary dog to enter, and with many gestures and much demonstration make him jump upon a chair placed near the imbecile. Then we say to the latter, "Do you see the pretty dog?" "Yes, monsieur." "He is nice, isn't he?" "Yes." Caress him. Denise, who is demonstrative, takes the chair, lifts it, and brings the seat to her mouth. A great kiss resounds. With Albert, the scene is prolonged and takes on more breath, because Albert speaks. "What colour is the dog?" "It is white." "Is its hair curly?" "No, it is white." "Caress it. Why don't you?" Albert passes his hand gently across the cane of the chair. "Here is a biscuit. Make him eat." "Does he eat?" After having made the appropriate mimicry, but soberly, "Yes, monsieur." "Tell me, my dear Albert, what will you do with this dog?" "What will I do? I will feed him." "Yes, but do you think you would be allowed to have a dog in this place?" "Oh, no." "Well, if they scold you, what will you say?" "I could say nothing." "Do you think they would see it?" "Oh, yes, they would see it." "Couldn't you hide it?" "Oh, no. Perhaps you could. Perhaps so. You ought to give him a little walk about the room." Rising and whistling to the dog, "Come, come." "Take him to the steps." To the dog, "Go to the steps. Go, jump." We see that the imbecile does not at all develop the suggestion given him. His lack of vocabulary, and especially of imagination, render him brief. He keeps the hallucination just as it is given to him. This has very little resemblance to the mimicry and the loquacity of a hysteric under suggestion, especially of Barrett, that brilliant subject of the Salpêtrière, who did not stop short of literature, and made of the least suggestion a romance or a poem. Griffin, Moron, received the suggestion of the dog and accepted it as completely as Albert did. He lowered his head and seemed very timid. When the dog had jumped upon the chair, Griffin, at our invitation, stretched his hand toward the chair to caress the dog, but he did it with only the faintest gesture. He seemed abashed by what was asked of him. It is needless to add that patients, other than our defectives, are not susceptible to this suggestion. An old woman with senile dementia, before whom we played the scene, looked at us with disdain and shrugged her shoulders. A young woman, who shows that she does not lack intelligence when one can distract her a moment from her maniacal excitement, laughed at our face and said, "I won't do anything." Even a subject very much advanced with general paralysis showed himself sceptical. "Where is your dog?" he asked, looking at the table. Then he sat back, saying with assurance, "There is no dog here." The suggestion of the general. Here is another hallucination which succeeded with Albert. We give it in detail because Albert here plays a role more active than in the preceding case. It is what we call the hallucination of the general. It is so audacious that we did not already know to be very susceptible to suggestion. We should have covered ourselves with ridicule. We said very seriously to Albert, "I have something very interesting to tell you. A general is coming here very soon. The general comes to see you. Unfortunately, Dr. Simon and I are obliged to leave. Will you receive the general in our place?" "Yes, monsieur." "Ah, here he is." We go to the door. An exchange of salutations takes place with an imaginary general. Albert is presented to him. Albert gets up and bows in his turn. The general is made to sit down near him. Albert, never very active, says nothing, but he is serious and is far from laughing or ridiculing. We wait. Nothing happens. As the silence threatens to continue, and as, naturally, the general is as far from being loquacious as the imbecile, we whisper to Albert, "Talk to the general, why don't you?" Then Albert, in a natural voice, speaks to him, says several words, and seems to wait for a reply, then says more words. We can represent this dialogue of one person in the following manner. "Albert, Monsieur General." The General. "Albert." "Bonsoir, General." "Bonsoir, General. Things are going very well." "Well, I worked in the market every morning. I made 20 sous. Yes, I had an employer. It suited me very well. And then I did errands and helped in the house. I swept the rooms and I acted as porter. That is all, Monsieur General." We understand by that last sentence that the conversation is finished. It is very impressive. One would think he was in the presence of some high personage on a tour who visits a hospital and addresses a few kindly words to a workman. That would take place about as Alfred imagines, and it is curious that the whole of such a conversation could have been carried on by an imbecile. In order not to lose this scene, we photographed Albert and the general together. Then, as the presence of the general might become burdensome, we made him leave, and Albert, at our request, accompanied him to the door, bowing as he left. Figure 18 is displayed on the page, the scene of Albert with the general. The picture was taken after saying to Albert, "The general is seated in that chair. Sit down beside him and we will take your pictures together." In order to know if the memory of this hallucination, admitting that it was one, persisted or if all was forgotten, we questioned Albert 21 days after it happened. He remembered everything and seemed convinced of the reality of what was suggested to him. "What did I show you on that chair?" "A little dog." "And with whom did I photograph you?" "With the general." "What was the general like?" "He was dark." "But his costume?" "It was maroon." "And his hat?" "It was maroon also." "What else do you remember?" "I took the little dog for a walk." "And then?" "I made him jump." "Here in this room?" "Yes." "What was the color of the little dog?" "He was white." Are there any limits to this suggestibility? It seems so easy to handle even without preparation of any kind, that one would be inclined to believe that an imbecile is soft wax. But we are inclined to believe rather that it is their deference for us which makes them so. It is certain that we do not succeed in making our imbeciles do and say all that we wish. Thus Albert consents to be called Victor, and when, after giving him a lesson, we ask his name, he says Victor. But Victor will not accept this exchange. He refuses to say that his name is Albert. He offers the same resistance for a change in the names of the days. One of our experiment days is Saturday, the day before his sister comes to visit him. As she always brings him a package of tobacco, this visit seems to him very important. He knows that it will take place next day, and no one can make him change. Hear him speak. Is today Thursday? No one swear it is Saturday. Laughing in a mischievous way. You want to tease me. Albert would not let himself be taken in any more than the others. What day is it today? Saturday. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. I have heard say it was Friday. No, it is Saturday. Listen, I'm going to prove to you that it's Friday. Yesterday was Thursday, but the day which comes after Thursday is Friday. So you see it is Friday. No, it is Saturday. Curious resistance in a person who ordinarily swallows the greatest absurdities. Several minutes before Dr. Simon had gone out, and we had said to Albert, "How old do you think Dr. Simon is?" "I don't know exactly." "Well, about how old?" "Perhaps 14 years. "Oh, more than that. Someone told me he's 100. Do you believe he can be that old?" "Oh, yes." Whence comes this striking difference of attitude? We think we have discovered it. In the first place, Albert, like Victor and Denise, is always ready to acquiesce in what he does not understand. 100 years is only a word for them, a word for the sense. They do not resist. Besides, when one suggests to them a dog or a general, one does not run counter to any well-established convictions, but they insist upon Saturday because it is the day before Sunday when their relatives visit them. They expect their relatives, and this expectation is important to them. And they know also that a certain piece of money is worth 10 sous, and they will not permit to be called anything else. They are therefore in an antagonistic state which opposes itself to suggestion. We shall cite several other examples quite typical of lack of suggestibility. You know that Dr. Simon has gone? Yes. In reality, Dr. Simon is there at the table, writing our dialogue. Sit in his place. You shall be the doctor. Albert gets up, but is embarrassed. Sit down in his chair, since it is vacant. In the end, Albert does not sit. He does not speak. He seems confused, like a child caught doing wrong. Another suggestion? A theft. Here, Albert, do you see that music box on the table? Yes, monsieur. When no one is looking, go and take it. You will steal it and bring it to me, and I shall put it in my pocket. Albert goes to the table, but does not take the object. See here, what are you doing? Why didn't you take it? Embarrassed? Because I mustn't. But no one will know you have taken it. The watchman. Thus even the most docile imbeciles can resist suggestion when they have some reason for resistance. Now when they yield, when they believe or seem to believe blindly what we say to them, is it because of the weakness of their mental level? Does their suggestibility depend upon their intelligence? One might think so, and we admit, moreover, that there is a partial truth in this supposition. But the principal factor of their suggestibility is not their intelligence, but their docile character. The proof of this is that we have encountered imbeciles less intelligent than Albert, who refuse to yield to our suggestion. Greta would not even look at the dog, and Beau Visage, asked to caress it, replies directly, "There is no dog." This is sufficient proof that the suggestibility of Albert does not come from his mental level, but from the deference which he has for us. But can deference render anyone suggestible to suggestion? This is a delicate point. If the preceding interpretation is correct, it leads to the following conclusion. Our imbeciles have done for us what we asked simply to give us pleasure. And as for the hallucinations of the dog and the general, nothing proves that they really existed. Their entire mimicry may have come from a desire to be agreeable. An American, Sidus, has well sustained this last curious and paradoxical opinion, certainly false in general, that suggestions acting upon hysterics determine only one thing, a simulation wholly exterior to the phenomena suggested. This may be true of certain ones, not of all, because there are infinite individual variations in the manner of yielding oneself to suggestion. But why not admit the theory of Sidus for our compliant imbeciles? For a long time we hesitated in order to decide the question. It must be put in a precise manner, and we were afraid to spoil our subject, Albert, by questioning him, because to speak to him of his hallucinations would be to ask him to analyze them, to give him doubts, to put him in the way of the truth. When the experiments were ended, a month after they were begun, we decided to make this inquiry. In what follows we produce the dialogue literally according to our custom. Tell me, Albert, do you recall the story of the dog? He blushes at first, and does not reply for a long time, hanging his head. What colour was it? It was white. And then what else did you see? The General. What was he like, the General? He was brown. What did he do? He talked with me. And then? No reply. So far Albert seems to admit the reality of his perceptions. Let us attempt with much discretion to test his convictions. Very well, that little dog and then the General. Were they people like us? Ah, the General, yes. He has not understood the point of the question. He wishes to say that we are not like dogs. But it is true that you have seen him. Yes. He smiles, his eyes glisten. Well, why does that make you laugh? Because you talk to me of the General. Seems confused, laughs as he lowers his head. But why do you laugh in speaking of the General? It's a joke you played on me. Here then the truth is out. But have you seen him? With hesitation. No, I didn't see him. But you talked with him. Hesitating. Yes. And said something to you? He asked me what I was doing. You heard him? Timidly, yes. Then you heard him? Yes, I heard him. Here again would seem he is under the spell of suggestion, even though in our questions we put no accent of authority. Tell me how all this happened. The General talked to me. But he thought it was not true? Embarrassment, smile, no reply. But the time you thought there was a General there? Oh, no. But why? Oh, I do not know. But the dog, you believe that? The dog? Oh, yes, because I know that it is an animal. Unintelligible reply. You thought there was a dog on the chair? Timidly, yes. What? No. But you caressed it. You put out your hand like that. You were only make-believe? I don't know. Was it to please me that you made believe? To be sure. Here at last is the confession. We can only judge it by an impression of the whole. We believe that Albert was never duped, and now he is a little ashamed of his compliance, and is in a very troubled and complicated mental state when we question him. He still wishes to agree with us, for he is too timid to resist. Hence his contradictions. All the time he tries to divine our thoughts. We could still make him say anything we wished. It is the same with the docile pupil, obedient, industrious, who, called to the director's office, conducts himself like an automaton. There is therefore a particular form of suggestibility which is wholly superficial, caused by compliance, and which depends upon temperament. It is what might be called docility. It is important to emphasize this because the error that we have been upon the point of making, other alienists have made. Kraepelin, for instance, has a habit of testing the judgment of certain dementia subjects by studying their attitude when an absurd affirmation is made to them. One day he asked an old woman, a dementia case, "Isn't the snow black?" And she answered playfully, "Yes, if one puts soot on it." He concluded very justly that the woman did not lack judgment. We think she has also the courage of her opinion. It is not proved by any means that those who acquiesce in an absurd proposition spoken with authority by a doctor have fallacious minds. They are rather the extremely docile, who do not dare contradict. It is important, therefore, when one makes studies upon judgment, not to confound false judgment and docility. Precisely what is docility? One may consider it, as we ourselves have considered it in all that precedes, as an appearance of suggestibility, a sort of simulation of real suggestibility. But it seems to us more philosophical to admit that it constitutes the suggestibility of a particular form. There are, in our opinion, two forms of suggestibility which have not been sufficiently differentiated. The suggestion of hallucinations, of ideas, of concepts, on the one hand, and the suggestion of acts, of words, of mimicry on the other. Docility is a suggestibility which shows itself simply in acts, words, attitudes. The fact has escaped notice that the mental conditions of the two orders of phenomena are not the same. The formation of an hallucination supposes not only a false perception, but a suspension of the critical sense. On the contrary, for the execution of a suggested act, it is not necessary to have a consistent conviction. The latter suggestion encroaches less upon the personality. It is not the reason of the agent which bends, it is his will, his character. One may have suggestibility of character without having suggestibility of reason. With our imbeciles, these two forms of suggestibility exist. Let us recall the experiments with affirmative questions. Albert and Beauvisage are more sensitive to this than some normals, and in this case, it is truly a question of suggestibility which paralyses the critical sense. The intellectual level certainly has an influence upon this suggestibility. It is proportionally high as the level is low. Besides this, imbeciles, at least those who do not belong to the rebellious type, have suggestibility of character, in other words, an extreme docility, and this may cause an illusion in regard to their suggestibility of reason. One can believe that they are credulous and completely duped when they are simply pretending. We would never have believed that imbeciles could have thus played the comedy of complacency with such a serious air. In truth, the moral of this story, of the general, is that we believed we had deceived an imbecile, whereas it was the imbecile who deceived us. And with modesty we apply to ourselves the ancient saying of Merlin the Enchanter, "Whoever seeks to deceive others often deceives himself." End of section 11. Section 12. The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded, by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Section 12. How a Moron can have l'Esprit Faux. One of the most curious of the psychological problems which are set for us by imbeciles is that relative to the development of their judgment. It goes without saying that imbeciles have but little judgment. But do they make errors of judgment? Or, to speak in a general way, does mental evolution proceed by successive steps in which one finds at first an abundance of false judgments, then little by little more correct judgments? Suppose two beings, A and B, who are at very different mental levels. If A is inferior to B in intelligence, will he be more liable to false judgment? That is the question. Without hoping to answer it entirely, we shall try to look at it closely by studying a very curious detective named Griffin. We have often spoken of him. It is necessary to indicate chiefly his intellectual level in order to allow the fallaciousness of his mind to be better appreciated. He is a moron and not an imbecile, because he can read. He reads fairly well with good intonation. He writes from dictation and spontaneously. He can compose a coherent letter by himself if one gives him the subject. He makes many mistakes in spelling, but one can understand the text. In arithmetic, he can add, subtract, and multiply. He fails in a problem of proportion. This puts him at the level of instruction of the second year of our elementary course. It is about the level of a child of 8 years, but he also knows a good many things that are taught in the higher grades, and even many that one learns only later in life. As to instruction, he is therefore far superior to an imbecile, but he is not a normal. A normal might have had less instruction, but he would succeed in the psychological tests in which Griffin fails. In fact, Griffin cannot average 5 weights in order. He cannot succeed in the game of patience, nor find rhymes, etc., tests easily passed by children of from 8 to 10 years. Socially, also, he is a moron, because he lives at the expense of his family and is not capable of following a trade. He has been hired as a labourer by many different employers, and has been regularly dismissed at the end of 2 or 3 months. For a long while he has stayed at home while he busies himself in cleaning the apartment. He is of good disposition but selfish, and shows a decided aversion to women. He has no vices and does not drink. His chief occupation is reading. He loves reading, even reads at night. So strong is this habit that if he has a book in his hand, he will continue to turn the pages even when it is quite dark. We have this information from one of his relatives. If he were not a moron, we should say that he was unintellectual. Figure 19 is displayed on the page. Griffin, moron, 28 years old, mental level of a child of 8 years. We have spoken of him as an extraordinary case of fallacious mind, Esprit Faux. This is a mental type which is rarely to be met with in such a degree of perfection even among imbeciles and morons. Many of them have a lower level than Griffin, and have never been able to learn to read, but they do not talk so much nonsense. Intellectual inferiority and what may be called a fallacious mind, Esprit Faux, are therefore two very different mental states. The first, at least, can manifest itself independently of the second. From the very beginning of our conversation with him, Griffin utters a whole swarm of absurdities. Listen to him. We ask him to tell us about his apprenticeships. He replies that he worked 2 months with a baker. Why did you leave the baker? Someone was needed to take my place. Ridiculous reason. He takes the effect for the cause. He remains several years in Paris, living at the expense of his mother and not even attempting to find a place to earn a little money. We ask him, "Why did you not find another place in Paris?" We thought of returning to Chalons, as I had still 28 days to serve and 13 days. Thus it was for such a motive that he remained doing nothing until he was almost 30, because it was a question of leaving Paris to return to Chalons, where he had a military term to complete. He has served 2 years. We questioned him in regard to this. Were they sometimes cross to you in the regiment? Oh no, monsieur. We went to exercise twice every day. The reply has no bearing upon the questions. We ask him other questions about his family. How many brothers and sisters have you? I have 3 brothers and 1 sister. Give me the names of your brothers. Eugene Griffon, Armand Griffon, Valentine Griffon. Eugene and Armand, that makes only 2 brothers, and then, who is the 3rd? It is I. He is therefore his own brother. We ask him many questions in order to find out the amount of his information. In certain cases, the errors can be attributed strictly to his ignorance. For instance, when he tells us that Paris is the capital of the Côte d'Or. It is, however, very serious ignorance. But in other cases, the absurdity is undeniable because he contradicts himself. Who is the President of the Republic? M. Carnot. What? At Lyons, assassinated by Rebellious. No, Cesario, in the month of June 94. He is still president? No, he is dead. Who has replaced him? M. Félix Fior, who is deputy. But now, who is president of the Republic? It must be M. Casimir Pierre. He is still president? Oh, I don't think so. He must have resigned. This is not ignorance, since he is quite well instructed. It is a singular error to name Carnot, then Pierre, as actual president. Then add that one is dead and the other has resigned. You read the paper? Yes, monsieur. You are interested in it? I read about the accidents and the concerts. Politics a little? Yes, monsieur. What are your political opinions? Catholic, and then Protestant, and then Jew. He seems not to understand the sense of the word, that one cannot be the same time Catholic, Protestant, and Jew. This does not mean that he has not had enough instruction, but he makes a singular use of his instruction. What river passes through Paris? The Seine. Where does the Seine empty? Into the Rhône. Where does the Rhône empty? Into the Lion. Where does the Lion empty? Into the Durance. Where does the Durance empty? Into the Mediterranean Sea. Where does the Mediterranean Sea empty? Into the Atlantic Ocean. Where does the Atlantic Ocean empty? Into the Pacific Ocean. Where does the Pacific Ocean empty? Into the Indian Ocean. Where does the Indian Ocean empty? Into the Arctic Ocean. Where does the Arctic Ocean empty? Into the Pacific Ocean. His historical information presents the same incoherence. Who is Louis XIV? He is an emperor. Do you know something of him? He administered justice sitting at the foot of an oak tree. I have seen that in history, going to school. What else do you know of Louis XIV? He was a royalist. What more? He held the government of the Republic. How long were you in school? Until I was 13. From what age? From 7 years. What do you know of the Revolution of '89? It was the working man who revolted against the people. And then they killed themselves. Now did it all end? In a proposition of peace. To whom? To the government. Notice carefully that in this nonsense there is, however, a basis of instruction. Are all men equal? Sometimes that depends upon the party to which they belong. For instance, there are Catholics, Protestants, Jews, clericals, revolutionists, socialists, anarchists. But are they equal? They are about equal in death. And in life? They are all about equal. They work together in the field, in the factories of the town, in business. Is justice equal to all? Yes, monsieur, there must be someone to represent it. We are its representatives on earth. Who represents it? The man and the woman. All this is said with the eyes lowered, in a gentle, timid, whining voice. The subject has not at all the manner of mocking us, nor of being intoxicated with words. Observe that we do not lead him on to all these absurdities. We do not exercise any pressure over him. We make no suggestion. We know already, and have demonstrated before, that in addressing an individual who is at the same time defective and docile, Both these conditions are equally necessary, and asking him certain questions with authority, we can obtain from him unreasonable replies. Griffin is no exception to this rule. We could easily induce him to say that his name was Bertrand and not Griffin, that a thief is an honest man, and that snow is red, and other absurdities, to which one might readily suppose that he subscribes for the sake of being agreeable. But what are we now describing is a totally different thing. It is the absurdities which we do not suggest, and which come from Griffin spontaneously, and which he alone is responsible. Let us cite other examples. Who was Pasteur? A great savant who cured the rabies with the virus. Tell me about it. He invented machines for curing the rabies using animals and rabbits. And Napoleon? He was an emperor who commanded the army. Gambetta? He was a savant, a deputy who represented the Republic. Victor Hugo? He was a senator, deputy who represented people at the Chamber of Deputies. M. Thiers? He was a deputy in the Chamber of Deputies in Paris. M. de Saint-Souci? Name invented by us. He was a Merry Andrew, who plays the clown in the circus. The Duc de Trevise? Name invented by us. A man who represents a landed property, a reactionary. M. Durand? Name invented by us. He is a commercial traveller who deals in cloth. Ali Ben Taylor? Name invented by us. He is a king who represented savages. Some of these replies are grotesque, others are quite ingenious. The last three, for instance, correspond sufficiently well to the nature of the word we had invented. Where does milk come from? From the cow that feeds on the grass in the fields. Do oxen give milk? Not much. They drag the plough. They are made to work in the fields. Where does ink come from? It is a plant that cultivates in Africa to make ink of in the factories. We will also cite his remarks upon portraits and pictures. A photograph representing an operatic singer in costume appears to him to be a harlequin in a boat with oars on a river, going to learn to swim in case of wreck, etc. Without question of any sort from us, he utters many absurdities. For instance, when been asked to make a sentence containing the three words Paris, fortune, river, he does not hesitate to write the following sentences, which has no meaning. This fortune of the river, of the prairie, of the portion of the Godfather. Asked to recall the pictures shown to him, he cites 2 from memory correctly and 7 others which he has not seen and which he invents. Asked to name samples of colours, he does so in the main correctly, and when he comes to a grey tint, he says tricolour. When asked to recount something which he has just read, he does so without sparing the absurdities. Thus he explains that a man has been killed in an accident in the street, and that he is being carried to the hospital in a serious condition, or again, reversing the facts, he recounts that robberies had arrested a commissioner of the police and conducted him to the guardhouse, while of course the paper stated the exact opposite. It is clear that in condensing all these examples of absurdities, we have made them seem exaggerated. Griffin, in an extraordinary conversation, commits fewer errors of judgment than would appear from the above. One can even talk with him during a minute or two without his masking any break. It is when he is asked somewhat complicated questions that he is particularly apt to make these blunders. This moron has received, as we have said, some instruction. He can read and write a passable letter. We had him write one to his parents. It was legible, comprehensible, correct, and without nonsense. He counts money well. His memory for immediate repetition of sentences is normal, and rises as high as 26 syllables. His attention is good, and his reaction times, although long, are not out of reason. At first sight one is tempted to attribute all these errors of judgment to his instruction. He seems to have received an amount of instruction out of proportion to his degree of intelligence. It would be a curious example of the results which are obtained in applying the ordinary methods of instruction to its subnormal subject. Evidently Molière was right when he said that an educated fool is more a fool than an ignorant fool, but it would be unjust to accuse solely that school that Griffin attended until he was 13. There is in time a natural congenital defect, a weakness of judgment. This weakness has been put in clear light by the instruction he has received, but the instruction is not the direct cause of the weakness. How are we to represent the state of his judgment? The errors of judgment which may be committed are of many different kinds. There are some that are plainly apparent, which come from the inexact use of words. Persons suffering from senile dementia and from aphasia often commit them. They take one word for another, or else forget the beginning of their sentence before they finish it, and hence they make utterly false assertions, of which they are not conscious. Other errors of judgment have a kind of system like those of persons suffering from melancholia or delusions of persecution, who persist in their false ideas and sometimes even seek to demonstrate them by all kinds of reasons. The mistakes of Griffin do not belong to either of these categories. They are errors of judgment very much more nearly akin to those which we normals commit. The mechanism of these errors seems to consist in a lack of failure of evocation of the reasons which would show the falsity of the affirmation. It is what is called n'attendre qu'un air cloche. How often in fact we accept that first idea that presents itself. How easily we allow ourselves to be prejudiced against people because we accept what others say against them and what we do not even think of what might be said for them. One could also attribute this error of judgment to negligence or to distraction. In any case, it is like a judgment by default because the opposing party is not represented at the hearing. In each instance, one might rebuke Griffin because he had not paid sufficient attention. Thus he does not notice the blunder he made when he counted himself among his own brothers. He does not notice that he absurdly calls a grey tint tricolour. He does not see that in putting 3 words into a sentence, he has written something without sense, nor that he replies to a question which is incomprehensible for him, nor yet that he contradicts himself when he says that Casimir Perier is actually President of the Republic, and that this same Casimir Perier has resigned, etc. What proves that he fails through lack of attention, lack of reflection, let us say, through lack of control, is that he knows enough to correct himself if he applies himself. Thus, searching for the name of the tint grey, he says tricolour. If some demented person having a fixed delusion has made this error, he would have explained it in a logical manner, for instance by insisting that every colour is truly tricolour because it is made up of 3 fundamental colours and other absurdities. Griffin said it without even noticing it. The proof of which is that, a month afterwards, when we ask him the meaning of the word tricolour, he replies, "The French flag is tricolour." We ask him again, "If we say that a table is tricolour, what does that mean?" "That means," says Griffin, "that it is variegated." Evidently, the first time he had used incorrectly, without noticing it, a word whose meaning he understood. Another example, he said to us that at the time of the Revolution, the labouring class fired on the people. This is not a positive error of judgment. It is again a lapse, because another occasion, when we asked him of what the paper was made up, he replied that paper was made up of the labouring class. But however innocent these lapses may be, they are nevertheless remarks of a peculiar mentality when they are so abundant as with Griffin, and we have now to put the question which we raised at the beginning of this chapter. Is it a characteristic of a weak intelligence to commit so many errors of judgment? We do not think so. We have indeed seen some imbeciles and some morons whose intellectual level was equal to or even inferior to that of Griffin. None of them, if we accept Cabusel, excelled as he does in absurdities. Albert, for instance, protects himself from insidious questions by a simple "I do not know," and others are silent. This allows us to suppose that the falsities of judgment are not a necessary consequence of weakness of intellectual level. They express rather a discord. This is the way it appears to us. Albert, Victor, and many others are short in all their faculties, but their faculties are well coordinated. Without doubt their judgment is weak enough, but so is their imagination and their memory. All is weak, and consequently the intelligence is proportionately low. It is true that the judgment acts as a check. It matters little that it is weak, since the motor which it must watch over and regulate has little power. On the contrary, Griffin shows, like Cabusel, a certain intellectual activity, and even something more, a certain fertility and ingenuity of imagination. Question him, and he never remains without a reply. He finds an answer for all, even for those things of which he is ignorant, of which he does not understand. He tells you the origin of ink. He defines in the more fantastic manner the word which he does not know. In his invitations he shows some imagination, and there is some merit in his finding that M. de Trevise represents a landed proprietor and a reactionary, while M. Durand is the name of a commercial traveller. It is a work of invention which resembles that of a dramatic author, in due proportion, of course. and it is in this slight intellectual activity, in this little gift of imagination, that the secret of his absurd judgments may be found. He has too much imagination for his power of control, or too little control for his power of imagination. Truly, it is not well for a defective to have too much imagination. Our general conclusion will be that the particular state of which we give the name of Esprit Faux, a state which is sometimes to be found among imbeciles, does not correspond to a regular period of psychological evolution. It is a somewhat exceptional state, which results from a lack of harmony between the inventive faculties and the corrective faculties, like an equipage where the number of reins is not in proportion to the number of horses. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 13. A Scheme of Thought. 1. Preliminaries. The general impression which is obtained when one passes some time with imbeciles or idiots is that they are literally les pauvres d'esprit, poor in mind. They do not differ from normals as certain types of dements do, by unexpected and sometimes original and fantastical phenomena which are like extra attachments to a well-known mechanism. The difference is not one of more but of less. The defective is a normal who lacks something. But in what does this lack consist? If ever the notion of higher processes and of inferior processes had any chance of application in psychology, it is truly applicable to this type of individuals. One feels that it is especially the higher part of the intelligence, the most delicate, the finest that is not developed in them. They are reduced to what is coarsest, and consequently to what is the most simple, the most elementary, and the most general in man. But this is only a very vague conclusion, and we must try to make it exact. It is curious to see how prone we are to hide behind words what we do not thoroughly understand. The above difference, when it has been employed to express the distinction between man and the animal, has received different names. In man, reason; in the animal, instinct. We have also used and abused the term degree. It has been said that the intelligence of a child differs from that of an adult in degree only. But in exactly what does this degree consist, and what distinction can be made between the difference of degree and the difference of nature? Authors do not agree upon the meaning of these expressions when they attempt to fathom them, which, by the way, they prudently avoid. In short, it is singular that the principle of psychic development should be so poorly defined that no one at the present moment can tell the essential difference which separates the intelligence of a child from that of an adult. Alienists and psychopathologists have at least had the merit of introducing one clear idea into this domain when they have admitted that, with many dementia and hysterica cases, the various symptoms, delirium, convulsions, strokes, etc., can be explained by two combined causes: the unchaining of automatism, and the suppression, the paralysis, the inhibition, in a word, the putting out of service of the higher processes. This interesting conception, taken literally, leads us to admit that there exists in us two activities of a different nature, the one inferior called the inferior psychism or automatism, the other superior called reflection, will, the synthesis, la synthesie. While those who have pushed this conception farthest and who have put the most ingenuity into developing it have maintained that there are all the transitions possible between these two forms of mental activity, and that we pass gradually from the one to the other. Other authors have not taken these reservations into account. They have seen here faculties so different that they have wished to attribute to them a different localization in the nerve centers. There are, according to them, certain parts of the brain devoted to the automatic life, while other centers have the higher functions of attention and reflection, coordination and perception. It has long been admitted that the frontal region of the brain is the seat of these higher processes. Recently, a neurologist, pushing this theory to the limit, has proposed to call the center of the higher life Center O, and he has introduced into the explanation of the psychological mechanism of various symptoms, like aphasia, hysteria, spiritism, and many other cases, the use of this center O, which sometimes excites, sometimes inhibits the lowest centers. Sometimes it is self-paralyzed, which thus permits the lower centers to develop a hyperactivity without restraint. Without doubt, this hypothesis of two wholly different activities, the one superior, creative, synthetic, and the other inferior, conservative, analytic, has already rendered great service to certain phases of mental pathology. Notably, it appears to apply to hysteria, to mental dissolution, to obsessions, and to spiritism. But perhaps an exclusive consideration of these types of phenomena has tended towards a certain exaggeration, when one has attempted to form a general concept of the human mind, using this one-sided hypothesis as a key. Without wishing to combat this hypothesis directly, we shall here try to limit it. It does not apply indiscriminately to all types of subjects. It has been extended somewhat artificially to normals. We shall show by an extended study of defectives that it does not apply in any way to them. It does not explain in any way the character of their defects. It would not apply any better to children. In a word, it may be that we have a conception which is valuable, perhaps for certain modes of functioning of the mind, but which is not, however, a general principle of the development or of the genesis of mind. There exists among certain imbeciles and among the unstable, fantastic ideas, impulses, sudden paroxysms of rage, wild pranks. Possibly one might admit that these episodical phenomena are explained by a bursting forth of this automatic life, that is to say, in the modern phrase, a lack of synthesis. Let us put it better, a simultaneous lack of coordination and of hierarchy. One may understand from this that these impulses take on so much importance because they have escaped the control of the higher faculties. So be it. But all defectives do not by any means present phenomena of this kind. Besides, it is not because they present them that they are defectives. Outside of these accidental troubles, they have a peculiar mental state, characteristic of defectives, which is imbecility, idiocy, or moronity, as the case may be. And that we insist upon is, that in order to explain this chronic mental state, one has no right to speak of lack of synthesis, as is habitually done. Here the expression has no sense whatever, and those who employ it are parrots. 2. Distinction between the faculties and the acquisitions. In the analysis of the mental states of defectives, which we now begin, we shall make a fundamental distinction by which many subsequent misunderstandings may be avoided. We must not confound our mental faculties with the practical results, knowledge, acquisitions, and power of all sorts, which, thanks to these faculties, we acquire. The practical acquisitions are of the following order: reading, writing, arithmetic, professional skill, the manner of gaining one's living, etc. This is a matter of instruction. The mental faculties are what are commonly called attention, memory, judgment, reasoning, abstraction, etc. This is intelligence. The practical results obtained by a defective evidently depend upon his intellectual faculties, and also upon his character, as well as upon the environment in which he is placed, and, likewise, the dependence upon the intellectual level is so close that we believe it to be possible, when we observe a subject of a certain level, to foresee for all time whether he will be incapable of learning to read. There is therefore an important relation between the intellectual faculties of an individual and the practical results which he may obtain from them. It is the same relation which exists between a science and its applications. But if one wishes to compare any individual with the normal type, from the point of view of his intelligence, and to discover thus how far inferior to the normal he is, one perceives that the comparison is put in very different terms, according as one's point of view is a practical result or the intellectual faculties. Taking account only of the practical acquisitions, that is, of instruction, we find an absolutely clear difference between the two subjects. The normal child of 7 years can read hesitantly. An imbecile even of 20 years cannot read, and can never learn to read. This is an excellent criterion for distinguishing one from the other. Reading is a barrier which will separate them for all eternity. It is moreover a limit which suffers no distinction of more or less. It is absolute. One can come to an understanding on this point because it is a question of fact, and our understanding will be clearer if we take the pains to define what we mean by reading, if we distinguish the pronouncing of syllables from hesitating reading, and from this fluent reading. We could cite also as an example of a practical result the use of speech. We have said that speech does not result from a faculty, and that we do not possess the faculty of speech, as we do the faculty of paying attention or of memory. Speech is an application, a practical result of our faculties comparable, for example, to the art of playing chess, and indeed if we take the word art in its technical sense, we might say with perfect truth that speech is an art. Let us repeat that speech belongs to instruction. Besides, speech serves as an excellent criterion for distinguishing a whole group of defectives. Idiots are mute, whereas imbeciles speak. Let us now turn to the intellectual faculties and see if they can furnish us with an analogous, distinctive criterion. In other words, is it possible to cite known mental faculties which belong to normals and are not to be found among defectives? Formerly this was believed, and certain orders believe it still, but this is because they have submitted their subjects to incomplete observations. Let us make an enumeration. Is the defective radically incapable of attention? Evidently not. We have proved even with idiots that they give undeniable evidences of attention. Recall the idiot Fusin, who looks at us a little especially when we call him loudly, and who for a moment even showed spontaneous attention when he took the music box from our hands. Is it memory that is lacking? Not that either. We have noted many instances of prolonged memory among them. Denise, the poor girl, remembered for several days the object that we had called Papa. Are they strangers to the notion of number? This has been believed because they employ at random the names of numbers which they do not understand, but some precise tests have shown us that they have a distinct consciousness of plurality even when they cannot name it. Is it then critical sense, judgment, that they lack? Certainly judgment often fails them, or rather they can be placed in certain conditions where it would require a particular degree of judgment for them to be equal to the situation, and they cannot attain it. But in other cases they certainly show some judgment, for instance when Albert refuses to be the dupe of a suggestion. We may thus pass in review all our faculties and determine that not one is entirely lacking in them. They always have them in some degree. The arsenal of their intellect is equipped with all the weapons. Another means of arriving at the same conclusion consists in repeating an experiment that had been attempted by them, but at which they had failed. Let that experiment be simplified by replacing it with another of the same nature, but easier, and the defective immediately takes his revenge. A certain movement cannot be accomplished in 10 seconds. He does it in 20 seconds. He cannot repeat 4 figures, but he can repeat 2. He does not understand a certain sentence, but he comprehends another that is shorter and less complicated. He fails in a game of patience formed of 10 pieces. He succeeds in the number of pieces as only 3. Sometimes it is not easy to simplify a test, but every time that it is reduced sufficiently, one can be certain that the defective will be able to succeed. This truth, verified repeatedly, frees us from the necessity of undertaking an investigation whose result can be foreseen, or of putting any questions which seem on reflection to be useless or without sense. Thus there is no need of asking whether or not an imbecile has any aesthetic sense. He will always have at least a trace. Show him 2 figures, one petty, the other ugly, and he will be able to make a distinction between them if you carry the degree of deformity far enough. All this leads to the conclusion that the difference between the defective and the normal is not produced by the absence of a particular faculty, and alienists who in their definitions have seemed to insinuate the contrary have deceived themselves. But these are all very negative conclusions, and now after having said what is not, it is time to say what is. 3. The direction of thought. In order to group all the facts collected, we are going to present an hypothesis. This hypothesis cannot explain everything, nor cover everything. We shall limit ourselves to considering a single side of the question, the intellectual side, leaving for other time the study of the instincts and the emotions. In a word, we are going to present a scheme of thought and show how this scheme can explain the differences which we have encountered in the intelligence and bearing of a defective, and also to explain exactly in what the evolution of the intelligence consists. Our scheme should represent not only the mechanism of the thought, but its evolution. Here we arrive at the culminating point of our study, at the important general idea which gives the evaluation and the summary of all the little observations in detail. Whenever one has tried to define thought, we take the word here in its broadest sense, there has been a general tendency to give too great importance to mental images, thought being thereby reduced to an act of contemplation, the contemplation of an image. But many observations, experiments, and reasonings have shown us that thought is not a passive state, but rather a system of actions. James has repeatedly insisted, as we ourselves have done, upon the possible existence of conscious thought which is produced without the aid of images. And, on the other hand, it has been shown that to think does not consist solely and passively in taking cognizance, but in trying, in feeling one's way, in choosing. All these preliminary views can take a more exact form, thanks to the following scheme. Thought, as we believe, is composed of three distinct elements: a direction, an adaptation, and a criticism. These three elements characterize a complete thought, but they may be lacking in an incomplete thought. In order to make our description better, let us suppose a thought to be as rich as possible, very much richer than it is in reality. We shall do as an author does who, wishing to describe a regiment, describes without exception all the possible auxiliary exercises, even those which never coexist in the same regiment. First, the direction. To accomplish with consciousness and surety an act of thought, we must first know what it is about. We take, for instance, a problem in addition. We know that we must add. We have constantly this idea of addition in our minds, and it is necessary because this idea produces an effect upon every figure with which we operate. We encounter, for instance, a figure 3 and a figure 7 written one over the other. One might multiply them, subtract them, or add them. If we add them, it is because of the directing idea that we must make an addition. In every experiment with an individual, one commences by giving him some instruction. This instruction, once it is understood, serves as the starting point of the directing idea. It is the directing idea under the most conscious form in which it can be clothed, the verbal form. Thus we ask one of our detectives, Griffin, to name for us all the red objects that he knows. He complies, and for 2 minutes busies himself in citing 17 red objects. There are here two phenomena: the evocation of the names of red objects, and, on the other hand, the order which we have given him, which he remembers, and to which he conforms. It is this order which serves as a directing state of consciousness. These states of consciousness function continually in us normals. They are veritable orders which we give ourselves, but they are not always conscious orders. In the beginning, when we commence an art not yet learned, we have the full consciousness of the directions we are to follow. The beginner in painting distinctly remembers and can even formulate the numerous rules which he learned from his professor, and which are necessary for him to remember in order to cover every centimetre of his canvas with colour. But little by little, the influence of the directing state becomes weaker on the movement of the thought and of the hand. One no longer needs to make an express appeal to the verbal formula of the instructions. It falls into the vague state of an intellectual feeling, or even completely disappears. Some authors have recently made a curious experiment which demonstrates what we have just said. This is accomplished by means of controlled association of ideas. A word is given to the subject, and he must find a second, which stands as an exact relation to the first. For instance, of subordination, or of superordination. At first the subject is obliged to recall the order. He repeats it to himself. He is even obliged to have it so vividly in his consciousness that he sometimes visualizes it in a way to be his guide. Then little by little he thinks of it less. In the end he does not think of it at all, and yet only such words as conform to the instruction present themselves. The directing state, from being conscious, has become unconscious, but is like the manager who from behind the scenes watches and directs the actors on the stage. These few facts borrowed from the history of our normal life permit us to know in what the direction consists. We also know by personal experience that cases present themselves where the directing idea fails us. We do an errand, we go into another room to look for an object, then, surprised, we stop, not knowing what we came to look for. We accuse our memory, or perhaps our attention. In reality, it is direction which has suddenly failed us. In dreams, in reveries, we see images succeeding one another, but there is no plan. We do not know where we are tending. There is no purpose. We drift without direction. Among our defectives, we often encounter an absence or weakness of direction, which manifests itself under two different forms. Either the direction once commenced does not continue, or it has not even been commenced because it has not been understood. The direction often grows very weak among imbeciles. We see it when we talk with them. In conversation, intelligent persons are attentive to what we say. They look at and listen to us. What would distract them is repulsed, annihilated, remains ineffective. In a conversation of this kind, there is no order given to listen. It is a sentiment of curiosity or of deference which produces the direction. We have seen how this direction may be lacking under certain circumstances with imbeciles and idiots. We described all these failures in the chapter on attention. Sometimes the direction fails entirely of being established. Voisin, instead of listening to us, looks all about him. Nothing is coordinated in his case. These psychological elements remain scattered. With others like Denise, the direction can form itself, but is very precarious. The current is established, but is easily diverted. With others, the distractions are transitory, and the current may of itself again take up the first direction. We are studying here the formation of a tendency altogether elementary, the tendency to coordination and systemization. It is necessary not only for carrying out an exact psychological experiment, but also, which is much more important, for the adaptation of a human being to his environment. We have said that there are other circumstances where the direction fails through lack of comprehension. Speaking in common terms, our imbecile receives an order but does not execute it because he has not understood. This is what happens with a good many of our tests. We tell an imbecile, for instance, to compare two boxes and to indicate the heavier, and he does not succeed. If he does not succeed, it is because it is impossible for him to perceive the difference of the two weights. As we have often proved, he can very well perceive this difference, but he is embarrassed by the necessity of making a comparison. He does not understand the meaning of the experiment. He does not see that he must take a box, weigh it in his hand, remember its weight, then weigh another, compare it with the first, decide which of the two is the heavier, and point it out. In regard to this, children show the same embarrassment as imbeciles. They do not understand the directing idea. Here is another example. One may understand, may even begin an action, then suddenly cease to understand. We have had particular occasion to observe this among general paralytics. An operation is given them to perform. For instance, a subtraction. In the middle of it, they no longer remember where they are and begin to add instead of continuing their subtraction. Or again, they have commenced the study of a problem. They see that 27 must be multiplied by 36. They do the first part of the multiplication correctly, then they stop. They are lost. It is as though, in their heads, they have been playing chess, and someone came along and hit the chessboard, jumbling the men together. They are obliged to abandon the problem. Thus, one of the first characteristics which distinguishes a superior from an inferior intelligence is a power of directing the thought, and this power of direction manifests itself in two ways, by its complexity and by its persistence. Let us further remark how the position which we have taken differs from a theory widespread in psychology, which gives all the efficiency to the idea, to the sensation, to the movement, to isolated phenomena, which believe that the first fact, the most important of the psychic life, is a coordination which gives to the current of ideas a definite direction. According to the adherents of the first theory, which we may call the theory of psychic atomism, the attention is only of the one idea. It is a state which results from the isolation of one idea reigning alone in an empty consciousness, a singular theory which would hardly apply to an idiot, because, since it is very probable that the idiot has fewer ideas than the normal, the idiot must appear nearer to that desideratum of an empty consciousness, and consequently must be more attentive than the normal. Observation shows us that the contrary is true, and we can very well understand it. The idiot does not coordinate, and without coordination there is no attention. 4. The adaptation of thought. Continuing the exposition of our scheme, we shall speak of adaptation. There is not only a direction in the movement of thought, there is also a progress. This progress manifests itself in the nature of the successive states through which one passes. They are not equivalent. The first is not of the same value as the last. One arrives at the last state only because he has already passed the first state. This progress, seen as a whole and as it were from without, has often received the name of choice. Thought, in order to evolve, makes a selection. It consists in constantly choosing between many states, many ideas, many means, which present themselves before it like routes which diverge from a crossroad. The figure seems to us sufficiently accurate. To think is constantly to choose in view of the end to be pursued. The formula is so true that it might be given 1,000 different applications, but it has one fault: it is too brief. It states the result, the choice, that is to say, not a selection made with voluntary discernment, but the mere fact that the thought, placed before a host of possibilities, realizes but one. This is too brief, because we do not say in what the progress consists, nor by what mechanism it manifests itself. The explanation becomes at once better if we observe that the quality of the state of consciousness as they evolve is different and varies according to law. In fact, the first states through which one passes are indefinite. The last states are definite. The first are undetermined, the last are more determined. Thought, one may say, tends to a determination. It even consists in a determination. It starts from chaos where everything is indefinite, to end in a realization which, by its definite contours, resembles the reality. This explanation is certainly better than that of choice. It has sometimes been believed that this stage of beginning resembles a general idea, and that the progress of thought would be from the general to the particular. The truth is that in all the observations where one has been able to see closely the true progress of thought, in reading for instance, or in the conception of a sentence, the idea at the beginning lacks individualization, and becomes individual only by further work. Thus, for instance, say a word to a person and try to grasp what that word suggests to him. There is in this case a very vague first stage. Then comes one more precise, with a better determined thought. At the beginning the idea is embryonic. To call it general seems to us to start from an altogether false conception. The general idea is an exact idea and not a vague one. It is an idea that includes numerous possibilities of individual application, and consequently it seems to us to be rather a multiplication of exactness, and a sum of individualizations rather than any indetermination whatever. Let us go farther. Thought is not only an exact determination, its object is not a disinterested existence, and without bearing upon the necessities of life, like nutrition and respiration, it is a vital function. It exists only because it is of use. It serves to adapt us better to the physical environment of nature and to the moral environment of our fellows. Every idea, as has often been said, leads to action or contains a potential act, but the idea would be of no use if its determination were not exact. It must be exact in order that the means may adapt itself to the end, in order that the thought may adapt itself to the goal to be pursued. Every thought is like a key which must fit exactly in the hole of some lock. These adaptations presuppose many realized conditions. First, that the end to which one adapts itself be positioned, then that it be chosen, finally that it be attained. Posited, we wish to say that it must be definitely stated so that one knows where one is going. Many cases are possible, because nothing is more varied in shade than the psychic life. Sometimes the end is as definite as a formula in algebra, and in fact to solve a problem in algebra is to make an effort toward an end, which is expressed by the very terms of the problem. The end is put in an equation. Sometimes the end remains vague. It is a general idea, an ideal of beauty, of goodness, of truth, of justice, that each one interprets in his own way, and which sometimes is felt rather than expressed. As often happens, feeling, that sort of confused thought, takes the place of the clear idea. The choice of the end is not less important nor less difficult. In everyday life, many different ends present themselves to us, and we are obliged to make a choice. The thought is higher in proportion as the choice is better. We have said in relation to attention, and it might be remarked in relation to will, reason, and even to feeling, there exists a hierarchy among possible acts of adaptation. There are insignificant acts, and others that are important. There are those whose advantage is small and immediate, others whose advantage is very great but remote. To know how to choose is to subordinate the lower nature, to dominate the instincts, to elevate life. The mentality of the child, of the imbecile, and unfortunately also of many adults who for this reason can never improve themselves, consists in preferring the immediate pleasure of the moment to the more lasting pleasure of the morrow, and consequently in developing an activity which does not calculate, does not reflect, and above all does not economize, and which therefore cannot accumulate capital. But we shall not linger over these questions of choice of ends, for they do not come within the domain of the present study. The choice of ends depends less upon the intelligence than upon the emotional, the affective, the instinctive life. To make a broad distinction, one might say the end is chosen by our tendencies, but the means for attaining this end are combined by our intelligence. Our study must confine itself to the adjustment of means to an end, which is a proper work of the intelligence and which constitutes adaptation. When it is a question of a new action, the adaptation does not take place immediately at the first attempt, but by gropings, that is to say, by successive trials. One is like a locksmith called to open a locked door. He searches in his bunch of keys and tries many, but he does not try them all indiscriminately, for he sees at a glance those that will not fit. His attempts are not blind, they are directed, selected, according to a complex mechanism which we have not the time to describe here. All that is abstract in our description disappears immediately when we recall in detail the observations which we made upon imbeciles. This appeal to experience will not only help to render our schemes more clear, but will enable us to understand why the defective remains stationary and does not continue his normal development. Thus, first of all, we shall explain how it is that for certain operations an imbecile is equal to a normal person. We have seen that defectives perceive slight differences of sensations for weights or lengths almost as exactly as we do. This is because there is no necessity for reflection, and the thought does not need to evolve. It suffices to have consciousness of an elementary sensation of difference. The act of thought is in itself elementary, and if the state of consciousness has an extreme definiteness, it owes that definiteness solely to the sensation sensed, not to the psychological operation of the sensing. Moreover, we have already noted that a normal subject who should continue to examine and reflect would end by losing the fine sensation of a slight difference. This is indeed a proof that all the development of thought, without going out to meet the result sought after, can be assured only by producing a good state of attention. Another case. We have shown that in forming associations with a word, an imbecile succeeds as well as a normal. We ask him to say any word associated with the word pronounced to him. This is an arbitrary procedure, a thought scarcely determined, and really the operation required is suited to the mentality of a defective, and we can understand that he willingly submits. On the contrary, the normal is uncomfortable, asks if he is to say just anything, and is surprised at the small significance of such an experiment. His discomfort is easily understood. Habituated to adapt himself to an end in determining his thought, he finds himself lost when he has no means of knowing to what he must adapt himself, especially so when we allow him to suppose there is no end to which he must adapt himself. Put aside this particular mental state, and retain only the words said in association, and we see that those of defectives are very nearly of the same nature as those of normals, and moreover paradoxical, as it seems to anyone who attaches an absolute value to the quickness of thought. The defectives are more rapid, simply because they do not choose, do not direct their thought, but give the first word that comes to mind. This is permissible in an experiment upon the association of ideas, but they comport themselves in the same way in other cases, where they should adapt themselves to a definite end. Let us cite some examples. In order to make an inventory of their knowledge, we show them a piece of money or a playing card and ask them what it is. We are surprised at the difficulty we meet with in determining exactly what they know, because a 1 franc piece will be called first 2 francs, then in another minute 1 or 3 francs or 2 sous by the same subject. In the same way, when they are presented with the card, a 9 of spades, they say spades or clubs or diamonds, and if one insists upon being told the number of points, they will say that it is 8 of spades, then say that it is 7 or 10 or 9 or 4. In the face of these errors and contradictions, the inexperienced experimenter has a tendency to become impatient. He is inclined to reprove the imbecile, to chide him for his lack of attention, for it seems truly that if he took a little pains he could reply correctly. This would be a grave error of method. The important thing is not to obtain from the imbecile a correct reply. This would be the act of the pedagogue, and is here altogether out of place. The important thing is to determine with precision that peculiar mental state thanks to which our defective is contented with the first reply which comes to mind. It is not quite the first repose that occurs to him, it is rather a lack of elaboration. The imbecile, of whom one asks the name of pieces of money spread before him on the table, does not reply with any random word. He does not say, "It is a dog." He gives the name of a piece of money. In the same way, if we show him a square of red paper, he does not name a piece of furniture. He names a color. He says incorrectly that it is white or blue. In other words, he gives the genus for the species. It is therefore a first determination, very insufficient, but it satisfies him. He goes no farther. He does not go far enough to name the right color. In the same way, when he is shown a picture containing a great number of objects, and we say to him, "Where is the blank?" suspending the voice at the moment of naming the object, it sometimes happens that the imbecile, too eager to satisfy us, puts his finger upon any object whatever. This is a form of suggestibility caused in part, as we have shown before, by an excess of deference, and which results also from a facility for saying no matter what without reflection. Nearly all the cases of suggestibility which we have described among imbeciles reveal just this particular mental state. To fix the ideas, we have designated this state by an arbitrary and truly clinical name: N'importequissime, no matter whatism. A thorough analysis would show that this N'importequissime is very complex. We suppose that it has, for its essential condition, an absence of critical sense. The imbecile does not realize the insufficiency of his reply, and it is necessary that he should not realize it, otherwise he would not be satisfied with such a gross approximation. We shall return to this point in a moment, when we study that special element of thought, control. But in our opinion, the N'importequism has need of two other conditions: a thought that does not evolve, and a thought that does not pullulate. According to circumstances, one of these defects in the thought of the imbecile will manifest itself more than the other. The insufficiency of its pullulation shows especially in the game of patience, which consists in joining the pieces of the cards in such a fashion as to reconstruct a whole. With this problem, a normal person who really wishes to take the pains to succeed shows a remarkable abundance of ideas. One combination failing, he tries a second, then a third, and so on, either in maintaining a part of the previous combination which seems to him good, or in imagining an entirely new construction. There is a continual struggle between his memory and his imagination, and from this struggle fertile combinations are born. His intelligence encountering an obstacle is like the water in a stream which, arrested by a stone, turns back and struggles against the obstacle. With the imbecile, the slowness of the production of ideas is very striking, especially when one has watched the work of a normal. It is no longer living water that flows, but a streamlet of wax that congeals. Not only does the imbecile content himself with something nearly true, owing to the absence of critical sense, but moreover the number of attempts which he makes is extremely small, 2 or 3, for example, where a normal would make 10. Herein lies the explanation of the poverty of ideas which makes any conversation with an imbecile so insipid. Let us recall our friend Albert, who, when warmly greeted after a week's absence, "Well, well, my dear boy, it's been a long while since we've met. What have you done all this time?" "Tell us all about it." Replies simply, "I have swept." Under other circumstances, one sees in the imbecile less the lack of pullulation than the lack of differentiation of the thought. We might cite very many examples to support this. We shall give only 2 sorts, which we have observed in the perception of pictures and the definition of terms. It will be recalled that many imbeciles can say only a single thing of a picture shown them. There is a man, there is a woman. We have made the summary remark that it was through lack of penetration. The expression was superficial, the analysis was summary. Seen more closely, the phenomenon reveals to us especially an arrest of intellectual development through lack of differentiation. In what does the interpretation of a picture really consist? It consists in completing the image by the appropriate evocation of idea which adjusts itself exactly to the picture, so that this interpretation is fitting to this picture and fitting to it only. The operation consists in adjusting oneself to an end, and this end is furnished by the picture. We see in the replies of our imbeciles that the adjustment is far from being definite, and that their commentary on the picture has nothing characteristic or individual. They say to us, for example, of a picture which represents a combat of horses, there are men. And they repeat a propos of another picture representing men drinking at a table, there are men. Identical replies for very different pictures. In other words, their thought, instead of differentiating itself in a particular manner to adjust itself to each picture, remains vague. One might even say general, taking the qualification general in the sense of embryonic. In a word, it does not evolve. It would fit any of the pictures shown them, and consequently it properly fits none. It is this absence of evolution which we have remarked about them, when they say, in naming 1 franc, that it was 1 sou or 10 francs, only with this difference: when our imbeciles name pieces of money or colours or playing cards, they make an effort at precision. They do not say, it is money, it is a colour, it is a card, but rather, it is 1 franc, it is blue, it is spades. And by the very fact that they are precise, they fail. On the contrary, their remarks upon pictures remain true because they are vague and insufficient. The same remark holds with regard to the explanation which they furnish us, or with the definitions which one can draw from them. To the question, what is a horse, a table, a chair, etc., they usually reply, like a child of 7 years, in terms of use. A table is to eat, a horse is to eat, bread is to eat, a spoon is to eat. There is in this case, exactly as for the comments upon the picture, an insufficiency of determination, because all these formulas of use apply to all the group of objects only because they do not exactly adapt themselves to any one. Such a definition is possible only because it is vague. It is the same phenomenon which is produced through lack of differentiation in the thought. On occasion one can also distinguish in their replies another interesting character, the utilitarian predilection, but this belongs to the domain of the feelings, instincts, and needs, and for the moment we are speaking only of the mechanism of thought. To sum up, the effort of adaptation to which the imbecile mentality is capable is arrested in 2 different ways. First, through lack of successive attempts, which we have called lack of pullulation of the thought, which is equivalent to a weakness of intellectual activity. Second, through lack of the work of differentiation, which is necessary in order that the exact adaptation of the thought to the end be assured. Let us recall the comparison of the key. The imbecile can try only 1 or 2 keys to open the lock, and the keys are badly adjusted. The key grinds, and the lock often does not open. A word in regard to this. One will think perhaps that the lack of intellectual activity and the lack of differentiation of the thought to go together, and of the same fact seen under 2 different aspects. It will be supposed that every active thought must evolve, adapt itself, differentiate itself, and that consequently it is the weakness of the activity which prevents the mental evolution of the imbecile. In our mind, this is an error of interpretation. We do not believe that the causes of an intellectual arrest can be reduced to a unity. These causes are many, and when one of them is suppressed, the arrest may still continue to be produced. We have made one observation which seems instructive in this regard. It has impressed us very much. It is the case of an imbecile named Docile, of whom we have already spoken. Docile does not resemble his fellow imbeciles in all respects. He represents a type that is not common. Ordinarily, an imbecile is slow and has but few ideas. It is difficult to talk with him. His replies are short, and he scarcely ever makes abundant remarks spontaneously. This is a particular mark of his weak intellectual activity. If he is made to find and to pronounce the greatest number of words possible in a given time, he finds very few. Certain of our imbeciles cannot find 20 words in 3 minutes. Docile, as we have seen, has a great deal of intellectual activity. His activity is shown by the vivacity and abundance of his conversation, which is such that we feel the need of a stenographer to take it down entirely, and yet his attention is not better, nor his intellectual level higher than those imbeciles who, like Albert, have very much less activity. In particular, let us recall that Kabusel, notwithstanding all his vivacity of speech, describes, in exactly the same terms as Albert, the pictures which are shown him. He limits himself to saying, "There, that is a man. There, that is woman." This is certainly a proof that thought can pullulate without evolving, and that the level of the intelligence is distinct from the activity of the intelligence. 5. The correction. The last piece of mental mechanism which we shall attempt to describe is the apparatus of control. This has been designated under different names. Critical sense, in the most commonly known, judgment is the technical expression of psychologists. Autocensure is a happy word recently proposed by certain alienists to name this faculty of control when it exercises itself upon itself. Perhaps this last point of view is the most interesting. In effect, it is a question here, before everything else, of a faculty of control which has for its object its own operations. When we judge, we take one after the other, two attitudes. One is turned towards the exterior world, which we perceive and evaluate. The other, the fact of reflection, is turned back upon ourselves, and it is ourselves that we evaluate. It is evident that we all know this sort of autocriticism, and that all of us have exercised it upon ourselves. It is familiarity expressed in the dialogue of a naive person talking with himself when he counts himself before acting and scolds himself afterwards. It translates itself nobly into the monologues of the classic theatre, where the personage finds himself divided between the demands of duty and the impulse of his instinct. In ordinary life, we pass continually from the role of actor to that of judge. We never sufficiently seize through the fire of a section or a feeling to lose the faculty of judging ourselves, or rather the two attitudes are not successive, but they mingle in a composite whole. One is moved, and at the same time is a conscious witness to one's emotion, and even the cold and sensible reflections made upon oneself do not detract from the sincerity of the feelings experienced. The anecdotal side of this question presented itself to psychologists when they sought to learn what was true in the paradoxes of Diderot. Diderot claims that an actor can play properly only when he feels nothing of what he expresses, because how could he be moved and at the same time regulate his steps upon the stage and watch the effect of his play upon the audience? The reply has been made to this that although the emotional capacity of actors varies according to the temperament of each one of them, there is nothing paradoxical in admitting that they are at the same time moved and master of themselves. The essential of artistic emotion is that it be under the direction of the will and the surveillance of taste. In the preceding description of the scheme of thought, we have constantly taken for granted that the control is at work. Let us recall that thought consists in an adaptation. It is necessary that the means not only be found, but be judged capable of attaining this end. Before pulling the trigger, the marksman sees that his weapon is properly aimed. In the same way, the control intervenes to make sure that the means are efficacious. Those that are judged good are adopted, the others are rejected. Without this attentive selection, no adaptation can succeed. What is most curious is that the effect of the control makes itself felt, while for the most part the control itself is unconscious. When we undertake a commercial affair, we know what is possible for us to attempt, what is possible to demand, and this feeling is sufficient to stifle a host of unreasonable ideas even before they appear. We don't have to disperse them and sort out the good grain, for usually the greatest part of the bad grain does not present itself. There is here a silent work of systemization which is extremely useful. Let us pass on to our defectives. At every step of our observations we have discovered their lack of this power of control. A certain one in our presence yawns or scratches himself in the most comical manner. This is a lack of control through lack of good manners. Another, told to copy A, scribbles a formless mass at which he smiles in a satisfied manner. This is lack of control through lack of attention, because these same imbeciles, if one insists, can be made to see that their scribbling does not resemble the model. But it is especially when we ask their opinion upon some question which they do not know, that we discover the lack of control. The state of neimpotesquism, already pointed out, is composed in the first place of a lack of evolution and of differentiation in the thought, and in the next place by an absence of criticism. We have already remarked that to reply, "It is exactly 11 o'clock," when one cannot tell time, to give the first colour that comes into one's head when asked to name a particular colour, must mean that the sense of demonstration is lacking, the sense of the absurd, the fear of being wrong, in a word, full of all these states which tend to correct and reduce and which constitute control. But it is necessary to remark that in order to bring out this nem potesquiem clearly, it is necessary to exercise force upon the intelligence of imbeciles. Left to themselves, they do not say that they do not perform all the absurdities that we draw from them. If they have committed very many blunders in their conversations with us, we are somewhat responsible, because we oblige them to reply to questions beyond their reach. In short, if they are lacking in judgment, they are equally lacking in direction. In adaptation and the rest, if their functionings are in a rudimentary state, there is at least some harmony in all these rudiments. It would therefore be wrong to think of comparing them with those degenerates, among whom impulsive acts betray a lack of harmony, a loss of equilibrium. These are mental conditions of a very different nature. 6. Origin of the scheme of thought. The scheme of thought which we have just set forth has been made definite by our study of defectives, and by our need to explain wherein their deficiency consists. But its origin dates farther back. One of us had already this idea in mind when he wrote some 10 years ago his Experimental Study of the Intelligence, which we have often been obliged to cite. The observations contained in that book have stimulated experimentation in Germany upon the psychology of thought, which is at the present moment being carried on with much activity, and which passes by the general name of the method of Würzburg. It will also be noted that the expressions of direction of thought, of correction, and other equivalents are currently employed today by many authors, and our scheme itself, although it is perhaps more definite and more complete than anything which has been proposed, will seem to many to lack originality. It is important to point out in conclusion exactly in what respects our scheme seems to us to be in advance of the former theories of the mechanisms of thought, and what characteristic points it presents. In the first place, one might believe a double use was made of the primordial faculties of mind, which have been described from all eternity under the familiar names of memory, attention, imagination, judgment. We have sometimes employed these expressions in our descriptions, but we have not abused them, and it would have been very easy for us not to have used them at all. Would it have been possible to reduce the scheme of thought to a play of these faculties? At first thought this reduction merits a trial, because it seems very seductive. One might remark that all that we have described under the term direction is only attention, our autocorrection is only judgment, and as to the act of adaptation, which is the centre of the system, one could just as well reduce it to memory, which conserves the state of consciousness, and to the imagination, which raises them up at the proper moment. But on reflection it seems to us that to reduce the scheme of thought to these known faculties would be to take from the scheme all its originality. On the one hand, the essential point of the new theory is considering thought as an action, the attention consisting in adapting itself. It is around this conception that everything gravitates. Furthermore, the principle of adaptation is not contained in any one of our intellectual faculties. There is in it an idea which surpasses them. On the other hand, if the principal parts of the system, direction, correction, judgment, can be explained by a play of the attention, memory, imagination, judgment, it must be noted that any one of those faculties taken alone would be ineffectual for the work that one would wish to assign to it. Take, for instance, autocorrection. Is that judgment? Yes, without doubt, one must judge in order to correct oneself, but a correction supposes more than an intellectual appreciation. It supposes in addition an arrest, a suspension of a defective motor tendency. To judgment one must add will. Sometimes correction is made in full consciousness, after the effort of reflection. In this case, attention must be added to judgment and will. Nor is this all. The arrest may be made without making an intellectual judgment. By the conflict of an emotional state which serves as an antagonist, one must then add to the list of active faculties a new faculty, that of emotivity. The list is already long, and we have taken into account neither memory, which is necessary in order for us to possess the motives for rendering a judgment, nor imagination which serves to present them forcibly to the mind. Let us take another example, the direction. Is that attention? Without doubt, we do not deny it, but it will be easy in analyzing this second case to show all that this faculty implies. An observation taken from life will prove it to us. An imbecile, Denise, who is listening to us, suddenly changes her direction. While we talk, she is attracted by a bird flying in the garden, and she begins watching the bird and forgets us. We say that the first direction has been abandoned, and that is sufficient for our scheme. But what is the mechanism of this derailment? Is it lack of attention? Is it lack of memory? It is extremely difficult to know because direction supposes, among other things, memory and attention, and the difference between derailment through lack of attention and derailment through lack of memory is extremely subtle. We would say lack of memory when the drawing idea has completely disappeared, lack of attention when the idea, without completely disappearing, has lost its interest and is disregarded. All these distinctions are of but little importance. Here then is a case which shows admirably not only that the greater part of our primordial faculties is involved in each part of the scheme of thought, but moreover that it may be a very delicate matter to establish the role of each of these faculties. In short, then, we may conclude that the theory of the intellectual faculties and the theory of the scheme of thought belong to two different planes. To make this distinction more clear, we borrow from biology the following comparison. The primordial biological element is the cell. In grouping themselves, cells form the tissues, tissues in their turn form the organs. In the same way, one might say that the intellectual functions of memory, attention, judgment, etc. correspond to the cells. Combining themselves, they form something analogous to a tissue. What corresponds to the organ is our scheme of thought, because, like the organ, this scheme has a function. It is perhaps in this last word, function, that the chief originality of our new scheme of thought resides, and if this word is understood in its fullest sense, one sees new perspectives opening out. One will understand that there is a certain amount of the obsolete in contemporaneous psychology, and that one must encourage a different psychology, the one which is already called in America functional psychology. In our opinion, it will henceforth seem superannuated to make psychology a science of introspection, or to express it better, of contemplation, which has for its object a study of the states of consciousness, and which has no other end but to describe all the qualities of these states. In fact, up to this point, we have seen in the faculties of memory, attention, judgment, imagination, only those faculties which spend themselves entirely in states of consciousness, and which serve either to conserve these states, or to reproduce them, or to amplify them, or to compare them, or to decompose them. One never gets beyond them. They are considered not as means, but as ends. Consequently, it has been believed that in every act of thought, the emphasis must be placed upon the states of consciousness, even upon the imaginative representation, so that it has caused great surprise to learn that there can be thoughts without images, without words, and reduced to a feeling. Consequently, again, it has been believed that the explanation of our mental operations can be seen in the properties of images. The English school has wished to explain the reason of all mental phenomena, without exception, by the mechanism of the association of ideas, and recently a well-known author sought to explain attention by a state of monoideism. To this conception of a structural psychology we oppose its counterpart, that which gives action to the end of thought, and which seeks the very essence of thought in a system of actions. All the consequences of this new orientation, at least if it succeeds in making itself accepted, will develop with them. There are intimate consequences that will make themselves felt in the manner of positioning the most serious psychological problems, in particular the manner of understanding the attention generalization, and also the relation of the conscious to the unconscious, and the reciprocal influence of the emotions and the thoughts, and finally the relation of delirium to emotivity. We already have here the principal points upon which it seems to us great changes will take place. We note as a logical example of the revolution which we predict a new method of measuring the phenomena of consciousness. Instead of measuring the intensity of these phenomena, which have been the vain and foolish ambition of the psychophysicists, we shall measure the useful effects of the acts of adaptation, and the value of the difficulties conquered by them. There is here a measure which is not arithmetical, but which permits a lineal seriation, a hierarchy of the acts and of different individuals, judged according to their powers. Questions of details are aside. If we seek to take into account the evolution of the whole, which we approve, we can assert that psychology, having become a science of action, takes on an altogether different altitude for pedagogy, for morals, and for scientific philosophy. For pedagogy, it ceases to be the lonely exercise of hermits, a delight of the sophists, an application of the know thyself, which has caused it to be said up to the present that this analytical science has no educative value. In obliging us to come out of our own inner consciousness in order to understand our fellow man in the life of action, it takes on an aspect of social science. In morals, the consideration of ends permits it to receive inspiration from whatever there is that is useful and solid in the doctrines of pragmatism in vogue. There again we encounter an interesting point of contact with the contemporaneous tendencies which are still vague, but very powerful. But it is especially by the manner of posting the great philosophical problem that the revolution will make itself felt, for while the psychologist of contemplation tends to detach himself from the exterior world and to seek on the differences between his states of consciousness and his own body, which produces a gulf between the physical and the moral world, the psychologist of action, who sees that the physical and the moral concur in every act of adaptation, will apply himself rather to demonstrate their union, and instead of an antithesis, will tend to make its synthesis. Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon. End of section 13. Section 14. The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded, by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 2. The Language of the Feeble-Minded. Chapter 1. A New Psychogenetic Method. We desire to draw the attention of our readers to a study which, in our opinion, constitutes a new psychological method. This method consists in analyzing the manifestations of intellectual phenomena among certain individuals designated by the names idiot, imbecile, and moron. Imbeciles perhaps form the most instructive group of all these defectives, and it is of these only that we shall speak in our short article. We believe the method which we present is new, and we hope that we shall be able to demonstrate its novelty. Our affirmation may be doubted by those who know of the enormous literature which exists upon all defectives, but the clinicians who have devoted themselves to these patients, and who have even made for them a vague pedagogy adorned with the pompous title of the medico-pedagogical method, have never, so to speak, examined them from the point of view of the problems which their mental state raises in regard to modern psychology. In fact, the chapter upon backwards is the most backward of all psychiatry. The method which we are going to describe is a psychogenetic method. Let us characterize it first by indicating what branches of study it resembles and from what other branches it is differentiated. For the past 30 years, the field of psychology has been so furrowed in every direction that it has become extremely difficult to present a general view of the investigations which is coherent. There exists at the present time an objective psychology which is often opposed to a subjective psychology, terms vague and almost indefinable. In the same way, experimental psychology has been opposed to pathological psychology, the authors failing to recognize by this distinction that the observation of these patients is compatible with experimentations quite as complicated as for normal subjects and laboratory students. In this pathological branch are grouped together psychiatry and hypnotism, although both in regard to their value and their processes they are entirely different. As for experimental psychology, it is almost universally confounded with psychophysics, of which it is nevertheless only a very insignificant part. And this confusion is all the more regrettable because it permits those who contemn the barrenness of the psychophysical to anathematize at the same time the whole psychology of experimentation, which is supremely unjust. And moreover, there is again physiological psychology, whose domain is so badly defined that it is confused with normal psychology, with psychophysics, and even with pathological psychology. This is chaos, and if the experts cannot always find themselves, how can we suppose that the uninitiated can arrive at a clear idea of the whole? We are not attempting here to put an end to this chaos. That would take too long. In order to indicate the ground we intend to cover, it will suffice to divide all psychology into 3 fields according to the nature of the phenomena involved, and not according to the processes of investigation, which are common to the 3 fields. The first group represents the phenomena which have attained their full development, a static condition. This is the study of the adult normal. The second group represents the phenomena which are in a state of total or partial dissolution, or of derangement, in a word, which correspond in the main to the somewhat vague concept of pathological phenomena. The third group, the only one with which this article is concerned, represents the phenomena in a stage of evolution. Into this group enters first of all and above all the study of the child, who represents the most typical form of evolution. Then, with various differences, we can compare the child with the individual belonging to a lower civilization who has long been called by the naive word savage. Then we can compare him with the animal, and lastly with the defective. To be brief, we shall retain of this enumeration only the 2 extreme terms, the child and the defective. It has long been said that the defective is comparable to a child arrested in his development. We have in our asylums imbeciles of 40 who are at the intellectual level of a normal child of 5 years. But it must be well understood that this resemblance is only roughly true. An imbecile of 40 does not exactly resemble a normal child of 5 years. Following the happy comparison of Kraepelin, he resembles him somewhat as would a caricature. He resembles him as much as an invalid can resemble a healthy person, as much as an awkward and uncouth being can resemble one who is all charm and grace. For the moment we shall not insist upon all the differences, which obviously are numerous, and which are moreover imperfectly known. Of these differences the following interests us more than the others, because it justifies the psychogenetic method for defectives. The normal child of 5 years is continually developing. He does not remain, so to speak, a single instant at the same intellectual level. He is following an ascending curve. On the contrary, the adult imbecile of 40 has terminated his development. He will be tomorrow, or 2 years hence, the same that he is today, that he was yesterday, that he was 2 years ago, or perhaps even that he was 10 years ago. He does not follow an ascending curve, he treads a level platform, and consequently one can discern the qualities and resources of his intellectual level better than as though it were the question of a child. One can learn, for instance, all the acquisitions which his intellectual level can command. One can learn if his degree of intelligence renders him capable of learning to read, to count, to acquire this or that practical knowledge. On the contrary, one remains ignorant of these things for a child of 5, because such child has not yet had time to learn them, and by the time he has learned them he is no longer 5 years old, but has mounted to a higher intellectual level. Here then, as we take it, is the great advantage of the psychogenetic method applied to imbeciles. It permits us to know by an experiment as prolonged as we desire to make it, all the resources of his intelligence, all its capacities, all its potentialities. End of section 14. Section 15. The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded, by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Aphasia and the Psychology of Language. Let us leave generalities and demonstrate by a precise example what we have just advanced. Psychology in its entirety could be viewed by this method, but we cite only one particular phase, that of the development of language. The study of language will be very useful for our demonstration because it will furnish us with the opportunity of comparing the results obtained by 3 different methods. First, the pathological method, brilliant and well known, which has given us the Aphasias. Second, the psychogenetic method, known but little used, which consists in studying the child. And finally the third, another psychogenetic method, almost unknown and never practiced, which consists in studying the imbecile. We shall also, by a precise comparison, observe the advantages of these different methods, as well as their disadvantages. It must be well understood that we do not in any way attempt to establish a preeminence of one of these methods over the others. This would be neither correct nor kind. All the methods are useful. We are not in favor of exclusion, but of synthesis. It is what we have always desired and always counselled. Let us first ask, what have we learned from the imposing array of the manifold works on aphasia, that is, of general application to the problem of the mechanism of language? Let us pass over the infinite number of details, certain ones of which have been very suggestive, and let us restrict ourselves to a general view. The study of aphasia has shown us in particular that what we call language does not represent a faculty unique, indivisible, moulded in a single piece, but is composed of a certain number of operations which are independent of each other, and that each may be destroyed or conserved to the exclusion of the others. This is the most important information that comes out clearly from all the observations which have been made upon aphasic cases, as well as from all the diverse and often artificial theories which have been devised to express the difficulties of language. We recall merely that according to the simplest and most schematic of these theories, language results from the four following operations: first, understanding; second, speaking; third, reading; fourth, writing, and that each of these operations may be suppressed separately by a cerebral accident. It has been disputed that this independence is equally complete for all, but this matter of degree is of little import. What has been definitely proved is that there is some independence. Let us remark, however, that this functional independence can be realized only by an individual who is already in possession of the different mechanism of language. It is the preferred mechanism which can act alone without the aid of the whole. It is necessary, for instance, that an individual should have previously heard language in order to continue speaking even when he has ceased to understand what he hears. Word deafness. The study of aphasia, therefore, with many reservations which we pass over, shows the absence of relation between the established functions. It does not show what relations are produced between the functions which are on the way to being established. There is here a place for another entirely different study. Everyone knows or supposes that if the faculty of speech becomes independent of the faculty of understanding, it is not so in the beginning, at the time of its formation, and that the child born deaf remains necessarily a mute. How could he pronounce words that he had never heard, or had not been taught by another means? Therefore, at the moment of this elaboration of the functions, numerous relations exist between the budding functions, and the study of this part of the phenomena may be termed the psychogenesis of language. Aphasia does not comprise the psychogenesis. This must not be forgotten. The psychogenesis of language can be investigated by different methods by means of studies on children or on primitive peoples. We are going to show how the study of imbeciles who are up to a certain point constitute permanent children can be turned to account. End of section 15. Section 16. The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon. Translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. 3. An observation of an imbecile. Scientific determination of her level. As this article is only a short demonstration, we shall limit ourselves to observing one subject in particular. This subject, which we take from among many others, is an imbecile of the lowest grade. According to the definition which we have proposed, we must place in the category of idiots all defectives who are incapable of communicating with their fellows by speech. Our patient is not properly speaking an idiot. She is located upon the threshold between idiocy and imbecility because she is able to make herself understood by speech, although to a very limited degree. By choosing this patient, we are permitted to study the psychogenesis of language, the formation of the first word, the psychological conditions which are essential for the beginning of speech, and this is precisely the end that we have in view. Our patient Denise is a woman of 25 years who belongs to a family of petites ouvrières. We suppress all purely medical details which would have no interest for our psychological analysis. Listen first to what the mother of Denise tells us regarding her poor child. There was no possibility of having illusions upon the mental state of the young girl. She was subjected to a medico-pedagogical treatment for 8 years. What has she learned? Absolutely nothing, her mother says, and of late she has even been deteriorating. We give this opinion without taking any responsibility to ourselves. The parents kept her for a long time at home. They considered her a child without intelligence but harmless. During her first years, she took the breast normally and presented nothing exceptional. But she did not play or jump the rope as ordinary children do, although it amused her very much to watch the others play. The mother says with an excessive optimism that she understands everything. In reality, she continually needs the help of those about her to perform the simplest acts. Awkward to the point of being unable to make a bow, she can nearly dress herself but must be watched to see that she does not put her clothes on wrong side out. She does not know how to comb her hair or wash her face. To do up her hair, she turns it to one side and puts pins in it. She washes her hands mechanically without noticing the result. She eats alone decently enough and can help herself to drink. Her meat and bread must be cut. She is rather difficult to please in regard to her food and would like to drink wine or coconut. It is only recently that she learned to open a door. She even learned to thread a number 8 needle. She cannot be taught to do anything useful. In sewing, she remains hours making the same stitch, and the stitch once made, she pulls it out. Or else she busies herself cutting rags or paper. If she sweeps, she stops because she is without sequence in her ideas and leaves the dirt in the middle of the room. She cannot be made useful in preparing vegetables. She shells peas by biting them. She cannot, unaided, do any useful work. Someone must always be near or watch her. One cannot even tell her to gather the flowers. She will pluck anything. At such a level, the imbecile is therefore practically useless. Her disposition is sweet, although a little restless. She is not contented anywhere. If she is in the house, she always wishes to go outside. What pleases her most is music, singing, and especially moving pictures. We are assured that she has a true voice in singing. She is affectionate, she loves everyone, but is spiteful, remembers an affront, and does not wish to see the person again who offered it. She is timid, is afraid of fire and carriages. She is at times subject to violent fits of temper, during which she beats her head with her fist or strikes it against the wall. She has even a little jealousy. Against whom? Against her mother's cat. This last trait completes the portrait of the poor innocent. It remains to be seen for what reason she was placed in the asylum. The parents noticed that of late she had had convulsions with blood in her mouth, jerking of the limbs and eyes turned back. Following these attacks, she slept and snored loudly. At other times, she simply lost consciousness, after which she asked to urinate. In coming to herself, her eyes were fixed and saliva was on her lips. A bonbon was put into her mouth. The parents were alarmed at these attacks, which certainly had the characteristics of coma. They reproached themselves, the poor souls, for having kept their child at home. "You see," the mother said to her father, "it's all your fault. She ought to have been cared for at the hospital." As a result of all these fears, they decided to place their child in the asylum. Let us add that these attacks are very infrequent with her. During the several months that we have been studying her, they have only manifested themselves once. Let us examine the patient. Short in stature, 5 foot 8 inches, somewhat stout, heavy, the waist thick. There is nothing abnormal about her physical appearance. The head is well formed, but small, like that of a child of 10 years. The features are regular and well cut. There are no wrinkles. The face is fat, the cheeks pendant. There is in the whole body a general tendency to overweight. The subject is 25, but appears 30. The countenance is wide awake and mobile, small black eyes, brilliant and lively, expression almost mischievous. The moment she enters our office, we hold out our hand. She shakes it and begins to laugh, showing her white teeth. It's not simply a laugh, but a foolish, uncontrolled laugh. We studied her during many sittings because she was at our disposition whenever we wished, without interruption. At the least notice, the slightest gesture, at anything or nothing, she bursts into loud laughter. She is a real child. During our many interviews, at every outside noise, such as the ringing of a bell, the opening of a door, etc., she suddenly placed both hands on her abdomen. This was a play rather than a tic. This is not the only proof of her childishness. She is affected with echolalia, and mimicry accompanied by all kinds of comical actions. If one coughs, she coughs. If one blows his nose, she blows hers. If one laughs, she laughs. She repeats the last word of a sentence which is said, or else says yes in acquiescence. even when one is paying no attention to her. At the same time, she imitates whatever one does. If one writes, she takes on a mischievous air and pretends to write with her finger on the table. If one scratches himself, she scratches herself. If one crosses his arms, she does the same. If one twirls his moustache, she imitates the action. The imitation by gesture or voice is done quickly, accompanied with a laugh and mocking air, but the imitation does not continue long. Very quickly her attention fails. Denise thinks of other things, looks about her, then after a long time comes back to us, and if we continue to write she resumes her imitative gestures. When she is not thinking of us, her face suddenly becomes serious, and nothing is more comical than the rapidity with which this poor creature passes from seriousness to laughter. This tendency to laughter, to echolalia and mimicry, manifests itself most strikingly when she is in a familiar environment. It is all done with the mischievous air of a schoolboy who makes fun of his master. Before a witness whom she does not know, Denise is intimidated, remains shy, and shows no evidence of echolalia or mimicry. It is therefore something different from reflex echolalia, since it is under the influence of psychic causes and is exercised only under certain easily determined conditions. Neither is it a voluntary echolalia. The art of imitation is practiced by a comedian who gives himself to this effort, as others give themselves to any sort of work. It is an intermediate form which is at the same time partially reflex and partially voluntary, and which very clearly expresses the childish character of Denise. Furthermore, all her gestures reveal her mental level. Sitting by our side, she picks her nose or scratches her head without sufficient reserve. From time to time she yawns noisily or sighs. At times she says "Mama" in a plaintive tone, or carries her hand to her face. She has at such times a flushing of the face, and she breathes heavily like someone who is very warm. Let us also add that she is very gentle, not at all stubborn, and one can do with her whatever he will. This group of facts constitutes an attitude that is very peculiar, childish, gay, mocking, and altogether feeble-minded. The facts here recorded show us that Denise has the character of a child, but she is not only backward as to character, but also backward in intelligence. One can very well suspect this from all that we have said of her. Thus socially she is useless, since she has neither enough application nor enough discernment to perform the most humble task. One could not even employ her to sweep, because even for that she would need watching. But all these little facts give only one impression. One must go farther and fix the position of this imbecile in the scale of intelligence. Without wishing to treat fundamentally a question which here presents itself only incidentally, let us recall the grades between which one might hesitate in classifying our imbecile. These grades are: first, idiocy of the highest degree; second, imbecility of the lowest degree; third, imbecility of the intermediate degree. The table which we here give indicates briefly the mental capacities of these 3 degrees. High-grade idiot, capable of understanding a gesture and of executing simple orders given by gesture, like coming, seating themselves, getting up. Capable of imitating a gesture or attitude when ordered, for instance, clapping hands, dancing, crying, etc. Lowest grade imbecile, capable of understanding and executing simple orders given verbally without gesture. For instance, get up, where is your eye? Go bring me the bouquet which is on the table. Where is the inkwell? Show me a pencil. Where is the little girl in this picture? Middle grade imbecile, capable of naming common objects when pointed out, of comparing 2 lines or 2 weights, and of copying a square. High-grade imbecile, capable of repeating 3 figures, of performing the 3 errands, of naming exactly certain pieces of money, naming the colors, counting 10 pins, knowing the names of the days of the week, and the months of the year, and the number of fingers. Denise can pass all the tests of the highest grade idiot. They are of course very easy, and with the exception of the last, do not surpass the intelligence of a dog. She passes the tests of low-grade imbecility very well. Upon verbal commands, she rises, seats herself, dances, cries out. She points out objects named to her. She also designates in a picture the object she is asked to find, a child, a window, a little cat, etc., by immediately putting her finger on it, saying, "Aya," with a child's expression of satisfaction. Moreover, she is so suggestible that if one tells her to find an object which does not exist in the picture, she points to anything. One might even believe that she always went at random, but a attentive study of her gestures shows that she understands very well what is named to her. Denise fails in the tests for middle grade imbecility. She can scarcely name one of the objects presented to her. To the question, "What is this?" she replies, "Yes," and bursts into laughter. She cannot copy a square or compare two lines or two weights. When one gives her the two weights to compare and asks her which is the heavier, she puts a finger upon each and replies, "That," with great satisfaction. She designates a line at random with complete inattention, and from time to time she gives a great sigh as though complaining of the overstrain demanded of her intelligence. She is therefore an imbecile of the lowest grade. Her intellectual inferiority manifests itself in the tests that do not require speech, an important point. Another example of her intellectual inferiority: she cannot execute 3 orders at a time. She does 1. If we ask her to get a flower which is on the table near at hand, she quickly executes the simple order, but if we add 2 other orders, for instance, to strike 3 times on the door and change the position of a chair, she cannot execute successfully these 3 orders. She can recall but one of them, most often the last, and after having executed that, she returns completely satisfied and takes her seat. All this permits us to conclude that Denise is a low-grade imbecile. It can be seen that this conclusion is not simply a formula. It implies and sums up a series of numerous tests and of verifications. End of section 16. Section 17. The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded, by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Analysis of the state of language of this imbecile. The intellectual level of Denise is so low as to have some influence upon the development of her language. When one encounters a subject so lacking in intelligence, one expects that he will speak very imperfectly. We shall study successively in Denise the 3 following points. 1. Vocabulary and spontaneous speech. 2. Articulation. 3. Comprehension of spoken words. 1. Vocabulary. To say that Denise does not speak would be an exaggeration. It is not complete mutism. She pronounces merely a few short, simple words which are almost all substantives, such as yes, no, papa, mama, pipi, aya, volid, good day, and goodbye. The mother, indulged and blind like all mothers, assures us that the vocabulary of Denise is composed of some 40 words, although she admits that she could never recognize nor pronounce the names of her brother or her sister. This evaluation of 40 words seems to us exaggerated. There is still another word which Denise loves and which she often pronounces. It is zut. Several of these words really serve her the purpose of language. We mean by that she never uses them at random to amuse herself by the sound or as an exercise of the larynx, as children often do, or by false application to objects. Every time she uses them, she gives them their exact meaning. Thus it has often happened that, feeling a need, she turned to us, no longer laughing, took on a most serious air and said, "Pippi." At another time, seeing her completely occupied during our questioning, in turning and looking at a cheap ring which she had on her finger, we asked her, "Who gave you that ring?" She replied immediately and without the slightest hesitation, "Mama." This is indeed language. It has been seen that it is reduced to a very small number of common and proper nouns. Let us add that she rarely uses even the words that she knows, so that she seems mute. She might therefore be compared to a child of 1 or 2 years who has commenced to speak, but whose vocabulary is still very restricted. But there is a difference. The normal child is constantly making an effort to increase his little vocabulary. While still very young, he subjects his larynx to exercises to produce suppleness and emits all sorts of adult sounds. This babble is foreign to Denise. She does not try to increase her verbal acquisition, an important difference such as is always found when one attempts to compare the defective with a normal child. In order not to forget it, one might express this difference in the following terms. In the psychology of an individual, there are 2 orders of pneumonia. those which are acquired, representing the results of a former development, and those which require the realization of an effort, an expenditure which must be made at the very moment. We refer the first phenomena to the psychology of conservation because they represent a structure already formed. A second group of phenomena should be referred rather to the psychology of acquisition. Thus, to name an object whose name is already known is a psychology of conservation. To learn and retain the name of a known object belongs to the psychology of acquisition. One can already see that these two psychological processes are subject to different laws. Among dements, the conservation is always superior to the acquisition. The dement knows things which, at their actual hour, he would be unable to learn if he did not already know them. He constantly shows the contrast between his previous acquisitions and his actual capacities. We recall a general paralytic very much reduced to allow himself to fall several times from the chair where he sat, by inadvertently leaning too much to one side while revelling off the edge of a bandage which he had about his hand. Yet this same paralytic was still capable of reading. Among defectives, the psychology of acquisition and the psychology of conservation are equal. The defectives have neither gone back nor progressed. They are today what they were yesterday, and they can acquire knowledge on a par with that which they already possess. Lastly, among normal children, the formula changes once more. The function is superior to the organ. The power of acquisition surpasses that of conservation because children progress unceasingly. They become constantly better. They are superior today to what they were yesterday. The future belongs to them. 2. Articulation. Another point of resemblance between Denise and a young child is that she has difficulties of speech which very much resemble the natural dysaulia of a little child. Little children pass normally through a period of imitation when they do their best to reproduce the sounds they have heard or that they themselves have invented in pronouncing at random. Their efforts at reproduction are complicated by awkwardness or errors. Often a child is incapable of pronouncing certain consonants for months or even for years. He either suppresses them or replaces them by others. Some authors call this difficulty of articulation lisping, while others prefer to designate it by the name of natural dysaulia. It is essential to come to an understanding about the nature of these difficulties of speech. They must not be confounded with mechanical dysaulia, which results from a malformation of the organs of articulation, nor with the dysaulia accompanying a nervous temperament. To distinguish these latter is important, and the area which one would commit in confounding them would be as great as if one confounded the awkwardness of a gesture with paralysis, the contraction or the convulsion of a member. We ask Denise to repeat the short words, or letters, or figures which we pronounce before her. She understands what we wish, and lends herself as best she can to the attempt. One can almost recognize the words she pronounces, but it is much distorted. Here are some examples. A table is displayed on the page. These imitations are rendered difficult by the bursts of laughter, and also by that very particular mental state which we call ne importesquime, no matter whatism, which consists in being satisfied with the first approximation that comes to mind. We cannot guarantee that the words which we attribute to Denise have been articulated by her in exactly the manner that we have written them. The pronunciation is so defective that sometimes one does not know exactly what one hears. We have done the same for the letters of the alphabet. A table is displayed on the page. Comparable to what we have observed with children, the vowels are better pronounced than the consonants. Nearly all the vowels are well pronounced, as are also several consonants, especially the D and G. But we have not thought it worthwhile to make a careful study of this difficulty of speech in order to find what part belongs to the organs of speech, to defective audition, or especially to the mental state of the subject. This extremely difficult study, very much more difficult than instructive, would take us too far from our program. The essential point is that the dysaulia of Denise is not the direct and only cause which prevents her from speaking. She might be able to talk even when articulating badly. She does not seem to realize that she misforms the sounds which she is asked to repeat, and moreover, we are persuaded that she has not the mental state of those stammerers who remain silent because they are afraid to show their difficulties of speech. M. Marius Dupont, professor at the National Institute for Deaf Mutes at Paris, communicated to us recently the very curious observation of a little blind child of 5 years, who pronounces only vowels when he wishes to say, Merci, maman, ma chérie, which is his favourite sentence. He pronounces the following series of sounds. E-I-A-A-E-I, which his nurse understands very well. Here is indeed a typical case of alalia. It seems to us important to remark that Denise has by no means so deep-seated a trouble of pronunciation, and consequently if she limits her language to pronouncing only 8 or 10 words, the cause of her lack of development of speech must belong to another order than that of difficulty of articulation. Verbal perception. As an interesting contrast, this subject understands speech. She is almost a mute, but she does not have word deafness, and her comprehension of speech is sufficient to lend itself to different and complicated tests. Here in fact are orders given her, which she executed without the accompaniment of any gesture which would enlighten her upon the sense of the words. Clap your hands. She claps her hands. Dance. She makes contortions with her arms. Run. She runs a little in the room. Sing. She does not sing, probably does not dare before us, but after hesitation yawns noisily. We suppose that, for her, this amounts to the same thing. Go and open the door. She goes to the door and taps it with her hand. Go and get me a book from the table. She executes the order. Read. She makes a gesture of holding a book under her eyes. Where is your eye, your nose, your ear, your hand? Designates exactly each time. Where is my watch? Indicates my watch which is on the table. Where is the floor? Raising her arm indicates the ceiling. The key of the lock? Says there, and points to the hole in the lock. The pins? Points to the pins that are on the table. The basin? Points to the basin that is on a nearby table. The placard? Points at random to the wall. The table cover? Points to the cloth on the table. The pen holder? First points in the air, then designates the cloth on the table. The eyeglass? Points to the air and raises itself comically on her feet. The gas jet? Points to the gas jet in the room. Where is your left hand? Points to her abdomen. All these indicative gestures are executed with greatest earnestness. Her joy is extensive. Her laugh bursts out amid the most comical movements. Denise often pronounces the word "aya" in pointing to an object, which doubtless signifies "voilà," here. Other quite complicated sentences show the extent of her power of comprehension. Question: come here? Answer: she comes with her chair. Do you see the music box which is on the table? Yes. You will be good enough to take it to the table at the side? La. She does the action. Will you go and get it and put it in the pocket of MS? She brings it from the table. Will you be so obliging as to sit down? She obeys. Will you put that object in the pocket of MS? She places it on the table. Will you give a little air by opening the door behind me? She takes the music box. The order is repeated. She goes towards the door. Several repetitions of the order. She wanders about the room. Will you take a pin and put it on a chair? She wanders about the room. Repetition of the order. Pee-pee, pull your ear. She does it. Give yourself a box on the cheek. Her 2 fists held tight, she strikes her extended cheeks. Pinch your nose. There. She puts her index finger to her nose. Scratch your hand. She claps her hands together. Throw your handkerchief in the air. She obeys. To other questions she can answer yes or no, always nodding her head. Her replies are often given with a discernment which proves that she has understood. Thus she will say yes if one asks, "Are you a good girl?" "Do you wish a bonbon?" On the contrary, she will not fail to reply no if asked, "Do you wish to go to bed?" All these examples show that her verbal comprehension is real, although limited and changeable. We have been able to give a quite complicated sentence. Throw your handkerchief in the air, which was understood. Others were not. Like a child, Denise catches one word and guesses at the rest, but at times she catches nothing, so that one cannot foresee, even when one knows her well, whether or not she will understand a given sentence because her comprehension is very uncertain. Animal sensitivity to verbal perception. It seems to us that in a certain measure Denise understands, like an animal, and moreover, that the acuteness of her verbal perception is very great, much greater than one would have supposed. In the first place, she is extremely sensitive to the intonation of the sentences pronounced. When asking her if she is good, we can, by the inflection of our tones, obtain from her at will either the answer yes or the answer no. We do not know exactly in what the difference consists of the two intonations which we employ with this definite end in view. We can only say that one of them, which terminates in a high note, tends to suggest an affirmation, while the other, which ends in a lower note and which is like a disprobation, tends to suggest a negation. It is not singular that this defective grasps so slight a shade of meaning when she has so little intelligence that she cannot even shell peas, but tears them open with her teeth. It is because we have here to deal with that part of the comprehension of the language which is not only human but animal. Bear in mind that a dog is also very sensitive to the varied intonations of the voice of his master. He knows very well if he is flattered, if one is satisfied with him, if one is sad, if one reprimands him, if one is angry, and since he does not understand grammatical construction, it is clearly the intonation which guides him. Lubbock has shown that because the dog is an excellent observer, it is possible to present him before the public as being able to read and to execute orders written in advance upon a placard. Very curious experiments have been made recently in Germany upon a learned horse that was exhibited in public. This horse divided from the slightest movement of the head and eyes of his master what he was to do, how many blows of his hoof he was to give, or rather knocking with his hoof a series of blows, he knew when he must stop, etc. Curious the master did not know how his own thought could be divined by this beast. One can easily collect among animals a great number of examples of feats of intelligence which require a very fine perception and a great talent of observation. It is really curious that this finesse of perception, altogether animal, should be found among defectives. Let us hasten to add that the normal individual possesses it also, but he possesses it from birth like the animal. It is a gift which he has not yet developed. Denise is also very skillful in distinguishing in a sentence the affirmation or the negation, even though she is incapable of understanding the sentence. Thus the sentence, "Isn't it true that there are artillerymen in the artillery?" provokes an acquiescence, while the sentence, "Isn't it true that there are no artillerymen in the artillery?" provokes a live negation with her head. Denise has therefore perceived, in the midst of all these incomprehensible words, the difference between there are and there are no. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. Discussion of 3 hypotheses upon the absence of speech in our subject. Let us now analyze the symptoms which we have just described and attempt to interpret them. It is evident at the outset that Denise presents an excellent case of dissociation between the faculty of speech and the faculty of comprehending speech, and this dissociation must be brought more clearly to light and then explained if this is possible. Denise understands very well the words of certain sentences, therefore she must have a certain memory for words. She must have such memory in order to recognize the words pronounced, because if she did not recognize them, she would not comprehend them. She must also have this memory in order to execute a command, which is not immediate, but which requires a little time. She is told to go and get a bouquet that is on the table. While she is on the way, she must remember for a certain time what is said to her, otherwise she could not execute the command and would come back empty-handed. How then does it happen that being capable of recalling a word, she should be incapable of pronouncing it? This observation proves, above everything else, the independence of these two faculties. Certain authors have insisted that the muscular sense is such an important thing that even to understand a word we partially articulate it. Denise takes it upon herself to refute this exaggerated opinion. This may be true of certain individuals of an accentuated motor type, but it has no general value. Denise, in fact, understands a sentence of 5 or 6 words, but is incapable of repeating a single one of those words. But this independence of the two functions once verified, it remains to be explained how it happens that this subject has not obeyed the very natural phenomenon of psychomotor induction, and that having possession of these words through memory, she has not become apt in pronouncing them. Where is the obstacle? Let us first note what happens with children and with animals. At 8 or 10 months, a normal child already understands many words. He does not commence to speak until much later, at 15 or 18 months. With the adult also, the faculty of comprehension surpasses constantly that of execution. How many unknown words there are whose sense one can divine, sentences complex and delicately shaded that one understands, and that one cannot invent or even repeat. Let us take an extreme example. The dog recognizes his name and a dozen other words, as cheese, soup, go out, get away, etc., and yet he could certainly never bark out a single word. All these facts lead to the conclusion that it is normal for one to understand language long before one can speak. Is it the same with our patient? This can be disputed. 3 fundamental explanations can be suggested. They are fundamental as it seems to us because any others that could be imagined are but the variations of these 3. The first consists in assuming an acquired aphasia. Then one would have to admit that Denise had been stricken with a circumscribed lesion in the nervous centers of articulated language. One would have to admit, for example, if one is a localizer of the old school, that Denise is reduced to the pronunciation of so few words because she has been the victim of an accident, a softening, for instance, in the 3rd left frontal convolution. In the hospitals for deaf mutes, children have been observed who present the unusual association of the 2 following symptoms. They hear but they do not speak. According to the usual expression under such circumstances, they are hearing mutes. It has been admitted that they suffer from a cerebral lesion, which is pronounced in their case a motor aphasia of articulation. Has our imbecile Denise also aphasia produced by a cerebral lesion? We do not think so. Upon this point, be it well understood, we can only conjecture, only we remarked that by her clinical aspect she does not at all resemble an aphasic patient. When an adult who has once spoken is deprived of articulate language by a circumscribed cerebral lesion, one always observes in him an evident contrast between his desire, his need of speech, on the one hand, and his absence of speech on the other. With Denise nothing of this kind is observed. She makes no effort to speak. Besides, and this second argument is still more decisive than the first, she has never spoken better than she now speaks. She has not, therefore, been deprived of a function that she had exercised previously. A second hypothesis, very distinct from the preceding, would consist in admitting that Denise and subjects who resemble her are stricken with congenital motor aphasia. There would also be among idiots, those defectives who do not even understand articulate language, a congenital word deafness. These expressions have already been proposed by different authors, but in proposing them, one has not seemed to realize their bearing. It has even sometimes been believed that the expression was the equivalent of saying simply, has never spoken, has never understood speech. We do not in the least agree with this manner of looking at the matter, and to show the error it is sufficient to remark that it would be an incongruity equal to that of saying of a normal child of 2 months, who as yet understands nothing of what is said to him, this child is stricken with congenital word deafness. Obviously this would be absurd. Congenital aphasia implies a lack of development of the organs necessary to language, an atrophy sufficiently accentuated to have a really pathological character and to constitute a contrast between the arrested development of the centers of language and the much greater development of the other centers of the same brain. This is truly the only reasonable meaning that one can give to these expressions. But in place of the hypothesis of the failure of language through local accidents, we prefer another hypothesis which brings in the level of intelligence. It seems to us that, exactly like a child of 10 months, Denise does not speak because she is not intelligent enough to speak. This last explanation, to which we give our preference, is not an essentially psychological nature, and we ask that it not be opposed to the preceding as a psychological hypothesis which would be opposed to an anatomical or physiological hypothesis. It is for convenience of language, and ought to be more quickly understood, that we say that the lack of language of our patient is to be attributed to the inferiority of her intellectual level. The same thought could easily be translated into anatomical terms, and one could say equally well that if there is in Denise an atrophy at the centers of language, this atrophy is neither greater nor less than that for the rest of her brain. What has been learned up to this time from autopsies made upon the brains of imbeciles points in this direction. We do not know that a special localized reduction of volume in the cerebral centers that control language has been observed among imbeciles. What are the reasons which make us admit that it is the intellectual level of Denise that is responsible for her pseudo-aphasia? Let us recall first what is beyond all discussion. Denise is a low-grade imbecile. A very strong argument in favor of our explanation results from the comparison of Denise with other imbeciles. We have often said we must not make a study of only one of these subjects. They must be brought together and a synthesis made of all the observations. Moreover, we can demonstrate that imbeciles in general speak little, and middle-grade imbeciles especially speak a very limited language. They make very short sentences with rudimentary syntax. The case of Denise, when closely compared to theirs, becomes clear. He no longer has an isolated character, as would be the case if Denise had been the victim of some cerebral accident. One has the feeling that with low-grade imbeciles, a lack of the development of language reigns supreme, and that Denise has carried this common trait to its maximum. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6. The Psychological Condition of Speech, Experiments and Theory. A skeptic who had followed our discussion might say, "You take a great deal of pains for nothing. By a great reinforcement of arguments, you have demonstrated that if your patient does not speak, or speaks very little, it is because she is in the same mental state as a little child of from 8 to 12 months, who also understands many words but does not yet speak. For the general study of imbecility, no doubt it is an advantage to demonstrate that the lack of language among these patients depends upon the weakness of their intelligence. But you do not wish here to pose as a clinician. You are using only psychology. You are seeking to discover the psychological conditions of the formation of language. Therefore, why should you take an imbecile for study when all your effort will consist in concluding that these things take place in her as though she were a little normal child? Would it not be more simple, more clear, more decisive to leave your imbecile and confine yourself to the study of the normal child? It is very evident that we have made these objections to our own method because we know how to reply to them. It is very true that children understand the language of those about them long before they can speak, and it always appeared logical that the phase of comprehension always precedes the phase of speech, although the two phases overlap each other. This chronological order is reasonable. Before giving, one must receive. Before pronouncing a word, one must know it. But one has never gone farther than to affirm the logic of this chronology, and the very pretty problem which is here posed has not yet seen, because one thought only of normal children. Here is the problem stated in explicit terms. A child of 12 months, for instance, understands the sense of some 60 words which he hears almost constantly. Why does he not spontaneously pronounce them on his own account when he has the idea to do it? It seems to us that this problem is fundamental because it puts directly before us the psychogenetic conditions of speech. But those who study only the normal child never dream of putting it. They simply say, "Give the normal child time to familiarize himself with the 60 words which he understands but cannot yet pronounce." Or one will reply, "If he does not yet pronounce the words, it is because he does not yet feel the need, that he has not the idea," etc. These replies only evade the problem. One sees this very well when one deals with an imbecile such as our subject Denise. Here is a young girl of 25 years, who certainly understands more than 200 words, even in complicated sentences, and who employs scarcely one, and who will probably remain all her life at the stage of comprehension without being able to arrive at that of spontaneous speech. Evidently, one cannot in a similar case reply that the subject has not yet had time to perfect herself, or that she does not pronounce these words because she has not yet felt the need. Neither can one be content with remarking that her intelligence is the cause, and that the poverty of her vocabulary is explained by a falling away of her intelligence. The intelligence is a unit, and the explanation lacks precision. Let us strive to find, therefore, what is essential to spontaneous speech, and let us see whether or not this essential mechanism is lacking in our patient. We are obliged to resort somewhat to theory, for which we apologize, but it cannot be dispensed with. In order to institute an experiment, as in our intention, one must have a little guiding thread. It is a question of pronouncing a word of oneself, a word known to everyone, but in which one takes the initiative. Let us say, in order to fix our ideas, that it is the question of a word designating an object before us, a chair or a table. Let us say that our subject is not alone, but it is with another person who shows him the table, and who asks, "What is that?" Let us further say that our subject understands the sense of the request made of him, and let us pass by all the implied in that comprehension, and limit ourselves to the pronunciation of that simple reply which should be given, "a table." For the subject to be capable of pronouncing this simple word properly under the given conditions, so that it will be easily understood, many conditions must be realized. Let us enumerate all those which we can imagine. 1. It is necessary to know and to understand, in a general manner, that words serve to designate objects, and that their function is to name objects. This knowledge expressed in abstract form appears subtle, but is only subtle in our manner of expressing it and of taking it into account. In reality, it is accessible to very rudimentary intelligence, since domestic animals understand the language of gesture and even of words. Recently, a dog has been reported to obey the command, "Go and bring my slippers." 2. The second condition is more precise. It is necessary to possess an association of certain nature, uniting definite words to definite things. It is necessary that the word chair be united in memory to the chair, to its visual aspect, to its use, in such a manner that when one pronounces the word before the subject, this person has the idea of its significance. We have, however, seen that comprehension always precedes spontaneous speech. 3. Another association must also exist, which acts in an inverse sense. That is, from the idea to the word, it is necessary that when the object is perceived or conceived, this perception or the idea should be able to awaken the memory of the word and pronounce the mental evocation. 4. One must have the power of pronouncing the word, that is to say, of executing the phonetic movements necessary for its articulation. It will be noted that in this brief analysis, reduced to the maximum of simplicity, we have not had recourse to the hypothesis of motor images of articulation. Do such images exist? It may be doubted. In any case, it is of no interest here to raise a difficult question, which we can easily afford to pass. Let us now return to our imbecile, and let us see what it is that prevents her from speaking spontaneously. Is it the evocation of the word? Is it the pronunciation? Her pronunciation is defective, certainly, and there is here perhaps a slight obstacle to the development of her language. But we can eliminate this obstacle in certain precise experiments, and see what is produced in consequence. In this manner we could convince ourselves that her difficulty in articulation in no wise prevents her from speaking. Let us take advantage of the fact that she pronounces correctly and easily the word papa in echolalia, that is to say, when it is pronounced before her. There is no difficulty of articulation with this word. Let us use it then for our experiments. We take a music box which we find by chance upon the table of our office where we are with our imbecile. We show the object to her while saying and repeating over and over, "You see what I have here? You see this object? You see it? See what it is. Look well at it. I am going to tell you what it is. You don't know what it is? I am going to tell you. Well, it is Papa. Do you hear? It is Papa. Papa, Papa. It is Papa." We continue with this ardor to repeat the same words, all the time moving the object, looking at it, pointing to it, and making every effort to fix the attention of the patient upon the object. Denise, who is amused by the play, repeats after us Papa, and we even make her touch the music box while repeating after us the same word. We thus succeed in quite rapidly forming an association between the object and word. If in fact we ask her some time afterwards, when we have replaced the object on the table, "Where is Papa? Give me Papa," she points to the music box on the table without hesitating, although there are a dozen other articles upon the table, and although we do not facilitate that designation by a gesture or a glance towards the object. But this association which is formed is unilateral. If we take the music box and say, "What is this? What is this called?" she never says "Papa." She says nothing. She stands with her mouth open. Let us first examine this unilateral association. It has undergone many fluctuations. 3 minutes after the experiment, it seems to have disappeared. If we again ask her "Where is Papa?" she points to one of us. In response to a sign of disapprobation, she points to the table and puts her finger insistently upon the table. All the time we repeat the question, "Where is Papa?" She replies, "Aya," while designating either the table or the cloth on the table. She even identifies the table, it would seem, with the memory of her real father, and leans over and embraces the table with comical expressions of affection. Our lesson is therefore forgotten. We begin over again presenting the music box, which is there all the while, and we affirm over again that it is Papa. Denise immediately accepts the correction, begins again to show the music box when one asks for Papa, and even embraces the object devotedly, as she did the table. From the moment the association is established, 5 minutes afterwards, when one asks for Papa, she shows the music box without hesitation and embraces it. Even better, 2 days later, we see Denise again in the same surroundings, and immediately before saying another word we ask, "Where is Papa?" Without hesitation, she turns to the table, takes the music box and gives it to us. Note carefully that every time we make the demand, we are very careful not to cast a glance towards the object, which might guide the patient. There is therefore established in her, thanks to the experiment which we have made, an association of ideas which goes from the word heard to the object. But never, when we presented the music box, has she said "Papa," no more at the second than at the first sitting. She contented herself by replying to the question many times repeated, "What is this?" by yes, or else she taps the object laughing and pronounces nothing. Perhaps one might have secured better results after many weeks of training. But as it now stands, that experiment seems to us to be complete. It demonstrates that to pass from the object to the name, our subject experiences a very much greater difficulty than to pass from the name to the object, which is the important fact we wish to demonstrate. Nevertheless, it is not the pronunciation of the word that embarrasses her. She has no difficulty of articulation, because she repeats the word "Papa" after having heard it. Moreover, one can obtain its repetition from her in all sorts of intonations. Still more, one can lead her to repeat it when it is pronounced before her in a whisper, and it has even happened that when we pronounced before her the word "Mama" in a very low voice, she had nevertheless said "Papa." She could then pronounce the word from repetition, or more rarely from suggestion by a movement of the lips. It is inductive evocation excited by audition or by seeing the movement of the lips. What is lacking in her is the evocation of the word by presentation of the object, that is to say, through lack of the idea of sense. Here, then, is the conclusion at which we arrive. It is a conclusion which, from the psychological point of view, note this well, does not bring into play any special memory, nor any of the images which have been so much used and abused in the different theories of aphasia, and which have for this reason taken on such an artificial character. From our point of view, there are 3 necessary stages in the acquisition of language. 1. The comprehension of words, of which we shall say very little here, and which, roughly speaking, consists in associating the spoken word with the idea. 2. The articulation of words, consisting in the habits acquired by the organs of articulation under the supervision of the ear and the auditory memory. These 2 phases succeed each other, but the second is not implied in the first, nor is it the logical development of it. The word that one hears and that one understands is not the same that one pronounces. In the one case it is a question of an auditory sensation or of an auditory memory, and in the second case it is a motor act. It is therefore quite possible that one may have heard and may be capable of representing or of recognizing what one has heard, without for that reason being clever enough to coordinate the movements necessary for pronouncing. Exactly as it is possible that one might have seen an artist paint a picture and yet be incapable of painting. There is therefore a whole apprenticeship to be made, and we see, or rather we infer, that for many reasons this apprenticeship is long, and consequently the advent of spoken language is retarded. The phonetic movements are very much more delicate and probably very much more difficult to execute than the gestures of the limbs, and the proof is that the idiot and the low-grade imbecile, who have become capable of executing movements of the body under our order, such as to get up, sit down, raise the arms, etc., do not succeed in controlling their larynx and in drawing from the instrument articulate sounds. That which further proves the difficulty of articulation as compared with other movements is all the awkwardness of pronunciation which we observe in subnormals and which are much more frequent among them than among normals. 3. The third phase is the evocation of coordinated movements of the larynx. This evocation is difficult and continues so even when the movements have been acquired with their coordination and one is already able to pronounce a word. The most simple and direct means of evocation is the audition of the corresponding articulated sound. Another means is the sight of the movement of the lips. It is, on the contrary, very much less easy to pass from the idea of a thing to the execution of the phonetic movement necessary for naming that thing. We ourselves can realize this difficulty when, thinking of a known person, we have trouble in recalling his name. It must be that this difficulty is really great, since it is sufficient to block the way for Denise and prevent her from ever employing articulate speech. It is this third phase, up to the present misunderstood, or at least little known, which has been clearly brought out by the observation of our imbecile. It is a phase having a character of utilization, a dynamic character. If we attempt to represent what is passing in the mind of Denise at the moment when we are vainly attempting to make her give the name with which we have baptized the music box, we find that not a single one of the elements necessary for finding the name is lacking. She knows the word papa, since she has already heard it and recognizes it. This proves that she has retained the auditory memory of it. She is capable of pronouncing the word, since she pronounced it in echolalia. She has retained the sense of the word, since she goes and gets the music box when she is told to show us papa. It can be seen that an author, by teaching all the importance of images in aphasia, would recognize that all the images are here present. What is lacking is a realization of the existing associations, functioning of established habits, the particular mode of functioning which enables us to pass from the idea to the phonetic act. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7. Comparison between aphasia properly so-called in the poverty of language of the Low Grade Imbecile. It has often been said that certain idiots and imbeciles deprived of speech are aphasics. We ourselves, in studying certain of our subjects, Denise for instance, the young woman whose speech is reduced to 4 or 5 words, have discussed the idea that she might be stricken with some cerebral lesion which has produced in her the symptoms of motor aphasia. Our conclusion has been negative. Abandoning our patient, we are now going to examine a true aphasic from cerebral lesion and make on this occasion a parallel between the aphasia symptoms produced by lesions and the symptoms of the lack of language observed with idiots and imbeciles. MX. A man of 39 years exercising the profession of clockmaker was stricken about a year ago with aphasia. We have only this single bit of information in regard to him. He presents himself to us with all the outward signs of a man of intelligence. His manner of salutation, of taking the preferred chair, of listening to us is quite different from that of an imbecile. If we speak to him, he leans forward and makes a visible effort to understand us, and if he does not understand, he lets us know by an expressive gesture that he desires us to repeat. From time to time, he himself starts to speak. He makes many gestures with great earnestness, even rises to give more force to his exposition, touches the table, indicates certain points of the table, then of his body, but since his vocabulary is reduced to 6 or 8 words, we are not able to grasp his thought. From time to time, he perceives that he has not made himself understood, or rather he perceives that the word sought for fails him, because in the middle of his efforts he stops and says in a grave, discouraged voice, "No, not that." Then he falls into an immovable and resigned silence. We note also that when he speaks in his own way, he continues to do so only because we appear to be listening to him. If we turn away our eyes or speak to another person, he immediately perceives it and is silent, possibly from a feeling of propriety. All these signs prove that he retains an intelligence very superior to that of an imbecile. The only point where the subject seems to lack comprehension is this: the explanations which he gives us by gesture are practically incomprehensible to us, and yet he does not always seem to perceive this. He seems to imagine that we can understand him. A word upon his intelligence in general. We possess 2 tests of intelligence not dependent upon speech, which indicate an intelligence superior to imbecility. These are the arranging of 5 weights and a quite complicated game of patience. No one lower in intelligence than a moron can place the 5 weights in order, and the game of patience is only possible to a high-grade moron. Our aphasic came out well in both tests, although he was slow in the execution. He found it difficult to weigh the weights 2 by 2 so as to find the heaviest, but once well began, he succeeded in arranging them exactly. The game of patience also embarrassed him, but he studied it with intelligence, and after many fruitless and prolonged attempts, he at last arrived at the exact solution. All this proves that his intelligence is notably superior to that of an imbecile. It is at least equal to that of a moron. Let us now make the analysis of the aphasic phenomena which this patient presents. He is especially stricken with motor aphasia or aphemia. He is moreover incapable of reading or of writing from dictation, and is in the 3rd degree of word deafness. Let us remark at once that this combination of aphasia symptoms recalls in a striking manner what we notice in the observations of our imbecile Denise. Articulate speech. Spontaneously, our invalid employs a very limited number of words. Yes, no, that, yes, that, no, that, yes, that, no, I, wait, are the current expressions with which he accompanies his gestures when he wishes to give an explanation. From time to time he utters a word more complicated as comrade clock. Of course, we do not pretend to give a complete list of the vocabulary which he still retains. The important thing is to notice how much it is reduced in the spontaneous speech of ideation, which consists in expressing a personal thought. X retains a few more words in the speech of automatic recitation, which consists in repeating words learned in a series, than in spontaneous speech of ideation. It is thus that he manages to count aloud to 20. This recitation is performed with a great deal of effort and with much time, but very correctly. There is here an interesting contrast with the spontaneous speed of ideation. We will say the same of the speech of denomination. If one presents to him a familiar object, pencil, penholder, book, watch, paper, or asks him the color of an object, X sometimes is ignorant of the name of the object, or gives up trying to find it, or gives a name, sometimes correctly, sometimes a name closely allied, clock for watch, pencil for penholder. The speech of denomination is therefore a little better conserved than that of the spontaneous speech of ideation. There remains the last form of speech, the speech of repetition. X cannot repeat a sentence, and if one is proposed to him, he does not repeat it at all, but he repeats exactly a simple sound, as for instance simple vowels. The sound he emits, without being always pure, U resembles U, is nevertheless recognizable. He can also repeat a single syllable pa and ba, but he cannot repeat a polysyllable words like papa. Moreover, he can repeat a single figure, but repeats 2 with difficulty and never 3, and it is all the more surprising since, as we have just seen, thanks to the speech of automatic recitation, he can articulate in a series all the figures from 1 to 20. It is not therefore properly speaking in the articulation of the different figures that presents this difficulty to him, but rather the representation, the memory of the 3 figures to be repeated. One might say that X, repeated like an imbecile. There is here certainly a most important point to notice. X resembles really very many of our imbeciles who speak a little, can repeat a figure or 2, but never 3. Word comprehension. There are, it seems, 2 forms to distinguish in verbal addition. The first could be called the verbal comprehension of ideation. One speaks to a person, and this person, thanks to the words which he hears, understands the thoughts. With X, this form is conserved, but is deeply affected. He understands certain sentences, as for others he slightly misunderstands them. Thus we say, carry an object to the nearby table, and he understands. Next room, he opens the door, crosses a corridor, and with much seriousness carries the object into another room. He executes very well certain orders as, open the door, but at our command he cannot point to his nose, mouth, or ears. He seems to understand that it is a question of his face, but his hand wanders over his features with indecision. On the other hand, he has better verbal comprehension of objects. We have just seen that he cannot find his ear when it is asked of him, but if we touch his ear and ask him, is it a pen holder, a horse, a dog, he replies every time with great deliberation, and if after long reflection, no, not that. And when one pronounces the word ear, his eyes brighten, and he is overjoyed to say to us with many gestures, that's it. Under certain circumstances, in order to find the name of an object, we have seen him resort to a union of two processes, which we have called the speech of automatic recitation and the verbal comprehension of objects. One writes before him the number 12 and asks him what it is. He counts 1, 2, 3, etc. until he reaches the number 12, automatic recitation, and there he stops, compares the word 12 to the symbol he has under his eyes, verbal comprehension of objects. He finds an agreement between the word and the figure, and affirms energetically 12, putting his finger on the number. As to writing, he possesses only the writing of automatic repetition. He writes his name. He is not spontaneous writing of ideation, copying, or dictation. Reading does not exist. It is lost. Let us carefully note that in the preceding descriptions we have paid no attention to the inner language of our subject, nor to the state of his images. We have voluntarily set aside these difficult and perhaps artificial questions subject to innumerable interpretations. Let us limit ourselves to making the most of the objective symptoms which we have noted. We can arrange them in a particular order which corresponds to the degree of their decreasing conservation, the first of the list being the best preserved. A table is displayed on the page with 3 columns. The first column, speech of automatic recitation, speech of the denomination of objects, speech of ideation, speech of repetition. In the second column, comprehension of denomination, comprehension of ideation. In the third column, writing of automatic repetition, signature. There exists, then, a very clear order in the appearing of these symptoms, and this order seems to be the same for speech, comprehension, and writing. Thus the speech of ideation is more difficult, more unstable than the speech of recitation, and the speech of repetition is the most unstable of all. This instability seems to be a fact of observation which we must accept without trying to explain it by any theories. If further investigations confirm our classification, then this is the hypothesis which can be put forth. The production of aphasia would then be dependent upon 2 principal factors, the state of the lesion and the greater or less degree of integrity of the nervous organ affected. It is the seat of the lesion which determines the form of the aphasia, rendering it motor or sensorial, or explains the complexity of the form of aphasia, which may be partial or total. This form once determined, it remains to determine the degree of the aphasia, and it is here that the distinction of degrees which we have just indicated comes in. There is, for the 3 species of language, a hierarchy of different degrees. The more complex are lost first. The spontaneous speech of ideation, for example, would be lost very much before the speech of automatic recitation. The speech of suspended repetition, also long before the speech of automatic recitation. But if observation confirms this hypothesis, it is probable that curious analogies will be found between the state of aphasia and the state of speech among imbeciles. Without doubt, certain forms of aphasia present themselves which have nothing analogous to what is found in imbeciles. Thus, sensorial aphasia appears in diverse phenomena, notably the word deafness, in subjects who continue to have the power of speech. The malady has produced a lesion, which operates in a sense the reverse of psychogenesis, because one begins to understand before one begins to speak, and no imbecile can exist who, by his own lack of intelligence, could present anything analogous to sensorial aphasia, that is to say, who would speak without understanding the spoken words. It is not by the form, that is to say, by the nature of the function attacked, that the imbecile resembles the aphasic, but by the degree. One function being affected, let us say for instance speech, The series of the degree of alteration which the aphasic would present will be a psychogenetic series, whose general gradation will be found exactly repeated in the imbecile. This at least is a hypothesis which we formulate. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. The Function of Language as a Sign of Human Intelligence. Among the physiological definitions of man, one of those most often cited consists in considering the use of articulate speech as the most characteristic mark of the human. The philosophers have started from this point to exalt the beauty of the function of language, and it has even seemed that it required nothing less than the whole human intelligence to render speech possible. Abstract studies that have been written upon language have sustained this illusion. In reasoning upon this function, they have sought to present it as a wonder of reflection and elaboration. Currently, the psychologists have maintained that language results from an implicit convention, consisting in the use of words as signs, substitutes, symbols of objects and of thoughts. In other words, language would suppose an intelligence capable of perceiving a general relation between things and their verbal signs. Presented under this form, the idea which is held to have presided at the formation of language seems so complex that one is not astonished that animals are incapable of it and consequently are deprived of language. Other conclusions obtained by investigations in the clinical domain have lately added their weight to the preceding. We allude to the work and theories of Mary and his pupils. Mary sought, by a series of observations and of autopsies, to renew the conception of aphasia. We do not speak of his ideas upon the seat of this lesion, but only of his physiological observations. He asserts that, with all aphasiacs, there exists a very marked diminution of the intellectual capacity in general, and that neurologists have committed a grave error in declaring their definition of aphasia, that the intelligence is intact. He even declares that, for his part, if he had to give a definition of aphasia, the fact which, above all else, he would endeavour to bring out would be the diminution of intelligence. He warns us against the apparent intelligence which aphasiacs may present in consequence of the fact that they retain the power of mimicry, the emotional faculty, and the sentimental propriety. With great reason, he affirms that the intellectual deficiency of aphasiacs may escape a superficial view, and he demands a methodical examination of his patients. We shall speak in the moment of this examination, and we shall discuss the procedure and the results. But first of all, what role does Mary assign to the intellectual deficiency of aphasiacs? Upon this important point, we regret to assert that his thought remains vague. Or, to speak more clearly, we believe that in these two articles he has changed his point of view. He reproaches the clinicians, who have recognized this deficiency, with considering it as an accessory phenomenon, and with being very wrong in not taking it into account when constructing a theory about aphasia. This criticism would seem to suppose that for Mary the deficiency is not a coincidence, but an integral part of the aphasia. In the first article he writes expressly in regard to sensorial aphasia, or aphasia of Wernicke, that if these patients speak badly, have jargon aphasia or paraphasia, it is in consequence of intellectual decay. This decay would account for the so-called word deafness and their incapacity to read and write. Note carefully that the theory thus sketched is very significant, for it applies not only to the aphasia of Wernicke, but also to the aphasia of Broca, which would only be, according to the same author, a sensorial aphasia complicated by anathria. Let us now pass to the second of the articles cited, where Mary seems to have moderated his first thesis, or rather to have completely changed it, because replying to Generine, who called his attention to the fact that dements and general paralytics, in spite of their intellectual deficiency, do not become aphasiacs, he does not hesitate to object that there may be some discussion in the intelligence, and he admits that the intellectual deficiency of the aphasic is specialized. He says again that the gamut of intellectual decay is singularly varied, as much from the point of view of the quantity as of the quality. And he adds, what everybody will regret, that he has not the possibility of expatiating further upon this order of ideas. In fact, this last concession, and the deficiency of aphasia is specialized, seems to destroy what there is of psychological originality in the theory of Marie, because if one admits that only that part of the intelligence of the aphasic which relates to language is affected, one returns more or less implicitly to the ancient theory which makes aphasia a disturbance of the function of language. Without wishing to insist further upon this particular point, we shall speak upon the question of how it is that Marie seems to have affirmed in the beginning, as his contradictors have believed that he affirmed, that the loss of language is due to a diminution of the intelligence. The least criticism that can be made of these hypotheses is to accuse them of vagueness in not determining the amount of intelligence necessary for speech. Not only are the conclusions vague, but still more one finds numerous suppositions that are not demonstrated. Marie, for instance, affirms that an aphasic, a cook by trade, cannot cook an egg as well as before the appearance of his aphasia. In conclusion, it is his intellectual weakening which explains, in part at least, the loss of speech. One might make this unverifiable supposition that the intellectual weakening is sufficiently profound to render language impossible. We borrow another example still more disputable from the same author. He affirms in some experiments, which are by the way of a very interesting originality, that one of these aphasics is incapable of performing 3 commissions which are given to him simultaneously, either verbally or by gesture. This aphasic always forgets 1 or 2 of the 3. We admit that this proves that he is weakened from the intellectual point of view, but is such a weakening sufficient to explain the loss of language? This is the whole question. In order to answer this question, we think it necessary to make a distinction between the quantity of intelligence necessary for the formation of language and the quantity necessary for the conservation of language already required. This last case could be studied in senile dementia and general paralysis. We limit ourselves to that which concerns the formation of language. If we have recourse to our measuring scale of intelligence, we shall readily see that a normal child of 6 years easily performs 3 commissions, but even at 2 years he speaks and understands. One sees, therefore, that the intellectual level of the test for 3 commissions is very much higher than the intellectual level which suffices for the formation of language. The superiority amounts to 4 years. It is in this manner that we must study dements, whether or not the facts are favourable to the thesis which, rightly or wrongly, has been attributed to Marie. One great interest in the study of children, and also of imbeciles, is that we can bring precision into these questions of intellectual level, which have always been treated with the vagueness altogether amusing. By the examination of a series of idiots and imbeciles, it is possible to establish, with all the approximation desired, what amount of intelligence is necessary for speaking and for understanding, or at least we establish by this method the condition of the intellectual faculties among defectives who cannot talk and those who use only a few words. These belong to very different levels. In this way one can establish upon an experimental basis a hierarchy of physical functions which until now have never been done. The impression which one receives from these new affirmations is that the quantity of intelligence necessary for the use of speech has been very much exaggerated. Denise, who is at the dawn of language, is a low-grade imbecile. Below her there are only idiots, those who do not speak. They are sensitive only to the language of gestures. But what is their intellectual level? We doubt if it is greatly superior to that of an intelligent dog, superior perhaps from certain points of view, inferior from others. The idiot of the highest degree is capable of obeying a gesture, and even of imitating a little, if one claps the hands before him, or dances or cries. He is capable of understanding that we wish him to imitate these movements, and he is capable also of making a crude imitation. This is the highest test of intelligence that we have been able to give them. Let us now pass to low-grade imbeciles of the type of Denise, who have the beginnings of articulate language. Women of this type cannot do their hair nor prepare vegetables, but they can dress themselves, sometimes, however, putting on their clothes wrong side out. They are capable of mechanical work which requires no discernment. We have seen an imbecile man of this level who earned 20 sous a day blowing the bellows of a forge. Put a pen in their hand, they cannot even copy a square. They do not understand the request, they cannot conceive of copying. or in any case all their attempts at copying are absolutely formless. It seems useless to give more details in order to bring out the veritable intellectual level necessary for the formation of language. It is sufficient for the moment that we have summarily fixed this level, and that we have demonstrated that with other experiments it can be determined with a very great exactness. The essential was, however, to have demonstrated that it is determinable. We also wish to show that it is a very low intellectual level corresponding to low grade imbecility. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9. The Evolution of Language. The possibility of placing in an ascending series the intelligence of different imbeciles, thanks to the method which we have set forth, has had the happy result of facilitating the study of the development of language among defectives. This is a question altogether new, which we are simply going to outline. Let us note first of all that the lowest grade imbeciles represent the beginning of language. At this level there are no sentences but only words. The imbecile that we have studied at length, Denise, speaks only words. We have encountered 2 other low-grade imbeciles in the same condition. Furthermore, it is very possible that this is not an absolute rule, and that the function of language develops sometimes a little earlier, sometimes a little later. In order to know this, it would be necessary to examine a great number of subjects. Let us remark that the words pronounced separately by these imbeciles are mostly nouns, at times adjectives, and even verbs. Are these grammatical distinctions very important? Or rather, is not the most important matter to note that these distinctions are without interest? The grammatical function of words should, we believe, be taken into consideration only when it has a definite meaning to those who employ them. But it is very evident that when one of our imbeciles employs a single word, that word does not perform the function of verb, or of noun, but of a whole proposition. The adjective bad, mal, used by one of them signifies I feel bad, j'ai mal, and the subjective mama means Mama, give me this or that. Let us come to a higher level and consider imbeciles who are capable of making sentences. Our observations are on an imbecile of 50, named Victor. Victor is a man of robust aspect, tall, square-shouldered, bronze skin, full of wrinkles, and the manner of a working man. One would say an old sailor. His head is well formed, the features are regular, and the expression of his countenance seems to show more intelligence than the poor fellow really has. But he is awkward in his movements, and even when he remains quiet, whether standing or sitting, one recognizes in his attitude something, I don't know what, that is peculiar. Since this subject has the use of language, let us make him talk a little. What is your name, my friend? Victor. For what place do you come? Chetteny. Where is Chetteny? Near Sioux. Is there a large city near Chetteny and Sioux? Versailles. And Paris? You know Paris? Yes, monsieur. What is Paris? To go to a sale. He seemed satisfied with his reply. But besides that, what is Paris? To buy their merchandise. And where is it? There. He indicates any direction. What is your trade? Tiler. You go on the roofs? Yes, monsieur. You have fallen? Yes, monsieur. There. He points to his head with earnestness and an air of self-pity to show where he received a hurt in falling. How much do you make as a tiler? 60 francs. Every day? Every day. With a tone of correction. Every month? Eagerly? Every month. What was the profession of your father? Tiler. And your mother, what did she do? Worked among people. Ah? Washed the dishes, sewed. Are your parents living? With a shade of sadness, they are both dead, long ago. How long ago? A month ago. Why did you not continue to be a tiler? Not much work. All the iron merchants, tilers. You have a sister? Yes, sir. Your sister is older than you? Older. Or younger? Younger. What does she do? Seamstress. What does her husband do? Watch merchant at Ennerin. Have they children? Shade of sadness. They are dead. Come now, tell me about your sister. Give me details. What does she do? Sews all the time with the sewing machine, and then goes to the city to carry the linen, and then she fixes my shirt, socks. Tell me something more. Don't know any more. Oh, yes, think. I don't remember anything. What did you do this morning? Brought the soup. And after that? Brought the bread and the soup. And after that? Ate. What else have you done? Brought the drink. And then? Ate. What do you know how to do? With pride, I can put wine in bottles. All alone? All alone. Really? Never broken a bottle. Are there others who can do that? No, only I can. Mr. Simon, who is present, could he fill bottles? I can show him. All this dialogue goes on without irony, at least on the part of Victor. He is attentive, remains several hours sitting beside us, and concerns himself only with us. He is very much less distracted than Denise, who often gets up during the conversation to go to the window to see what is passing outside. He has a serious, conscientious, convicted, and deferential attitude, especially during our first sittings. Little by little he familiarizes himself with us to the point of forgetting the feeling of conventionality, as would a schoolboy with whom one had the imprudence to joke too much, but this manifested itself only in subsequent sittings. Determination of level. It is evident from that which precedes that it is here a question of a quite low mental level, but this is only an impression, and we cannot content ourselves with this sort of medical subjectivity. These general questions by which one very properly commences an examination in order to find out a patient's general condition have no other purpose than to enable one to judge of the whole. This is excellent, necessary, and even indispensable. If one begins the examination of a subject by a precise test, he will not arrive at an idea of the whole. He would perform a task as ridiculous as though he studied geography with a microscope. No method is good except when one employs it at the opportune moment, and to the end for which it is designed. Our general interrogations have given us the suspicion that, in Victor's case, there is a reduction of all the faculties, a global reduction. An analysis of detail which would have been out of place in the beginning must now intervene in order to bring precision into particular points. Imbeciles like Victor, of the middle grade, can compare 2 lines and 2 weights. Victor is clearly of this grade. If the 2 lines are present to him, he understands, after explanation, what is after him, and indicates exactly the longer line. He shows the same exactitude for the weights. He does not make a mistake, even sounds a box by shaking it near his ear, and easily finds the heavier, comparison between 2 boxes of 3 and 15 grams. He is consequently in the middle grade of imbecility. Can he raise himself to the highest grade of imbecility? For this level one must be able to repeat at least 3 figures, execute 3 commissions at one time, know fairly well the names of the pieces of money, the colours, the cards, know his age, the number of his fingers, and other analogous things. This is about the stock of ordinary knowledge which a high-grade imbecile is able to acquire. In spite of his 50 years of existence, Victor has not yet been able to assimilate these. The repetition of figures is never correct. He can never repeat 3 exactly. He is mostly satisfied to repeat 1, the last of the series. At times he gives 2, but transposes them. But 3 figures are above his capacity. It is not willingness, however, that is lacking. He is very attentive during the test, and listens to us with his eyes fixed upon us. For the 3 commissions he nearly executes them, but he does not entirely succeed. He is told to give the bouquet to Mr. Simon, to carry the umbrella to Mr. Binet's, then to carry his chair near the window. He does the first 2 and sees himself satisfied. Is that all? We ask him. He thinks again, gets up and takes the chair where he is told. In another experiment he forgot the first 2 commissions and remembered only the last. His exactitude varies from time to time, but it is evident that one could not place confidence in him to execute punctually 3 commissions. In this regard he would not be utilizable. Let us continue the examination of certain useful acquisitions of the high-grade imbecile, and we shall see which are lacking in Victor. He does not know the number of his fingers. To the question, "How many fingers have you?" he replies, 5. Another time he replies 3. And on the other hand, 7. This would be simply absurd if he understood the meaning of the words, But he has not the slightest notion, nor does he care in the least. As to his age, he has the same indifference to the use of words whose sense he does not realize. What is your age? Don't know, monsieur. Are you 2 years old? Yes, monsieur. Or rather, perhaps you are 1,000 years old. Yes, monsieur. He can recite without too many mistakes the figures from 1 to 10, sometimes skipping a figure. Above 10 he makes many omissions and many transpositions. Here, for example, is a series he once gave, with a perfectly serene gravity. 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 14, 17, 9, 7, 11, 14, 17, 32, 35, 9, 17, 11, 14, 11, 17, 11, 14, 20, 32, 33, 44, 20, 32, 20, 32, 35, 20, 24, 20, 24, 25, 12. What repetition, what perpetual beginning over again, done with complete unconsciousness. Notice also that certain numbers are repeated very much oftener than others. He cannot make the simplest additions. 2 and 1, how many does that make? 2. 5 sous and 1 sou, how many does that make? 1 sou. Not only are the errors so great as to be absurd, but when one is that ignorant, it is absurd to make any reply. This is what we have called, no matter what's ism, l'impontesquement. This tendency shows itself also when pieces of money are given to him to name. There is only one with which he is entirely familiar, and in naming which he never makes a mistake. It is the 10 sous piece. That, he says with energy, to buy a package of tobacco, 10 sous. When his sister comes to see him on Sundays, she brings him regularly a 10 sous piece to buy his tobacco. These are things that stamp themselves indelibly upon his memory. The other pieces receive the most diverse names, and the names vary from one moment to another. A 1 franc piece is generally called 20 sous, a 2 franc piece is also called 20 sous, a 5 franc piece is called 1 franc, or 2 francs or 3 francs. A 20 franc piece is called 1 franc or 3 francs, and even the modest sou is called sometimes 1 sou, sometimes 2 sous. It is therefore difficult to determine the exact knowledge of Victor, because he by no means has an exact knowledge. He has a vague knowledge which is rendered fantastical by his tendency to say the first word that comes to his mind. It is not absolutely the first word, for it is the name of some piece of money, but whether that name is correct or not truly makes very little difference to him. To count is for him equally impossible. He seems not to have the least notion of numbers, although he can recite their names fairly well, but to recite them while applying them to objects is a very much more difficult operation. We beg him to count his fingers. He touches only 4 and recites 2, 3, 5, 7. He therefore believes he has 7 fingers. We ask him, "How many ears have you?" He replies, 2, there are there, at the same time touching them. We rise to make a ridiculous demonstration, and we say, "No, you have 3. But the suggestibility is so great that we have no need of demonstration, and he replies at once, 3. We ask him for 12 pins. He takes a handful out of the box and gives them to us. Another request, "Give me 3 pins." He again picks up what he can hold between his thumb and forefinger, and believes he has fully satisfied our request. It is evident that the numbers 3 and 12 do not in the least disquiet him. We spread 5 pins before him and ask, "How many pins are there?" 4. But no, count them. 2. Begin again, count them. 3. In fact, he puts his finger at random upon the pins and does not count them. We now have 3 single sous and 2 doubles spread out on the table. Do you know how to count? A little, not much. How many sous are there on the table? Without counting, 3 sous. No, count them. He does so, counting the double sous as single sous. Furthering, in one case, he puts his finger between 2 pieces and counts only 1 sou. 4 sous. We must add that no matter what problem we give him, he always has a reply. From 19 apples we take away 6 apples. How many are left? 7. At another time, he would say 9 or any other number. It is a very curious mental state. On being analyzed, it reveals itself as something very complex. In the first place, Victor has learned a certain number of things. He shows a series of figures and can recite them, though there are of course many errors in the series. What pains have been taken to teach them to him? What an amount of lost time! The reader can judge for himself, or the beauty of teaching done at random. The names of colours as badly learned as those of pieces of money. Light green is called white, dark red, blue or yellow, dark blue, black, green, red or chocolate, pink, white, brown, white, yellow, yellow. Scarcely any denomination is correct. We are certain that if we tried again we should have received an entirely different series of names. Here is how he names some of the cards. He says that he has played cards with his sister. It is difficult to believe. A list is displayed on the page with cards shown and replies. Invited to sort the cards according to design and colour, he slowly succeeds in grouping together the cards of the same colour. It is even necessary to encourage him, because left to himself he loses all idea of direction. It takes him 2 minutes, whereas a normal person does the same work and the sorting of 32 cards, with fewer errors in 35 seconds. After all these failures, it is very probable that Victor knows neither how to read nor to write. Since he does not even attain to the intelligence of a high-grade imbecile, it cannot be expected that he could do what pertains to the level of a moron. We should not persist, for this would be very useless, if this question of reading and writing were not the occasion of some instructive remarks. We ask him, "Do you know how to read?" "Not much." We hand him a newspaper begging him to read something. He accepts it, takes it on a serious expression, and follows the text with his finger, recites letters which have no connection with the printed characters. It is not even spelling. He only recites what he remembers of the alphabet. A, B, D, V, R, P, C, Q, R, etc. So he does not know how to read. This is enough to establish the diagnosis of Victor. Let us make a resume of our tests. Victor is defective in intelligence. This is the incontestable result of our examination. Let us now be more precise. He is not an idiot since he understands verbal orders. He is not a moron since he can neither read nor write. He is an imbecile. Since he is capable of naming certain objects, of comparing 2 lines and 2 weights, he is an imbecile of the middle grade. On the other hand, not being able to name the colours, nor the pieces of money, nor to execute 3 commissions given him simultaneously, he cannot belong to the highest grade of imbecility. He stops at the middle grade. It remains now, after these preliminaries, to study his language. The verbal data upon which we are going to work are notes taken at the very moment that he spoke. In these notes we have expressed verbatim what we believe he said, without changing anything. In the rare cases when we did not understand one of the sentences, we have passed it by in silence. The process by which one gathers the words of an individual should be noted in a linguistic study, because it exercises a certain influence upon the language of the person studied. The best process would be, without doubt, to remain listener, and to write the words as they are spontaneously spoken. But the imbecile is one of those who have no story to tell, and who willingly remain silent. Generally, Victor asks no questions, nor does he take the initiative in a conversation. To induce him to talk, one must question him, and this is what we did. We have therefore studied only the language of his replies, and this language is always more or less influenced by our questions. The idea always, and very often, the words, even the grammatical forms, were the result of our suggestion. These conditions understood, we present our observations upon Victor. According to a plan which was suggested to us by M. Millet, professor at the Collège de France, an individual linguistic study should contain vocabulary, phonetics, and grammar. We set aside phonetics because Victor presents nothing peculiar in the articulation of his words. His articulation is normal, as is also the rapidity of his speech. It remains therefore simply to study his vocabulary and grammar. As to vocabulary, we shall not dwell at length upon this, as it presents nothing that is especially interesting. Victor employs current concrete words and practically no abstract words. He does not misform them like a child or an aphasic. He does not say dada for a horse, nor repeat a syllable to form words of an infantile language. He does not use to excuse words like thing, machine. He uses no circumlocution, and does not make himself conspicuous by the impropriety of terms, that is to say, by a development of language that is out of keeping with his intellectual level. We have rather the impression that his vocabulary is extensive, In a catalogue of hardware, he names correctly a host of household utensils. We are of the opinion, though this is only a hypothesis, that his vocabulary is superior to his grammar. One is stand by this, that if his vocabulary represents the linguistic development of a child of a certain number of years, his grammar would correspond to that of a younger child. Note also that he invents no neologisms. His grammar is more interesting, because it bears more strongly the mark of his intellectual deficiency. In the first place, let us note that he speaks little. His sentences are short. He willingly abridges or suppresses many words, as though the spoken language were repugnant to him. More often, to many questions, he contents himself by replying, "Yes, sir," "No, sir." His favourite reply is a very prudent expression, "Not much." Passe beaucoup. It has even seemed to us that Victor has less relish for speech than he has verbal capacity, and that often he could speak at greater length than he does, because, called upon to express the same idea under different circumstances, he expresses it sometimes in 2 words, sometimes in a more extended sentence where the same 2 words appear with other words. We shall study this more in detail. Length and nature of the sentences. His sentences are always short, as we have said. They have 3 words, or 5, or at times 7. The maximum that we have observed is 9 words in the following sentence. The schoolmaster keeps you in. Le maître d'école, il faut vous retenir. The proposition is simple. There are no subordinate clauses. In order to explain a complicated action which he has seen performed before him, Victor proceeds by little sentences. He will say, for example, he took some pins, and then he has. Even when he reproduces something told him, he returns to his system of little propositions, detached one from the other, or simply attached by "and then." One day we told him the story of a little girl who, during the absence of her mother, let her racket fall into the well and was drowned in attempting to regain her plaything. He reproduced the story in the following manner. The woman is away to do errands. The girl played with her racket. The racket fell into the well. The little girl also goes to get it. Persons. He employs all the persons of a verb, and also all the personal pronouns. Speaking of himself, he says, I. For example, one is interested in him in drawing and asks him to draw a dog. He replies, I don't know how to draw dogs. He says, though. Speaking to one of us, who had just been tormenting him by all sorts of tests, he assumed a familiar manner in addressing us. Toi tu es facile. He says he or she, speaking of his sister. He says she washes, she darns, but more willingly, I darn the socks. Sometimes there even is entire suppression of the pronoun. Does errands, sews on the machine, for she does errands, etc. You figures in this sentence. You want to make me angry. Vous voulez les monter le coup. Often he uses the pronouns one, which belong to the Parisian idiom. For example, one is bored. On s'ennuie. Lastly, he has a tendency to leave the pronoun I understood, and even the auxiliary. Notice the following sentence. We ask him, what have you done this morning? Bought the soup. And then afterwards, what else have you done? Been to get bread. He suppresses in these cases, I have bought, I have been, etc. Also here, boasting his skill in bottling wine, he says, never broken any bottles. I, monsieur, instead of I have never, etc. Tenses. The verb is used in either the present or the past. We find some examples of the perfect. Thus, having perceived one of us pretending to take pins out of the bowl on the sly, Victor denounces him by saying, he has taken some pins. Another time, reproducing a story, he said, the coachman has crushed a man. We could even cite some examples of the imperfect of indicative, but only in cases where it had been suggested by a question in the imperfect. What did your sister do? She worked. We have never encountered the future. The only way in which he ever speaks of an event in the future is by putting it in the present. My sister comes tomorrow, Sunday. Articles. Definite and indefinite articles are employed correctly, only he often leaves them understood. policeman has arrested a man, for the policeman, etc. Agreement. The agreement of a noun with this adjective is made correctly. He is nice, my chief. Il est gentil, mon chef. To be definite, we do not find it necessary in Victor's case to make any special remark upon vocabulary or phonetics. The only peculiarity worthy of more concerns is assemblage of words. There is nothing incorrect in that assemblage, but it tends towards consciousness and simplicity by the reduction of the words in a sentence and by the frequent suppression of words, usually those that commence the sentence, and lastly by never employing subordinate propositions, which is a characteristic to be noted. And this seems to prove that it is more difficult to form these propositions mentally than to conjugate the verbs or to correctly employ the articles and pronouns to make the adjectives agree with the substantives. Briefly, the characteristic feature of this syntax seems to us to be atrophy. It is in harmony with the mental state of this imbecile, which is especially a state of poverty. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Intelligence of the Feeble-Minded by Alfred Binet and Theodore Simon, translated by Elizabeth S. Kite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10. The Relation Between Thought and Language. There is no problem more discussed than this. It is only candidates for the bachelor's degree that we are able to discuss the matter with ease. Those who have reflected little are not slow in finding that the problem is very complex, but there is some chance of solving it, if instead of taking it in its entirety, we divide it into parts. Experiments upon the mechanism of thought, undertaken and published by one of us 5 or 6 years ago, which have been taken up and developed of late years in Germany, especially by Kulp and his pupils, have shown, as a first point, the necessity of making a distinction between the thought and the image. To think cannot be reduced simply to recalling an image, because one must also comprehend the image. This is to say, one must realize what it is meant to represent, as though it were a picture. The proof of this is to be found in experimental facts which are particularly striking. When, with minute care, one questions a person upon what he has just thought and upon what he has just imagined, one notices that from his description there is a disagreement, almost a contradiction between the thought and the image. It happens, in fact, that one thinks one thing and represents to oneself another. More often, and one might even say always, the thought is richer than the image. One pictures to oneself a part while he thinks the whole. Example. One has the idea of an excursion planned for the morrow, but one does not represent to oneself either the excursion or tomorrow. One visualizes only the surroundings. For instance, the mountainous district that one is going to visit. William James held these ideas, but he held them theoretically. The best deduced of these reasonings, and even to his theoretic examples, have not the eloquence of the introspections gathered from persons who have no theory and do not reason. It results from all this, that the thought and the image are two, and that there can exist a thought without an image. In what then does thought consist? If it is something other than the total of our representations, of what elements is it composed? Certain critics of earlier work have objected to the idea that a thought can exist without sensorial elements. They have suggested that what is lacking in the image, which is always individual, narrow and paltry, to enable it to keep pace with the unfolding of the thought, can be supplied by the word. The thought would thus be at the same time image and inner language. A combination of both, and what is not image would be speech, and what is not speech would be image. Let us remark, before going further, that this explanation is not entirely satisfactory, because one can object at once that language is but a substitute, and is only the value of a symbol, a factitious value. A word in reality signifies nothing in itself. It is less expressive than an image. It is only an inert brute element, like the noise of the wind or the sound of a hammer, and consequently has more need than the image of being completed by some other thing which represents its signification. On the whole, the debate comes back to this. To make it clear, let us represent a thought by pieces of money. The thought corresponds, let us say, to 100 francs, but the image is not worth 100 francs, it is worth only 20 or 30 sous. But the word is not money at all, it is only a substitute for money. The word is like commercial paper, a banknote, which is the sign of a gold reserve. But where is the reserve? In what does it consist? If we attack this problem by the way of experimentation, this is exactly the question to which it is necessary to reply. Like the image, the word corresponds only to a fragment of the thought. To translate the thought in its entirety into words would require a long discourse. Thus one asks a person if she has read a certain book, and she replies, "No." This negation to which she limits herself does not correspond to her complex thought, because that "no" is a general negation, consequently very vague, while the person makes a negation of an extraordinary precision, specialized to a certain question and regarding a certain book. Thus evidently the thought surpasses the word. Let us suppose, if the thought surpasses the word spoken, it is possible that it does not surpass the word thought. It is possible that our interlocutor limits herself to pronouncing this little word "no," but has an inner language very much richer. One can imagine that she pronounced mentally or heard mentally the entire sentence, "No, I have not read the book about which you speak," and this supposition seems to oppose to the personal feeling which we have of not making such a use of the inner language when the thing is not worth the trouble. One would still say that the above sentence was repeated in a shortened form, murmured, whispered, or in a word that it might have been in our consciousness, like a large panorama which one takes in with a glance of the eye, rapid as lightning. Is this supposition correct? This is a difficult question to answer when we take for subjects those whose inner language is already well developed. These persons may protest as much as they like, affirm that they do not represent to themselves in any possible manner entire sentences which would be necessary for an adequate expression of their thought, but the fact still remains doubtful because, being capable of this verbal development, one may suppose that they are not conscious of it, that they have performed the operation unconsciously. All this doubt is cleared away by the examination of imbeciles and also of aphasiacs. We have already recounted that Denise one day had a ring on her finger which she turned and returned with satisfaction. We asked her, "Who gave you that pretty ring?" Without hesitation she replied, "Mamma." Let us weigh this word. Let us note that in order for the thought contained in this reply to be completely developed in language, it would be necessary that Denise had replied to us, or had simply thought to herself the following sentence: "It was Mamma who gave me this ring." But she cannot articulate even mentally this sentence, which is very evident, since her vocabulary is reduced to 5 or 6 words, and her mental level does not permit her to make sentences. We are therefore very certain that, in this case, her thought has no corresponding series of necessary words. It is indeed a thought without sufficient words, and consequently there is in her a thought without words. We find analogous examples furnished by aphasiacs. The watchmaker, observations of whom we have previously reported, when we suggest to him a complicated act like counting aloud 20 sous in 1 sou pieces, remains a moment reflecting upon the money spread out before him upon the table, and then says to us with profound conviction, emphasizing each word, "Ça non," that no, which signifies, "I feel myself incapable of doing what you ask." This last sentence an aphasiac evidently could not pronounce, since his language also is reduced to a few words, and since he can no longer construct sentences. But the argument furnished by this observation is perhaps less convincing than that which is furnished by our imbecile. One can always suppose that an aphasiac, who has previously spoken, has retained a better inner language than his actual articulated language, and that what he does not say with his phonetic organs, he can say to himself mentally. Let us therefore return to our imbecile. With her we are at least certain that there exists no interior language sufficiently complicated to give place to sentences. Let us cite a second observation of her. She is very modest, almost laughably so, and we apologize for presuming upon it. But a psychologist has the right to take his material wherever he finds it. Often during our conference, she has interrupted her bursts of laughter by taking on a serious air and coming close to us to say under her breath, "Pee-pee," which signified in a sentence, "I wish to pee-pee," conduct me to the toilet, or else let me go alone. But here we hold the irrefutable proof, as we believe, that language is not coextensive with thought. It is absolutely certain that Denise is not able to conceive mentally of this sentence, nor of any other sentence as slightly complex as one can imagine, but capable of expressing the same thought. The proof which comes from this observation is excellent, very much superior to that furnished by the word "mama." In replying this word, Denise has heard and understood the sentences by which we ask the question, and if she is incapable of forming a sentence herself, one might suppose, as a last resource, that she had retained our sentence, which she heard, and that it was her memory of the sentence which constituted the verbal part of her thought. Here the objection can find no place, because Denise heard no sentence. She is not replying. She said the word "pee-pee" spontaneously, which thus finds itself in a place to solve one of the highest problems of the psychology of thought. Very many other analogous observations might be cited. Among our low-grade imbeciles, there is a young man of 25, with regular features, who also understands complex sentences but has their vocabulary reduced to some 10 words. One day, when we wished him to write, he refused to take the pen, and touching his right hand with his left hand, repeated several times in a voice expressive of pain the word "bad, bad, bad." Evidently he wished to say, as all his gestures of refusal and suffering clearly indicated, that his right hand hurt him, and it was this which prevented him from taking the pen. This makes still another case where one could not make a hypothesis of the existence of inner language which would be richer than the word effectively pronounced. Still another objection. It will be said to us, your reasoning contains an error. It consists in regarding turn by turn the image and the word, apropos of different examples. You commence by remarking apropos of the image. It does not represent all the thought, but it will be further said that it remains possible that if words and image are insufficient taken separately, they suffice when they are taken together, and a lack in the image is supplied by the word and vice versa. It remains possible to continue the objection that if Denise does not find in her inner language, evidently very rudimentary, anything to think with, she manages to think by images, and nothing prevents us from supporting that an imbecile visualizes very much more than a normal person. Evidently this is possible. It is possible that we shall never know to what point this is true, because of the impossibility there will always be of demanding introspection of an imbecile of the grade of Denise. But our opinion is that images scarcely serve to do more than to represent material objects. The things perceptible to the senses, acts picture themselves imperfectly to the eye of the mind. Still more is this true for the conditions, the projects, the relations of time and space, in a word, for all kinds of associations. The "I wish to pee-pee" or the "I cannot write because my finger is bad" cannot be expressed in images. They are thoughts or relations which can only express themselves in words, and if the words do not suffice, as in the present case, it is not the image which supplements their absence. All this comes back, then, to the conclusion that the thought is distinct both from the image and from the word, that it is quite another thing, that it constitutes a different element. But in what does this element consist? We suppose that it has the nature of feeling. This would be an intellectual feeling, consequently very vague in its nature, but one whose presence and especially whose effects we perceive, and it is indeed by its effects that it is revealed to us, because the thought is not at all a state, it is an action, not a gesture. One sees the consequence of the gesture very much more than the gesture itself. American psychologists have understood this when they established their antithesis between the psychology of structure and the psychology of function. The first is especially descriptive. It recounts a state of that which is. The second has especially the point of view of the action. It places the accent upon that which serves, upon that which is useful, upon that which is accomplished. It is the confused and often emotional perception of that which prepares and accomplishes itself in us, which constitutes the thought. This vague sentiment becomes more precise when it produces images, words, and acts. The representations, the inner language, and the acts are the conscious forms of the thought. They are like the light. They render the thought visible to us. They reveal to us the detail as the touches of colour placed upon the canvas reveal to us the gestures of an artist who we watched work while standing behind him. but they come only after the thought. They are its result. Before imagining the thought, before speaking it, it is comprehended, it is performed. It is this feeling that dictates the words and suggests the images, and in their turn, images and words react upon the feeling, amplify it, render it precise or modify it by a reciprocal work where the cause becomes the effect and the effect becomes cause. We think it very probable that this initial intellectual feeling, which precedes images and words, from which the image and words seem to come like a natural emanation, plays an important role in the realization which we have of our thought. In a word, it gives us a foretaste of our thought. It permits us to perceive it before it is defined. It is probably for this reason that our thought seems to belong to us, and that our images and our words are attributed to our personality and not judged as elements that have come from without, which would be strangers to us. There are very many mental states in which our sensorial and verbal representations are despoiled by this particular virtue of incorporating themselves with our person. Indeed, in some ideas fixes, some obsessions, the subject feels himself taken possession of by something which is other than himself, and it is probable that a good part of the externalization of the hallucinations depend upon this character. There is room here to investigate whether certain psychic states in alienation could not be explained by a loss of this intellectual feeling which prepares the representative phase of the thought. In any case, we believe we have proved beyond doubt, by our precise observations, that there is a thought without images, that there is a thought without words, and that the thought is formed by means of an intellectual feeling. These are facts altogether simple, elementary, demonstrable, which will serve later as foundations for new experiments and theories upon thought. Alfred Binet and Théodore Simon. End of section 23.